All right, man. It's Friday night. Time for another Skull Bro show. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing always.
Yeah, you doing better than you were last week? You feeling better, man?
Yeah, a lot better from last week. I couldn't even hold my head up. It was killing me. Oh man.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better than you were last week.
Yeah, it's that sciatic bullshit, man.
Yeah, it sucks, man. Neck pain, shoulder pain, like anything with your back and those nerves is just the worst, man. That's what somebody told me before. Is like teeth and back are the worst pain for humans. A doctor told me that one time.
Yeah, well, they say the back is like a big mystery still to like people, right? Like there's so many different muscles and fucking things like that.
Yeah, you must take ancient Chinese medicine.
and
Yeah, Chinese secret.
Yeah, that'd be hoop. What was it? No, opium. I bet. What's up, TT?
Oh yeah, that wasn't a secret, but that was definitely ancient Chinese medicine.
Yeah, sitting next to the railroads in a fucking opium den.
No doubt, bro. Chasing the fucking dragon with your own little person to like sit next to you, make sure you don't get robbed.
Yeah, I'm chasing dragons and dragons on my head. That was a good song. What's up, everybody in the chat? MRH, Carol, what's going down? Mandy, TT, Hev, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, TT? Foolish Flock. Yeah, Foolish says we're on stoner time. No, we were just catching up. I got in here a little bit later than I normally do, and we were just catching up and shit, talking a little bit before we got on.
Are you engaging in marijuana right now?
I am absolutely engaging in marijuana right now.
I have a little marijuana put away. I might take it out in a little bit and smoke.
Nice. We've got plenty of insane news and fucking, oh my God, the trash on blast is revolting this week. We've got so much trash to go through. These bastards that we live around, these fuckers that we're just having to share air with.
Any Plusher files?
Yeah, dude.
More
There's a repeat. There's a Where Are They Now?
No, we got a Where Are They Now? If anybody don't know what a Plusher file is, it's somebody who sleeps with teddy bears and stuffed animals.
That's right. And there's so many of them.
Imagine that. Imagine how sick this fucking Sodom and Gomorrah Masonic shopping mall world is, where there is a name for adults who fornicate with stuffed animals. Like, well, you can't believe this. What's up, David? It's sick.
The world's a mental asylum and it's on fire, my friend.
Yeah, what's up, Greg? Bring make mental asylums great again. Like, bring asylums.
No doubt about it.
You really need it because they let these people go, right? They let them go out into the world. Like this dude's like fornicating with a stuffed animal in a toy aisle. There's something really wrong with this guy. He should not.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that because one of them did it again. We saw that same dude that had banged like an Olaf. He did it again, and now this dude that we're going to see tonight, we've seen him before, and he's back.
Yeah, they never stop. So yeah, it's a shame. They gotta do something with these people. You can't let these people back into society like that, man.
Forget about it, man. And the people that just like the flashers, how many times we've seen them 30 prior convictions, 50 prior convictions. They just fucking let these people, I don't know what they're thinking, man. They're going to keep doing it over and over and over again. You know, once you hit like 30's too high, man, it's like, okay, we got to have to just put this guy down. Like we need a Chinese murder van to meet us out back to court.
Oh, yeah. You got some guy get caught 2 or 3 times for screwing a stuffed animal in Toys R Us. You got to put him in a mental ward or something. Or make him wear a scarlet letter, right? Make him wear a fucking tattoo on his head. I screw with my little buddy stuffed animals, whatever you want to call it. Fucking Scooby-Doo.
Just a picture of him banging one, right? We'll tattoo that on his face.
Yeah, they should. So everybody knows, you know, and stays away. What's up, James? Yeah. Stays away from them sick bastards, man. It is a sick world, huh? Very sick, demented, perverted, degenerate world. So.
Yeah. Oh, we perverted. Yeah, man. We've got the news and the trash on blast to prove it around here. Those are not hollow words, my friend.
What's going on with the diddler, Mr. Oil? Anything good with him?
Oh, God. It all makes me sick, Skull Bro. It's just fucking so nasty. I've been listening in every day. Like, as the trial starts in the morning, it usually goes till like 4 p.m. Today, it went till 5 p.m. I'm not trying to listen to all that bullshit. Like at first, like the first week, I was on it, right? I was listening to like the rundown throughout the whole day while I was working, checking it out. And really, the first like week and a half, really started to lay it down where it's like this dude's guilty as fuck, right? So I started just like listening a little bit lighter because it is so bad, so revolting, so full of violence and degenerate sex and nasty. Well. Just to throw, I guess, some like finer points on it. First of all, for a good laugh, let's start with a good laugh before we get into the stuff that makes us fucking sad to be human. One of the anonymous women that this guy had like an ongoing freak-off / relationship with. Remember I told you she's the one that like tried to have a relationship for a while, and then she finally wrote him, was like, you fucking disgust me. I'm nothing but a fuckhole to you. This is fucking gross. If you're going to treat me like a prostitute and this is what gets you off, I love you and I want to be near you, but you obviously don't care about me. So you're going to have to fucking start paying my bills and all this shit. Cause she wasn't like, Diddy had plenty of girlfriends that had money or like came from entertainment. You know what I mean? This particular woman that he was seeing was not. She was a regular everyday chick. She was a single mom. She just happened to be his type. Gotcha. You know what I mean? And they met, and she wanted, obviously, oh my God, there's a fucking billionaire in love with me, right? Like, holy fuck, right? So she obviously into that relationship at first, and she's going along as he starts introducing the drugs. They had people testify on her behalf that she had never done drugs before she was in this relationship with him. He started to slowly introduce drugs. They started watching more and more porno together. He wanted to get more and more freaky, and then all of a sudden, in came the wang.
In comes the phenolic from left field.
No doubt, bro. And this is what you're going to love. She said that when she was visiting her therapist, she said at first she thought that he got off on the power of seeing her having to do what he told her to do. So she was cool with that. She goes, but after talking to my therapist, they introduced me to a term called cuckold. He said this in open court, bro. And she said the word cuck like 1,000 times over the next day or day and a half. It was fucking amazing. She kept calling him bisexual, saying that he was obviously turned on by the dudes and the smell of semen. Just holy
all cucks should be racked. They should rack all cucks, like with the ancient racks. Cucks are disgusting, weak, vile little fucking freaks, man. I don't understand any man who would want to see another man fornicate with any woman in the room with them, never mind his own, right?
And there's got to be like, you got to call it something like a little bit extra too, right? Because back in the day, let's just be fair, like when the English language was like first becoming established and that word came out in Old England, the word cuckold just meant that your old lady banged to fuck another dude and you knew about it and didn't do shit. You were basically
you
a
were
coward.
Cuckolded. She would sleep with a man. Yeah, that was being a cuckold. It changed.
Right, and you were a coward. But now this is like super cuck, right? Or so we got to put something extra on this, bro, because this is a whole new ball game.
2.0.
She said that she thinks I said this, bro, and I know you agreed with me, but I just want to throw this out so the Skull Bros, get our 10 points on the board. She said, just like I did at the beginning of this fucking trial, she said, I think he masturbates imagining that he's me.
Yeah.
Getting fucked by those dudes.
Yeah, he's a fucking, he's a sick.
We said this shit, and now somebody in open court that was in it was like, yo, you don't understand. This dude loves the cock, right? I was dying. She was like, he wanted to be me, I think. I think he would masturbate and watch it because he was imagining it being me.
Remember that video of him with the long hair I told you about? It's like a video of him with a wig.
I remember
he had a wig on, and he's talking like a girl and stuff, and it's real fucking bizarre. But yeah, what do you think he has those wigs for? He's a sicko.
Oh, holy fuck, man. But yeah, so that's like the really, really funny shit I think that happened, that we can all laugh. She called him a fucking cuck in court, open court. It's in his testimony. It's never going away. He is branded.
Cuck Diddy. Cuck Daddy.
Yeah, and then she just was throwing around the word bisexual, and you know he wanted to be me getting pounded by the giant wang and shit. It was all glorious, is what it was. It was
well, do you remember that
glorious.
video, the Biggie? What's up, Big? On the Biggie Smalls video, warning. There was a he/she in there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep. You know there was a shim in that video. The main girl in that video, she was also in a Craig, or he was also in a Craig Mack video. It was a shim who actually was murdered and stuff.
Yeah, LL Cool J did a line.
And when he in the song, LL Cool J says, what's the word he says? Something like he, she.
He says he, she. Yeah, real fast.
Yeah,
he goes,
and then they go right to the shim. They go right to the shim lady, guy, whatever you want to call these beasts of the field. I don't know. Disgusting. So I think
shim
so
is
they
fine.
were putting the shims in. There was in these videos. They were putting shims in there. I wonder why they were doing that. I don't know. It's just weird stuff. Why would you put the shim in the video? Maybe they owed the shim something, right? Who knows?
Man?
I remember so many people be like, "That girl's so hot, dude." It's like it's a shim. Like the scratch the odd.
Yeah, bro. It's like no.
Just like France, the first lady of France is a dude. So,
man, I can't. Since you told me about that, and I watched like a couple, like Joe Rogan was talking about it in a short. He was showing Shim sit down.
Yeah.
Shim sits like a man, all wide, with the legs wide open to make room
Shim
for the
was
fucking
beating
balls.
up. Well, Shim had his thing cut off. Shim was beating up the first Macron.
Well, yeah, but doesn't mean that Shim doesn't still sit like Shim has balls. You know what I'm saying?
Well, she was beating up Macron. He was beating up his husband. They caught it on video.
Well, I saw that one, like the big giant man hand that was like in a palm of basketball, grabbed him by the face and shoved him back.
Yeah, people don't know what I'm talking about. Go watch Candace Owens on Brigitte Macron. She destroyed them on it. And you go watch that, and it will show you. You did like there's no denying it. Everybody.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch the whole. I did see that come up in my search, but I had already seen her answer the question talking with somebody else. So I heard her argument.
A series on it, like 3 different videos. She's got the series.
Yeah, I don't have the stomach for that.
They even show the Shim. They even show Macron like being interviewed in the dark back in like the 70s, where they took it, where you can't see who it is. It's like a silhouette. It was crazy. What's up, Montauk?
Yeah, the way they used to do mob rats.
Yeah, it's just like the informants. It was just like that. And it was dead up. Yeah. Like you could even see the jib of the chin and everything.
Oh, forget about it. It's it's got a wide ass jaw having bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
And here's the reality of it. He, the wife guy, actually met Macron when he was 14 years old and he was 35.
That's insane. That's disgusting. That's pedo shit. Yeah, but that's France too. I told you that it was just like last year or the year before that they raised the age from like fucking 12 or 13.
That's insane. 12, 13. Like what the? Even 16 is a little. I say 17, 18. Like what the fuck? That's crazy. 12, dude. Like
France and a lot of those Eastern European countries, their laws are just stuck on that fucking 16th century time. You know what I mean? When our grandparents, because you only lived to be 25 or 27, so our great grandparents were getting married at fucking 14 and 50. You were expected to be running your own.
Yeah, back then. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You know, my God, you're 16. If you don't put those childbearing hips to use, you'll die.
Yeah. Well, 1 out of 3 women would die in childbirth back then.
Oh, for sure. Scary proposition. Yeah, or the infection afterwards. Yep.
Yep, 1 out of 3 women would die. That's crazy. So if you got 3 sisters, one of them is going to pass away.
Yeah. And the child mortality rate was very, very high too. If the mom didn't die, the baby could have. So I'm like, you were playing serious gamble. We're all lucky we're here, bro. We had very tough ancestors. Believe that.
Yeah, it's sick. What's up, Midnight Blue XX? Yeah, the helmet. Yeah, she's got the helmet thing going too.
Oh, speaking of the fucking helmet, did you see that clip, sir, of him putting a fucking murder on Patera and telling the feds they should investigate it? You didn't see that?
No, I heard about it though. No, Jimmy's still trying to fucking tell.
Oh my god,
tattletale.
He's still slower than molasses, dude. He is still slower than Panisi. The gears in his brain are barely turning. He's a mouth breather. This motherfucker is just like, there was this murder. Yeah, of a city employee. Just fucking slow as fuck. He's talking, but the gist of it was he says that this like postal worker or a city worker caught Tommy Karate's attention while he was coming through his yard or some shit, and he fucking murdered him. But they haven't proven it, and the case has been dead for a long time. They're like, and he's actually said, he's like, the cops and the feds, you should look into that, because that still hasn't been solved.
What you are born a tattletale. It's like even being a little kid, right? You get mad, you run and tell the teacher, the principal, or you're a teenager, somebody punches you in the mouth and you call the cops on him, right? That's just in who he is. It's who he is. He's so mad at that guy because the guy didn't know him or wasn't his friend, where he wants this guy arrested so bad. And the guy's already in jail, man.
Oh, it was a sanitation worker. That's what it was. A garbage man. That's what it was. I remember now. I kept sitting here trying to think of what his slow ass was trying to say. He kept calling him a sanitation worker.
He's car 54. Where are you, Trudy Muldoon, all day long?
Who does that? Who really, man? Other than a straight up born bitch made rat, who does that? Takes their time having a show online and being like, you should totally go and put this murder on this guy, or at least investigate. It's like, first of all, Emmy, let me explain this to you. That dude's already doing natural life everything charges. Do you really think the feds are going to fucking spend the money to try and open up a case on this dude? You must be. Oh, wait, that's right. You are mentally challenged.
Yeah, you're sniffing too much paint, Emmy, and the paint chips, because this guy's already doing life. He's not coming home. But it's not good for Emmy. Emmy wants him to probably take his TV away and shit too, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he threatened to fuck. What, wasn't he trying to keep dude from getting out of prison too, writing the judge letters and stuff like that?
Yeah. Tommy Reynolds never got out of prison. I write letters. He with a crayon. He's writing the letters with a fucking crayon. And
stickers. There was definitely stickers on the paper.
Oh, without a doubt. Stickers are always
without a doubt.
What the hell, man? What's up, Jeffrey Miller?
I'm going to sign it with a strawberry marker.
And then he eats the
marker. It smells pretty.
The marker tastes good. Fucking
red's his favorite. Yeah, we've talked about it. He's got all his little like dots of color on his teeth and shit. For sure, bro. All underneath his nose.
What a simple rainbow. Man. What a
sad
imbecile. Fuck. He really is an imbecile, man.
Yep. Sad imbecile.
Fucking sick people. Well, like I said, when you have a channel about telling stories, right, and you get caught lying, not many people are going to watch you after that. Like, at all.
I can't believe he's still on. I know. I mean, he was basically on life support there for a while. Everything he was doing that shit with his comments being turned off. And I mean, I'm not surprised that he's trying to come back on and do something, but I'm surprised he's going at it from that angle. Apparently, he's still all ate up and got all kinds of trolls living rent-free in his head.
Oh, of course. He's a mental midget. He should have took the child killer Sammy's advice a long time ago. Ignore them people. He can't. He's too mentally weak.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If you're going to come back, I guess that's my point, is like you think that this dude would just, let's start this
stories. Well, he said he was going to do a podcast. He goes, does anybody want to be my partner? Like 5 months ago. He's like asking people to be his podcast partner, and evidently nobody wanted to. Because this guy's he can't even interview people. The guy's a moron. He's the Jimmy Calamandra is the dumbest stool pigeon on YouTube. Him and Panisi, like I said, it's a race between him and Panisi for Dumb and Dumber.
I loved when he had that lesbian psychic on his show. That was one of my favorite things to ever happen. Yeah. She sat there in that fucking chair with her fucking weirdo, gross haircut, looking like a bloated corpse herself. Just like, it's a Okay, yeah, I think I know what you're trying to say, Emmy. Come here, I'll pet you on the head and feed you mayonnaise.
I think I know what you're trying to say.
Exactly.
I gotta watch Ellen DeGeneres at 9:00. You better hurry up, helmet. You know.
Yeah, this cream cheese in my pocket's melting. Yeah.
Oh, you had surgery, XX? You had to go under the knife, the shoulder. No shit.
Oh, damn.
Glad you're healing up well. Yeah, we had some. I went to the feast. I think I told you last week I went to the feast. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it.
Yeah. And like I said, I was rocking in pain there. Even when I was on the stream, that's why if anybody watched last week, I jumped off like 2 hours in, and that's like not like me. I usually go on here for a long time. I couldn't even keep my head up. That's how bad it was. Oh shit, it was brutal.
Yeah, that stuff is brutal, man. Nerve pain's nothing to fuck with. This shit is hectic.
Yeah,
bro.
it was no joke. I was like, I couldn't even keep my head up. That's why I wasn't even looking at the screen much. And even like when I had to look up at the screen and shit, it would just kill my fucking neck. I even moved the computer to like my couch, right? Because I couldn't sit up no more in my chair. My neck was just rocking. What's up, Midnight Blue Bears? What's going on, man? So when's that thing gonna end?
So did you see any of this
when's
shit?
When's that gonna end? The P.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The P Diddy thing. When is it gonna be over again?
I mean, they said that it was up to 8 weeks. The trial could be, and we are on day 23 today. So we're like getting up there on like halfway. Maybe a little more.
Right. Another 3 weeks to go then.
They have the drug next week for witnesses. They have the drug mule guy, the one they called One Stop that used to travel around with all the drugs, the drug dealer that went into protection. So he should have some interesting testimony. I mean, the way I'm thinking about that is if he must have something, right? The feds weren't just going to let this dude flip and give him a new name and put him somewhere unless he had some kind of decent testimony, right, to give. Whether they wrote it or not, this dude should probably be telling a pretty good story if they allowed him protection. That's all I'm
Yeah, without a doubt. They didn't give him a deal for nothing, right? He has to have some juicy info on this guy to help the RICO thing, right?
Right, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and as he tells them where he had to always have these drugs ready for these parties, that's what's going to get him with the RICO right there.
Yeah, when they got him, several of the attorneys have been talking about how they have him on the RICO anyway for all of these different employees, including like we're on like our third personal assistant, people that they had the ex-CFO of his company, for God's sake, and all the people that like clean up his room and buy the sex toys and buy the lube and all that kind of stuff.
How did this guy know? Involving all these people, right? And this all big fucking weird degenerate sex thing. You didn't think none of these people were ever gonna tell the story, and you never thought you were gonna get found out? Like, what the fucking dummy? Well, I guess money and power, you know. You'd think nobody could ever touch you.
Yeah. Well, and the guy was on piles of drugs, like all the time. Ketamine, ecstasy, liquid ecstasy, mad coke, and fucking pink coke, and he was just doing mad pills, barbiturates, they said, and all this fucking pills, and man, the guy was ketamine just fucked up cats? All the time. I think that's what, like a cat tranquilizer, but I think it's just technically an animal tranquilizer. But yeah, they do use it for like cat surgery.
Yeah, I've heard of that before. I never seen no one use it or nothing, but I heard of it. It's like a potty drug.
Bro, I couldn't believe, like, they kept calling it the designer drug, but I remember in the early 2000s, like when the whole fucking rave culture took over, you know what I mean? Like in the 90s and like the early 2000s. I remember being in a club one time and I looked over and saw this fucker all mangled, like on a booth, just drooling and fucked up and eyes closed. And I was like, what's up with that dude? And my friend was like, oh, he's in the K-hole. I'll never forget this. I was looking at the guy covered in vomit. Like it wasn't like a crazy, dirty club. It was a nice dance club. And the guy's just on this couch, like drooling, got vomit on him. He's passed out with his head bobbing. And my friend, and I was looking at my friend like, what the fuck did you just say to me? He goes, ketamine, dude. It's this weird drug. And that was back
I remember
then.
Around 98, 99, around then. I remember it was me, my girlfriend, and her cousins, right? We were all at this like after hours kind of rave thing, but I never like was into the rave stuff. I was just going with her to make her happy and shit.
Right, but I'd go with my friends. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't a big dance kind of
Oh,
a
me
scene
too, but
dude
it was
either, but I'd go
boring.
with
It
my
was
friends
after
and
2 in
shit.
the morning. Nothing was open. I said, let me go, witches. And one of their friends that went with them ended up in a K-hole. I was like, what is a K-hole? They're like, he's in a K-hole. I'm like, what the fuck's a K-hole? Is he going to die? They're like, he's in a K-hole. I remember
Right,
hearing
exactly.
that so much. And I seen it one time, and the guy was just sleeping. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The dude's eyes were closed and he was just drooling and he had vomit on him and shit. And I was like, what is wrong with that dude? And my friend used that expression, the K-hole, and I said, that's weird. What are you talking about? And then he told me the
yeah,
name
I
of the
remember when
drug.
they told me that, I grabbed her immediately. I'm like, we're getting the fuck out of here right now.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He's right. It made such an impression on me. I still remember that to this day. It was like things not to do in life. Check, right? Like that went on the permanent calendar, right? It's like,
and they were putting them in like her cousin's cars and shit. And I'm like, we're getting out of here right now. I'm like, if that dude dies, I don't want to be around.
No shit, dude.
I don't want to be around here if that dude ODs. I'm like, we're out of here. I believe we went back to my grandmother's house or Rudolph's house. I forget at the time, but yeah, that's what I remember hearing. That K, Special K.
Yeah, well, he did a lot of this stuff, and he had like the people doing it at his parties and stuff like that. Kanye West showed up at his trial yesterday and today. So it's kind of interesting what the I'll give you both sides, like the rumor mill, right? The interweb rumor mill, and I'll give you what the lawyers were saying. So Kanye apparently called ahead yesterday and wanted to come down. He thought he was getting this. Is so detached from reality. This guy, he called ahead to the court like he was gonna reserve a table at a restaurant. You know, he's like, I want to come down to the court and I want to sit in the main courtroom, please. And they were just like, no, absolutely not. So the rumors got around though that there was a mysterious rapper friend of Diddy's that tried to come to court and may try to come to court tomorrow, which is today. So, well, check this out. Okay. So let's just get to the rumor part of it first. In this, the lady that called Puffy a cuck, right? She's been testifying for several days. In one part of the testimony yesterday, possibly the day before, in the last couple of days, we'll say, she testified that she went to Vegas with one of Diddy's very famous, very rich rapper friends and had like a fuck party with him to kind of like get back at Diddy. And she like wanted him to know about it and for it to piss him off. So people started speculating, well, who the fuck is this famous rapper person that she went off and did this with? I wonder who it is. All of a sudden, Kanye wants to come to court.
Might be him.
Right. Maybe he wanted to come down there, see if the bitch was going to say his name. Maybe he wanted to stare at her from the court and try to intimidate her.
If he's backing him, if he's backing him and shit, there's a reason for that, right?
This is a fucking disgusting, half retarded person that makes his wife dress in the nude in public. This is a person that has been known to go to these weird Diddy parties and white parties and stuff. When he showed up at court today, Mr. I make fucking swastika shirts, right?
Those are my shirts.
T-shirts.
Don't ever fuck with my shirts again.
He showed up in all white.
Really?
Just like one of Diddy's white parties. Yeah, he thought he was funny. Everybody else was like,
yeah,
bro,
that's
real
stupid. That's
scumbag.
Not funny. Like, what are you? That's stupid.
Well, that's why I'm saying the things I'm saying, Mr. Fucking I make swastika t-shirts and make my wife go out in public basically nude.
Wait,
right,
he made her go out nude one time?
Oh, no, several times, even to large awards. She ended up leaving him.
What do you mean nude though? Like she had to have something on.
Yeah, like sheer things that you could see her every part through,
really?
Or
that's
like netting. Yeah, I mean naked, bro. Like, yeah, she had on like strings, but no, she'd be nude.
Any guy who wants his woman to be naked like that is a weirdo. It's the opposite way around, right? You'd want your woman to dress modestly and covered up, right? Not to Walk around like a fucking
Yeah, well, this is several times. So you look this up, you'll see fucking over a dozen times he's done this, right? So I mean, again, this is a fucking scumbag. But yeah, he dressed all in white to show up at court today. But this is kind of weird. So he shows up. He wants to go into the main courtroom. They tell him it's full. They put him in the side run over courtroom where there's like TV screens and reporters and shit like that. He spent about 15 minutes in there and then left. So he didn't get his way. He wanted to be seen in court. And the lawyers were like, even if the courtroom wasn't full, they never, ever, ever in a million years would have allowed him to go into the main courtroom because he would have just been there to disturb everything.
Can they legally let him in? Like he would have they have to let him in though, right? If he's one of the first people there or whatever, can they really keep him out?
I guess they could have made him go into the overrun room. I'm just telling you what the lawyers were saying. They said there's no way they would have let him in there because it would have just fucking disturbed everything, number one. And number two, it was obvious to the lawyers. They said that this dude was just obviously trying to make this entire thing about himself and take the news off of Diddy and take the pressure off Diddy, maybe let the jurors see him, smile at them and shit like that, get his picture taken. And when he didn't get that,
it makes more sense what you said first, to intimidate the girl or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's the rumor mill, right? And that makes sense because the lady had just said it the day before, and then all of a sudden, this dude wants to come to court.
Well, usually these fucking famous people are running away from this guy, right? Not running to him.
Everybody else is praying that their name.
Yeah, and this guy goes there dressed up in a white suit. Like, what an idiot! He's a fame whore. That guy.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. It probably could be a mixture of both.
Yeah, right? A little bit of both. What a fucking wackadoo, though. What a kook.
Yeah, he's a nut. The guy's a nut, man. But yeah, the trial is still not going well for Diddy at all. There is we're going to find out on Monday if they're going to switch out one of the jurors. It turns out that one of the jurors I think they should totally switch him out. I'm going to tell you why. One of the jurors lied on their form about where they live and gave a bunch of weird fugazi information about them being from the Bronx and stuff like that. And when in reality, it turns out they actually live in New Jersey and their ex-baby mama lives in the Bronx. And he switched his mailing address over to her house when he got the gig on the jury. And apparently he's like this huge fan simp. Diddy.
That's what they got to watch out for.
Well, they found this out. Remember, I told you that Diddy got admonished in court because he kept fucking looking over and nodding at people and smiling and giving them thumb. Well, this guy was very responsive to Diddy and was like catching eyes with him, trying to make eye contact with him throughout the trial. And finally, they started looking at this dude a little closer and found out these discrepancies in his
imagine
living
this.
arrangements.
Just imagine if he gets him off, he'd go to him like, "Hey, dude, I was the juror that got you off. Mad money and white parties."
Oh yeah, entirely possible. And even if it's not possible, that's what that guy's thinking.
Well, there's going to be a lot of people.
But they're going to be best friends.
Remember we talked about this before. I guarantee there was so many people that tried to get on that jury. There might be a few other plants on there too. You never know.
You never know.
Why would you lie about something so? That's like a Jeffrey Lohman lie, right?
It's 100, dude. It's exactly who it reminded me of. Forget about it. That's what I was starting to get at, which is like, even if Diddy would just spit on this guy for it, the person that's the simp, the fan that lied to be on the jury, that's constantly trying to make eye contact with him, is Lohman. He's already got a book written in his head about what's going to happen when this trial's over. Right? He's all like, my buddy and me. Forget about it.
My buddy and kid sister smoking rock at a white party.
Yeah.
No, he's going to take the stand too. Still, you believe, right?
That's the last report on that. Yeah, I mean, he's still kind of waving his arms around his attorneys and getting into it with them a little bit. He's gotten. I mean, it's hard to say what his emotions. We'll just say, like the lawyers will go back and talk to be a part of it, and he's not there. That bothers him. The shit, dude, when that lady started calling him a cuck and bi and saying he wanted the dick and all that stuff, he was literally fucking fuming and like just grabbing the desk and shit like that. Like he wanted to start yelling and bursting out.
Because he's in denial of his fanukism, his Ricky-unisms.
Yeah, and you know so that brings me to another good point that happened this week, a point that came up in trial rather. This dude keeps Diddy. He keeps, or his defense attorneys, we'll put it that, his attorneys keep saying, you know, he made these payments. What's a good example? The tapes at the hotel where he beat the crap out of Cassie, and he paid that $100,000 to get the tape, right? The attorneys would be like, oh, he did that to protect his brand and his keep it from getting out, to protect his celebrity and stuff like that. And the prosecution made a good point, which is like, no, motherfucker. People have already been talking about him beating the shit out of women and doing all this crazy shit. What he's trying to do is not go to jail for domestic violence, right? That's what he's trying not to go to jail for. And then when his defense attorneys are saying, you know, he didn't try and keep all this, you know, Freakoff stuff from people because of it being criminal. And he didn't keep the stuff about him having an entire staff of people that are dedicated to, you know, basically hiding the fact these women get drugged for days and fucked by multiple dudes. That was all just to protect his brand while he kept it hidden. And they were just like, no, he kept it hidden because his lawyer had already told him that you're not allowed to traffic prostitutes around places. You're not allowed to run drugs everywhere. You're not allowed to do half the shit you're doing, you know. That's what he was trying to keep himself out of. And the woman was like, yeah, and I'm telling you, the whole thing about watching me get pounded by this dude had nothing to do with him being in power over me. He was imagining being me getting pounded by the dude. And I was like, you are the fucking best thing ever.
Yeah, what's up, Cuban V? What's up,
Good
DJ?
for you. It was glorious the way she put him on the deck for that. Boy, she called his fucking ass to the carpet on the Finuckery this week, dude.
He must have hated that. He must have hated that so bad because he does not want to be looked at as a little bi guy or a twink or a tulip, right? He does not want to be seen as that.
Yeah, 100%, bro. Yeah.
He's got that macho, yeah, yeah. What a fucking clown.
Yeah.
You should have knew that was going to come back to bite him. You can't do all that shit and that not come to bite you in the ass one day. But he is protecting a lot of those old creepy guys. So, I mean, like I said, there might be one of these jurors on there who are a secret fan, right? Secret stan.
It's entirely possible. They outed this one guy. I mean, like I said, they may not kick him off. I don't know. They had some weird arguments going back and forth. The judge didn't do it like immediately. The judge is like, all right, well, I'll take both your arguments into consideration and we'll talk about it on Monday. So we're going to find out what happens.
They're going to boot him. They're not going to keep him on. If they're giving the little little lovey kisses and smiles at each other and winks and shit, they are not going to let that guy stay on the jury. No way. I don't believe they are. I could be wrong, right? I'm not Johnny fucking Cochran over here.
Yeah, right, exactly. We can only make our own guess of what we think is right and wrong.
I just want to see the sodomite burn.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, and somebody made a great point this week, and then I heard the same point again, but this time uttered by 50 Cent.
He's a character.
Yeah, but he was just agreeing with it. He had seen the same thing that the first time the question was asked, and somebody asked him, and he just agreed with it, which is this. Somebody said, do you think in the trial that Diddy is 100% cooked and going to prison? And the person, the lawyer said, yes. I don't know, right? They broke everything down, like the kidnapping, the arson, the fucking, all the people working for him and this, that, and the other thing. He's like, you know, certain elements I think that he might get out of with the jury. Maybe they might find it too complicated. He was like, but the sex trafficking, the kidnapping, the arson, and the bringing people in and out of different states for prostitution reasons, the lawyer was like, I don't see how the fuck they get out of that, right? He's like, but I can tell you one thing for certain, and that is he is 100% cooked in the court of public opinion. This person will never be able to walk down the street again. And I couldn't have agreed with them more.
Yeah, see, the 50 Cents guy hates him because I think he did something to 50 Cent's kid's mother. He had her on a payroll or something like that.
Yeah, I heard something about. I
I don't
think
know
I
if it's true
vaguely
or
know
not.
what you're talking about.
I don't know if it's true or not, though. But Mandy says, has anyone testified that saw him banging prostitutes?
They saw him going into bathrooms. Okay, so one of the women that they called Gia or Mia, one or the other, she said that he has his own quote unquote personal assistants that are like these little twinks. And she never ever saw them except for when they were having these freak offs. And here's a weird, this is fucking just weird. Some nights he would call them King's nights because it was all about the kings, the men, the women were to serve.
What?
Fucking weird, dude.
King's nights?
Yeah, they were still the same weird sex freak offs, but he would just sometimes call them King's nights and stuff, and they would be a little bit extra extravagant.
Oh my God, he's a sick puppy.
Okay, so she said that the only time she would ever see these like little twink dudes, these extra little personal assistants, is when they would have these King's nights and these freak offs. They would show up there, and he would just disappear into the bathroom with the little twinks, and then they would leave.
He would go smash Macaulay's in the fucking bathroom. What a sicko!
Yeah, he's in there busting cheeks or getting his cheeks bust. You know. One way or the other, or both. Who knows, bro? But yeah, so that we've got the. I mean, Cassie and all of them talk about how he loves to have the semen on him, and like it basically.
Yeah, that
like,
is the most.
He can't get into the bathroom fast enough, Skull, bro. Like as soon as the dude finishes on him, he's like in the bathroom with the door open, going, "Come on,
wow,
the fuck's taking you so long? Get that shit all over my body." Fucking, he wants it rubbed into his nipples specifically, which I still find extra bizarre.
That's got to be some sort of childhood trauma or something, man. What would make a man do weird things like that? You know, who knows? It's sick. Just like that, like the Ripper. I believe somebody diddled him when he was little to make somebody like anybody who's a sick pervert on that level, right? Had to be fucked with as a kid, maybe.
Well, yeah, remember, every degenerate, gross, sick, sexual thing we talk about, remember, in between each one of those words is a punch in the goddamn face. Like, don't forget about the violence. Every single one of these women, bro, when they weren't getting, I'm just going to be very plain here. When they were not being fucked and treated like animals, they were being beaten and treated like animals. The hatred
towards women, yes.
It was one or the other, dude. Every once in a while, he would love bomb them. That's what all those psychos do. And we know he's a grooming freak. We know that. He literally is a predator on these women. Like he either starts them off slow with the drugs, or if they're already into drugs, he starts them off slow with the sex, and all of a sudden,
Wang and Charles Wang is coming over, and I don't mean the Asian.
Right, one night he's got him on 6. Yeah,
no, Charles Wang is coming over. I don't mean the Asian guy down the street neither.
Yeah, right, exactly, dude. No, but yeah, it'll be a night where they're literally on fucking a cocktail of insane drugs. You know
it's a cocktail. He goes into a big story how he met this young.
And when they're not doing it and he's not beating them, they're sitting on the couch watching videos of freak-offs together. The guy's fucking
He's not
weird,
beating the prostitutes up enough, and he's only beating the women.
No. He wants their bro. That's the other, we talked about this too, but this is the other part that's come up. So the only time he has sex with these women is when there's a prostitute knelt down next to them with their dick in his face. Oh my God,
that is
well, in both their faces, to be fair, I guess, right? But either way, and he just looks at it and talks to the woman about it.
How does he even? How does he feel like
bro?
a man?
Like they're saying these things, like the women are saying the things. They're like, okay, well, what did he say? What would he say to you when there was a wang in both your face? He would just look at it, and then he would ask me if I wanted to taste it, and he would say things about the guy, and he'd want the guy to sweat on him.
Wow.
Like, I mean, that's what these people are saying.
Yeah, in the public opinion, 50 Cent's right. Public opinion, he will even if he gets off, right, of every job.
Yeah, he's done.
He's always going to be known as the pervert, the Ricky Yoon, the cock. He's a disgusting.
And the violence. Yep.
Well, yeah, the hatred towards women, beating the
Yep.
women. He never beat the prostitutes, though, but only the women he would beat. And these women, he claimed that he loved them and cared about them. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dude? Like, I believe he has a total hatred towards female women. He hates them.
As I said, he'd love bomb them. He'd take them on vacations. He'd sweet talk them and stuff, and he'd lie to them. Here's a perfect example. That this chick, this Jane Doe or whatever her name, I don't know. I'm just saying that because she's anonymous.
Hold on a minute before you go. I want to somebody said Jane Doe. Danielle said Jane Doe is 50 Cent's baby's mother. Is that true?
I have no idea.
All right,
I have no idea. I honestly don't. I mean, I'm sure Daniel knows what she's talking about, right? Fuck.
What were you going to say? My bad for cutting you off.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. I'm fucking baked. It'll come back to me. But either way, yeah, she was about all kinds of stuff that was fucked up this week about him. It got worse and worse and worse and more gross and violent and shit. It was nasty.
That is.
I remember what I was going to say. He would love bomb them, and then up to a point, and then he would just eventually it would be all a lie. Here's a good example of that. This Jane Doe woman was saying, she was telling him, I don't want to fucking do this anymore. The shit's fucking gross. I only see you when we do these freak-offs anymore. And he's like, oh, I'm paying your fucking rent and your bills and everything like you wanted. And she's like, yeah, but we have a love remember I told you they had a love contract. He had her sign this love contract. So, he starts reminding her about her job and telling her to get on her job and shit. And she's like, well, I know you've been seeing this other chick and I saw her on Instagram and all this stuff. I saw you gave her a fucking necklace and you only, you gave me the bracelet. I bet you bought both of them at the same time and split them up, you fucking scumbag, right? And he was like, oh, no, baby, we'll go on a trip. Do you have your passport? And she's like, yeah, I've got my passport. He's like, all right, you've been wanting to go to Turks and Caicos. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. You know I loves you, baby. Right? He gets all R&B and shit like that. You know what I mean? 90s R&B on her. And finally, she's like, okay, cool. If it's really genuinely just going to be us and we're finally actually going to spend some time together and go on a trip, awesome. I'll have my passport. Everything's going to be cool. So she actually started to get really excited and was like, awesome. I'm finally going to get to spend some time with him alone. And literally while she's on the plane, he fucking text messages her and says, I've got a surprise for you tonight. I brought in another package, basically telling her we're having a freak-off in New York. And then they never.
Yeah, I brought Boys to Men and ABC, BBD, P. Diddy's a Dirty. Yeah. Literally brought in like a bunch of dudes there. Yeah, he didn't want her to go alone and have time with her. He wanted another freak off and to keep her happy too, right? So she thinks she's going on this big trip and it's another freak off Ricky Yoon party. Wow.
Yep. And so I'm talking about like the love bombing, and then like that even turned out to just be a dirty goddamn lie. Just like a fucking stab, like right? And there's a twist.
Yeah, Danielle said she did her research and due diligence. Everybody check out Jane Doe. That's Diddy's kid's mother. I believe you. I've heard other people say that. What's up, Bellamia?
Oh, I've watched that too, Daniel Illuminati. That's one of the shows I've been watching on this. That Surprise Witness, that chick. But that chick's a fucking space cadet. She's kind of weird. She's like constantly putting on makeup in the camera, and like she reminds me. She says openly that she was raised in a trailer park, and I'm not to be fucking rude to nobody, but it shows. She's just she's a fucking. I think she not only I think she grew up underneath power lines. She's a little. She talks about how she has a law degree and stuff, and I don't know, man. She seems like a couple crackers short of a pack.
Yeah, it's probably crazy at how I didn't hear her or nothing.
Oh, she's definitely the bitch that will key your car in the morning and make you
Those
dinner.
women are scary.
Yeah, no doubt.
Those women are so scary, those type of broads. Oh, my God. If you run away from them women, they're crazy. And she's probably one of them.
She strikes me that way. But I've been watching that show, and I've been watching this other guy, JLR Investigates, because these are two people that literally cover the trial throughout the entire day, right? So you can just kind of bump into their channel real quick and check it out. JLR Investigates. That guy, apparently his whole he's one of these I went to prison forever guys, so I'm a jailhouse lawyer. But he doesn't give a lot of his own opinion, which I respect in this regard, because he literally is just finding like the most up-to-date news and like following the Twitter of the people that are in the courthouse. You know what I mean? And she does that too, that surprise witness chick. So I kind of bounce between the two of them. It works out, and I don't have to listen to the whole fucking day's worth. Like I said, that first week I did, but after that I'd had enough of hearing about all that nasty shit.
Yeah, you can only take so much of that kind of shit thrown at you for so long. What's up, Mon? Talking now.
It's so foul.
It is fascinating, though, to wonder if that is 50 Cent's kid's mother, because he has a vendetta against him. He really hates that guy. It must be more personal than there.
Well, let's put it this way: if it is. In court, they talked about how this woman does not live in any way, shape, or form lavishly before Diddy started paying her rent, and they had this love contract. They called her a single mother living in a 1,500 square foot apartment. So if she's 50 Cent's baby's mama, then that dude needs to be motherfucking ashamed of himself.
Yeah, that don't fit right there. How would she be broke if she's his kid?
Yeah, I mean, unless 50 Cent doesn't take care of his fucking kids and his mom, which, like I said, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself with the hundreds of millions of dollars you have.
That he takes what I know is he takes care of his children.
Well, then, I mean, I don't see how it's the same person then, because they said it literally.
He has an older son that is like hates him. They hate each other for some reason. He looks just like him.
Oh wow!
But they're like mortal enemies. The father.
I got you.
But he did take care of him, right? The kid grew up a spoiled kid with the father giving him everything, right? And then he turned on the dad and started hanging out with all the people he has beef with and shit. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know if they're still fighting, but I seen this thing about a year ago on that.
Well, Diddy's still paying this lady's rent. Remember, they had a love contract. So he's literally still paying her rent even while she's testifying against him. He is paying her fucking rent in a 53.
Hey, who is though? Who's paying it? His lawyers are paying that rent.
Daniel Illuminati says she was getting $5,600 a month in child support. They didn't say nothing about that. Like I said, in the court shit, they're making a thing and an issue about how her apartment used to be a regular everyday apartment at 1,500 square feet. And now she lives in a 5,300 square foot home. And they kept making this big comparison back and forth. So if she had that, I don't know what she was spending that money on if it's the same person.
But how does she live? All right. Well, how are they keeping her secret, her name, though? How is she like a protected witness that nobody knows?
Several of these women have been, bro.
Really? There's been a lot of these.
Yeah, several of these women have been people whose names are just like code names in court. They're not giving their real names.
Like, I hate to sound sticking up for the bastard, but is that even fair? Like, to bring someone in who is not saying their name, because they could lie and say anything, right?
Yeah, if the people that worked for him didn't know her and couldn't corroborate. I'm right. I mean, I would agree with you if there was no corroboration with anybody else.
Well, the cops had to check her out and shit, but still, it's like, wait, if you're going to send someone in court to testify on somebody, you should know who they are, right? At least.
Well, I mean, like I said, I would agree with you if it was that person's word against the other person. And I agree with that 100% because then it's like, listen, you're going to have to prove this. Those are major fucking allegations, right? You have to be able to prove that this happened. And if you don't, this guy's name is fucking ruined forever anyway, just for bringing him in court. So you're going to share in that responsibility. The only reason I don't necessarily agree in this case is because, one, like I just said, the people that work for him, like, they're like, oh yeah, I know her. Yes, she was in the fucking sex rooms.
Oh,
yes,
right.
I've seen the fuck videos, right? And then once that happens, where there's corroboration between a lot of other people, then I would say, okay, yes, you know what? You don't have to be out there giving your real name in court. We understand that you still have to go shop.
Yeah, well, Carol, look what Carol said. I'm sure the defense knows who they are too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course, dude. I'm sure there's all kinds of people in the world that know who they are. But if they print that shit, it's their fucking ass.
So you think that the courts are protecting these women because of what? To not be harassed after the trial, maybe?
Shame and harassment. Yeah, shame and harassment. Gotcha. That's exactly what I think.
All right.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think.
That's crazy. This guy has all these freaking people saying this. If he does get off, there's going to be fake people on the jury. Put it that way. Because any normal human being, no matter who does this, right? It could be if my favorite baseball player in the world as a kid did this, I wouldn't like them, right? Like once you do stuff like this is demonic, satanic stuff. Doing this to this could be your sister, your nieces, your fucking cousins, the girl next door. You can't just start beating and ripping girls like that, man. And bringing these prostitutes in. That's sick. But he might have a simp on the trial. He might have a secret stand and on that.
I mean, it sounds, from everything I heard about yesterday and today, it sounds like this dude from the Bronx is that.
Well,
and that's why I think he should be removed. I really honestly didn't understand. I wasn't listening super close. I was working, but I couldn't understand why the fucking judge didn't just go get him the fuck out of here.
Listen to this. If they caught one simp, or they're suspecting the simp so far, how many other secret simps are on that fucking jury, right? How many other people who just wanted to get on there for whatever their agenda is, maybe to say he's bad, I hate him, or he's good, guilty or innocent. But I bet you that
entirely possible. I mean, right, at least one other
there's
one.
There's got to be more. Well, you got 12, and how many alternates we got?
6. 18 total, 12 on, 6 on the bench.
There's at least 7 of them people lied to get on there, and they got an agenda. That's my guess.
Well, there's no way you got people that didn't know who this guy is. You didn't. No way you found people that didn't know what the allegations were before they walked in there. There's no fucking way. They came from New York City. That shit was everywhere for a year.
Yeah, impossible. Everybody knows who this guy is, right? Like, come on. And the prosecution knows.
Dude. People in the Congo got Coca-Cola T-shirts and a Biggie Smalls tape. Get the fuck out. You know what I mean? Everywhere on earth, bro. You go into the desert and shit like that, they're going to be, oh yes, Puff Daddy.
Yeah, most people know this guy. He's been in movies. He's had clothing lines, TV shows. Yep. He's not just like some musician guy. He's well known.
Yep.
But he's gonna, if he gets any of those charges, are going to bring him time in prison anyway. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of the fucking judge guy. He used to have a show. This black guy used to have he's a judge, and he used to have a show on TV. I can't remember his name. Anyway, they asked him where he was at so far with the trial, and he said right now, he goes, I would give him a minimum of 5 to 10 years. That's what I would give him right now, without a jury or anything, just based on what I think he's guilty of. He's like, I would give this dude a minimum of 5 to 10 years right now out the gate, from what I've heard so far.
Yeah, and he's going to do it all.
But the guy said, but that's state, because this judge, he was a state. He's like, the federal is a totally different system, and he's right, because the two charges that carry the least amount of time are still a minimum of 10 years each.
Are you talking about?
And that's the trafficking. Not trafficking. That's the transporting of people across state lines for sex or for prostitution, for sex work or prostitution. So he's 100% guilty on those. There's been every single person that's testified, even people that work for him are like, oh yeah, for sure. So there's no way he's getting out of that. He's got 2 of those, and those are 10 years apiece minimum.
That's what I was going to ask.
Now, my bad. Well, now Judge Joe Brown.
Yeah, he's a character. He's a good dude. That guy's a good old guy, Joe Brown. I like him.
Well, he's the one that said right now, if it was a state case for like the domestic violence and like the other shit, that he would give him 5 to 10. But but like I said, he also goes, but this is a federal trial. He goes, and for the RICO, he goes, I believe and this is Judge Joe Brown. He says, I believe they've proven the kidnapping. I believe they've proven the arson. Wow. And he's definitely got people working for him, being paid by his company, that are involved in sex trafficking. So that's not good. Now, this is a jury trial, like we keep bringing up, but that we were just talking about the jurors. However, he's got the 2 of the transporting, right? That's basically proven. Then you have 2 sex trafficking charges fuck, I don't know how you get out of that. And then again, you only need 2 predicates for the RICO, and if they agree with him on the kidnapping, on the arson, on the
he's at least getting 20 years. That's being fair.
I don't see how he gets out of it, man. I just don't see how this dude walks away with less than 15 or 20 years. I don't understand how it can happen.
No, me neither. What's up, Com? What's up, Jay? Shout out Scotland. No, he's not walking away without catching him. And how old is he? 55 years old?
He's in his 50s. Yeah,
but he's a rich person. Rich people can live a lot longer because they get the best doctors and these special shots and shit. You know, all right, let's say he's 55, 10 years, 65. Let's say he does 15 years and they let him out or they give him some sort of pardon or something. He'll still be an old perverted man. They shouldn't let him out, actually, because he's always going to prey on people. People that do this kind of stuff, they should really throw the keys away for them. They're trafficking in women, beating them, all this weird stuff. It's satanic, man. Would you want that done? Like, he's got 2 twin girls. Would he want someone to do that to his girls? Like, no. You can't. You got to think like that before you do sick shit like this. Even if it's in his mind, all right? Like, I don't know, dude, think it off, or fucking, I don't know, go touch yourself somewhere and don't let nobody know. Whatever you do, but that suppress that shit where you don't hurt these women and beat them and make them eat feces. That's some like real Ripper type shit. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Hey, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Jay, what's going on in Scotland? I love the Scots. Danielle dropping some knowledge on P. Diddy tonight. We got Targaryen, the great conqueror. He made those 7 bastards all bend their knee. They all bent their knee. Dawn took a while, but they came around. Uncle Edwin, what's going on? Shout out to little Edwin out there. I see we got Carol Quill saying hi to Carmen Jay at the same time. Carol's quite a welcomer. We all know that. XS, because he's trying to have someone flip one of them for money or threats. The jurors, XX, for sure. Yeah, of course. Well, I believe that twink who was giving like kissy huggies at him and like little winks through the fucking thing while he was on the jury, and I think that guy was a secret simp Fanuc for him. Where he wanted, yes, Midnight, I agree with you also. I believe that he wanted to get on there, try to get P. Diddy off, and then they go to P. Diddy and says, please let me be at your next party. I want baby oil too. Like, ridiculous. Toke time, DJ says. Where's Grumpy? Right there, no agrees. Well, he's going to... He's trying everything he can. He already tried to get to some of the witnesses and talk to them and have his son reach out to him, right? He's trying anything he can to not catch mad years in the clink. If he was smart, he would have done like Roman Polanski and those perverts do. Go run to southern France or Israel. One of those, there's a lot of Belgium countries that take you in with pedo charges. That's what he should have done. Because he's cooked. Like Judge Joe Brown's no joke. He's an old school guy. He's like one of them old school, like down south black dudes, right? He don't go for that fucking transmission stuff and none of that. And if he called it like that, well, I'm gonna go with what he says. He's been a judge for mad years. He's a no nonsense guy. But yeah, he's screwed. I can't. Well, how about when his other twink, the little drug mule twink? He looked like a member of Oasis. Wait till they get a hold of him on the stand. Oh, he's going to really talk. Baby oil time in the city. Ring-a-ling. P. Diddy's touching dings. Yeah, that's a disgusting thing. What a disgusting creature. What do you think happened to him as a child? What sort of fucking barracuda came out of the woods and made him a Plusher file? I don't know. There's demons in there. Parasite Slayer, what's up? Don't deliberate with Jana, no alternates. Don't deliberate with jury. I don't know what that means, but I'm not that bright. Oh, alternate jurors. What was Mandy saying about the jurors? The juror had a knife in his pocket and was going to, no, I'm only kidding. There's no baby oil in the stories. Well, in P. Diddy's story, a lot of baby oil. They went through thousands of bottles of that shit. That's a really disgusting thing. That's literally
dipping themselves in it in like little baby pools and in bathtubs on it because he wanted them to be shiny.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah, he got mad at them when they didn't use enough baby oil. It was part of their fucking pregame. They get all totally dripping
That's a
with
real
it.
eyed wide shut fucking Stanley Kubrick fucking weirdo fucking shit. Rothschild parties, 1976. You know, like man, those people are all scarred for life. Whoever survived that.
I always say that.
I went to World War P. What's World War P? The war with P. Diddy and his house.
Yeah.
Especially that girl Cassie and the lady who died, Kim Fields. No, not Kim. Whatever her name was, Kim Porter. He definitely had that lady whacked, without a doubt. That poor woman, he made eat feces and shit, man. This guy has a hatred towards women, a vicious, vicious hatred.
Yeah, see, I don't know much about the what is it, Kim Porter? I don't know much about that one. I know that she died and it was very mysterious, and she was the ex. I know a little bit here and there, but not much.
Yeah. What, the Kim Porter?
Yeah, I don't know too much about her. Like I said, I've heard like the basic storyline of it and like how she died, and it was being suspicious and all that, but I don't know too much else.
Yeah, well, she was 37 years old. What's up, Parasite Slayer? 37 years old, and she died out of nowhere from pneumonia or something crazy. And she was about to leave him and shit. And I know she was about to write a book or something. Like, she wrote some diaries down, and that lady probably went through just as much as hell as Cassie's been through, right?
Had to have been. Yeah, had to have been. Especially that long term and that up close and personal.
Yeah.
And I said the same thing about J-Lo. You know, they had people talking about how
oh, she's not innocent.
when they were but they were talking about she was involved in like freak-offs with him, and one of the evidence or pieces of evidence that went forward was somebody's testimony that he would project her music videos onto the wall while he watched them do it.
That's really degrading, sick. Wow. Yeah, well, I always talk about, I feel real bad for that lady P. Diddy shot, the fat black lady. He shot her in the nose.
Yeah, right.
Right in the nose, actually. She was shot in her nose and went between her eyes, the bullet, and that's why she's seen him do it, right? She hates J-Lo and all them because she protected her, right? Like, that's some innocent woman who went out clubbing, right, and got shot in the face, and her life changed forever. She was called a liar for 15 years, called a lying scumbag, tortured.
She's been saying the same thing since she was in the emergency
room.
That
woman's never changed her story. And I know the doctor can testify to it, the surgeon, that she kept saying, P. Diddy shot me, shot me. Why would she lie, right? She liked him. She was a fan of his before that night.
Yep, that's why I say she's had the same exact story since she was in the fucking hospital.
Yeah, my heart goes out to that lady. And that's why I think maybe J-Lo. Some people say he wouldn't do it around her and this and that. I say no. I say he's a sick bastard. He would want to do it more to her, maybe a little less because she's got like public agents and people who would fucking tell.
Yeah, right. Maybe he didn't actually beat the shit out of her, but he was definitely sexing her out.
Yeah. Some crazy shit went on. And for Ben Affleck to leave her,
that's who he is, man. That's who he is.
Ben Affleck to leave her because the FBI came to them and showed them her dirty deeds.
Yep.
It had to be some really filthy shit for him to, because he knew she was with him and shit. So if there was a video of just them having sex, right, he's not going to leave her over.
Right, but it happened when the FBI. I love that you brought this up as a point, man. I love that you brought this back up, because when they went and took those videos to those people, it was under the fucking title of "we have to notify the victims," and by victims they said they meant people that were caught on tape and did not know it, doing things that compromised them. So yes, whatever it is that those cops showed Affleck and J-Lo in their living room sent him over the fucking top.
Oh, for sure. Where he left her, and like I said, it wasn't just them sleeping together. No, it was some real foul shit. No, but he lost respect for what's up, Ella. He lost respect for her as a human being, right?
Yeah. Dude, it could have been any one of those things we've heard he makes.
Well, I bet you it was a few guys. He probably seen her and a guy.
Well, for sure, but I mean, remember, he has them peeing in their mouths,
some weird
faces, and then remember, like, all the weird semen game. That's what I'm saying. Like, he saw some of that.
Yes, he's seen some sort of weird, degenerate sexual act between multiple people with them, and that's why he walked away.
Covered in baby oil, dripping in it.
This disgusting. That must have
with her fucking music video projected on the
Hey, what do you
wall.
think's gonna happen? Go get a nice girl from your original neighborhood where you're from. Go meet a good woman over there. That's what happens when you date these pop actresses and shit, right? So he shouldn't have been surprised, but I bet you he was, right? Probably made him sick, dude. Could you be in love with some girl? Like he should have known actress. Hello.
Tell you what, man, I dated one of them super hot actresses, and she turned out to be one of these weirdos that wanted to pee or poop or fucking involve other people. I'd be like, you know what my favorite word is, bitch? Paparazzi.
Yeah.
You just fucked up. I am the wrong motherfucking one. I am leaving here, and I am calling TMZ. Fuck you, and fuck them, and fuck all this shit.
Yeah, that's for me to keep my mouth shut. That's for sure. And I don't think I will.
The conversation is going to get started, bro, because I'm just going to tell you I'm calling TMZ. You want to offer me money?
Cool. Well, Jay has a good point. It was a honey trap. It was a CIA Mossad-like honey trap. Yes, it was also used. Why do you think they're keeping all that out? They're suppressing all that shit right there. And he's protecting other people too, the older dudes he's protecting. Also. Yeah. So they want to keep it focused more on the sexual degeneracy shit, right? They don't want to get into.
They're keeping as many, yes, right. So like another way to put that right now in the court is that they've been intentionally keeping as many celebrities' names out of it as they possibly can, and they haven't the wild celebrity-filled sex parties with the midgets and the underage kids. They're keeping it all focused on this.
Wait, he had little LPs,
specific women.
Wait,
but that whole other storyline still exists.
He had little LPs. He had little dwarfs and shit having sex. That's gross.
Yeah.
Wow.
How many? I brought that up to you once before. I don't know how many. I brought that up to you before. That's where some of the reports was that they not only had, there was literally visibly underage. I
feel bad when they abuse little
midgets. And they had like people with them.
Midgets always have been funny and stuff. Like, why would you? I'm sure there's a bad midget out there, right? There's got to be evil midgets, right? Little people. But why abuse them? And what is sexual about a midget, right? What the hell?
Dude, there's like millions of midget porn, and there's midget escorts. People are into that kind of stuff. I think that's horrific.
That's you're banging one of Santa's little elves. It looks like a fucking little kid. It's creepy, man.
Yeah, I made that joke before. Just like I appreciate that your tiny hand makes my junk look large, but this is not happening. This is not happening. Right? No, you have fucking toddler legs. I'm sorry to all the people out there that might be offended by that, but you've got T-Rex arms and fucking toddler legs, and I am not doing that. I hope you have a wonderful and happy life, and I hope you find another LP to do that with.
Yeah, shout out to the little midgets out there. I'm all for midget love, and they should have children, have little midget great families.
I still want to see the island in North Korea, bro. I'm dying.
Oh, the midget island. What's up, Calm? Just chilling.
The island where they send all the midgets and the retards. Dude, that's got to be like the most Willow place.
Yeah.
And they're going to have like brownies and sprites and fucking midgets and like their own little kingdom built at like mud huts and shit, probably. Oh, I got to see it someday.
That would be hilarious. You'd see people like who knows who runs the island? Are there gods on the island, or they just put them there? Are they wild and feral?
I mean, dude, I've never heard of like a support structure. I've only heard it like they put them out on this island. I always assumed myself in my own crazy imagination that it was like this Lord of the Flies meets Willow type situation.
That's what I'm guessing.
Where they built all their little miniature castles and fucking drawbridges and all that kind of stuff. And like you'd have the guy, there was obviously a mongoloid like stewing some big pot in a hot kitchen, right? Where they made the ceiling extra big for the large ones. Yeah.
Jeff Nadeau's over there. He's got a Jeff Lohman chained up. What's up, Hev?
Yeah.
don't be mean to the LPs. You're disrespecting Jeff Nader.
They have their own Emmy, bro, chained to the fucking table leg. Right, exactly. He's just like gnawing the corn off of a cob and spitting it into a bucket.
I wonder how that works, though. I wonder if they're gods on that island, and I wonder how they govern and live on that. It must be a hell on earth. Oh my God, a bunch of crazy midgets and
dude, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. But yeah, I mean, back to the Diddy. Yeah, there were LPs though at the Diddy parties. Yeah, I mean, not all of them probably, but there's been reports of them at some of them. Yes.
Those poor little guys. That's sad.
And again, that is another half of this storyline where this guy's life or party life is these large, right? Because we're hearing about the smaller, more intimate in the hotel room parties, right? With specific people, hired prostitutes, hired help, all that. But we're not hearing in court about the other side, which was these large mansion parties that even celebrities talk about, like playfully going, no, I don't fuck with Diddy parties, or no, I left that shit early. I know what happens there, right? We've heard him joke about it on, like, with fucking that disgusting Demon Ellen's a good example of that. She was immediately put off by him even mentioning his parties on the show.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know,
he was turned off even.
Yeah, and the stuff that's happened on his yachts with like Cuba Gooding, none of that shit's come up, bro. Cuba has his own court stuff going on because he's caressing people, taint and butthole and shit like this, right? And he's already been convicted 3 times. One of them in federal court.
Yeah, he's like a public groper.
All for groping and touching, unwanted touching. He literally walked up to a woman on the street he didn't know, and he started touching her boobs, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's like groping. I forget what the charge is.
Yeah. He was on a fucking, like, I don't know. Please don't quote me on what it was, but it was some kind of transportation, a train, a bus, some shit like this. And he was rubbing his fucking crotch on a woman's leg and butt.
How does he think that's going to go, right? Like, any person does that. How do you think that's going to go? You're going to get arrested, you fucking retard, number one. You're going to get hit. You're torturing some poor person, scarring somebody, right? And you're a famous person. You don't think they're going to sue you. You're not going to be all over the news and never work again. But the impulse and the power of him, I don't know, doing his filthy fucking degenerate thing is more important than that. You don't think of the consequences. I don't care about them at the time, because especially if you're a famous person, right, and you want to act and shit like that, by groping women in public is not going to help you.
It makes as much sense as when ODB wanted to still be a crack dealer.
Exactly.
Like, no, bro. Or like Shaq wanted to be a cop, or Steven Seagal wanted to be a cop. It's like, no, Shaq, no, Steven Seagal.
Hulk Hogan wanted to be a father, right? Like, it's like, no, it don't work out. No, like, oh my God, right? Conscious gropers and loppers. Man, they should make a show, gropers and loppers, right?
Well, before we jump off of the fucking subject of like the ultimate disgraces and disgust of humanity, did you see the stuff with R. Kelly this week?
No, I have not, but I do believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I dream about it every night and day. I don't know the rest of the song, so tell me the rest about him.
Yeah, so I'm not going to bring the article up. I'm going to read it. This is from this week. R. Kelly's attorneys file for immediate release from custody, alleging officials solicited an inmate to murder him. Wow. So he is trying to get out of prison, and he's saying that he wants to be on house arrest to serve out the remainder of his sentence, because he says that they have proof that officials inside the prison system have hired the Aryan Brotherhood.
Is it true, or is it just he's just making it up?
I don't buy it for a fucking second. Now, I'm going to read you and everybody else in here what this article says. Sometimes I just break it down real quick, but I'm going to read this to you and you tell me what you think. Okay, so R. Kelly's legal team has filed an emergency motion seeking his immediate release from federal custody to home detention, claiming that his life is in danger and accusing the government of misconduct. In Tuesday's filing, attorneys claim that they have explicit evidence that officials solicited an inmate to murder him while in custody at the federal penitentiary in North Carolina, where he's serving a 30-year sentence. His counsel, this is where I start calling bullshit. His counsel provided a sworn declaration from a terminally ill inmate who stated that officials offered him freedom in his final days in exchange for Kelly's murder. The guy claims that he was told Kelly and his attorneys were planning to expose damaging information on these people in the prison system for his treatment. And as the filing alleges, officials violated attorney-client privilege by intercepting personal correspondence. Stein stated that officials told him he was Kelly's murder, but that evidence would be mishandled and there would be no conviction. What the fuck would he care if he's terminally ill?
Yeah, that's he's just trying to ruse and get out of there. He's probably treated very good in there, right? He's got money, the gods and stuff. Why would they want to mess with him at the or they?
It says this guy is terminally ill.
Why would they care?
And he's a leader of the Aryan Brotherhood.
That makes no. Yeah, that
he was brought by the system into his prison to kill him. And instead had a change of heart and instead told Kelly that Bureau of Prison officials directed him to carry out his murder. So take this all in the context real quick. This dude is terminally ill. He's a leader of the Aryan Brotherhood in prison. He says...
What a bullshitter.
Right, he's the fucking dude... I can't even fucking spit this out. It's so preposterous. R. Kelly wants us to believe that a terminally ill leader of the Aryan Brotherhood was sent to kill him by the Bureau of Prisons, but he had a change of heart.
It's like, yeah.
He's terminally ill. He's made a deal, right? So in this story, we're supposed to believe this guy's already dying. He's made a deal with the prison officials to get out of prison.
Then he has a change of heart.
To spend his last days with his family. But he has a change of heart.
That's so far. That's a Loman story. That's a crazy, crazy story right there. That's no
insanity.
Yeah, they couldn't make something better up than that. They couldn't cook something up better than that. Like
then Kelly's counsel alleges that in June they learned of a second member of the Aryan Brotherhood who was directed by officials to kill both Kelly and this dying leader for not carrying out the murder. They claim that Kelly is in danger and he remains in custody with other members of the Brotherhood.
Can I ask this first? Why would the Aryan Brotherhood want to kill R. Kelly? There's no racial motivation.
For the Bureau of Prisons.
For the Bureau of Prisons. Yeah, that's just so fucking ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. And then why would the Bureau of Prisons just Jeffrey Epstein his ass, right? Why couldn't?
Well, and here's the other thing. Why would they order one of their leaders to do it, and then he's the only one that's going to benefit from it by getting out of prison supposedly early? And then if he was going to get out of prison early to spend the last days with his family, you really think now he's a fucking Aryan Brotherhood member? I'm just speculating that he's not going to have a change of heart over a black guy.
And none of it. It's a total Loman story. It's totally out there. None of it.
So now they're saying on top of it, they're like, oh, and every day you keep him in here, he's more at risk because they have him in PC and he's not eating because he thinks they're going to try and poison his food. Well, I've got news for you, motherfucker. You're doing 30 years in prison and you were set. 20 of those years are for motherfucking child sex crimes. Fuck you.
Yeah, he was abusing like 15-year-old girls and shit from high school. That dude's...
Bro, you want to talk about the trafficking and the fucking... He was buying people. He was purchasing humans from parents that were selling their underage children to him. He was dressing them all exactly the same. He would keep them locked up in bedrooms in different houses and move them around when he wanted to move around.
Dude, he made some of them look like boys. Horrific. He made this one girl like turn to a boy, right? He made her look like a boy and everything. And then there's one family... They were on YouTube. I forget their last name. It will come to me. And they were trying to make themselves out of the all-American family, right? And they're trying to get their daughter back. And then a tape comes out of the father like arguing with R. Kelly's guy, and he's talking about his daughter like she's a piece of meat. It was disgusting, man. It was disgusting. He's like,
Yeah,
that's what he was saying.
Is your problem now.
No, we gonna be compensated. I want to
Yep.
be compensated for that bitch. He's talking about his own daughter, man. This guy was a real lowlife too.
Yeah, so fuck this dude. I don't give a fuck if you spend 30 years in a fucking hole being worried about your food.
There are laws, fuck you, and there are consequences when you break, especially things like that, right? Any kind of sexual abuse, R-word, ripping, or stuff like that. There's special places in hell for them people, and they should be treated like they should have their right human. You got to treat people like humans, obviously, but he's not being tortured, right? But shit, man, he deserves to suffer. Dude. Like, what the fuck? He made a lot of people suffer. He fucked up a lot of those young girls.
Still suffering. Those women are still suffering.
Yeah, for sure.
God knows what kind of terrible emotional problems and psychological problems they have, or how hard it is for them to even find like trust in other people. You know what I mean? Their lives are fucked up.
Yeah, he screwed a lot of kids up, young girls up.
Yeah,
he deserves no. Nobody's gonna believe this wild tale.
He wants to go home. That's his. Yeah, you guys have to let me go and do the rest of my sentence in home detention. What are you fucking
home detention? Nuts? Do you know what that means? It means more abuse, right? Home detention equals more abuse, all kinds of Diddy parties. All that kind of stuff. You let R. Kelly out and put him in any kind of... You could put him in a shack and he's going to abuse people. Guy's a sicko.
Dude, yeah. No, you're not going home.
Did you ever see the Gayle King interview? That was one of the most funniest things I've ever seen. There's women in chains. They really got him in chains. I'm innocent. Then he jumps up in her face.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes, I did. It took me a second. I was listening to you describe it. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
He was all aggressive to Gayle King, who's like some grandma figure, old lady sitting there, right? This guy was out of his mind.
Now, stack how you feel about how preposterous this story is on top of the very last of his appeals went out last year. This is just...
What's his sentence, real calm ass?
30 years, and 20 of it is for child sex crimes.
No mercy, pal. Fuck you.
Yeah, no. And you definitely don't get to go home. Motherfucker, what?
Yeah. There is no you can believe you can fly. You're not flying over the gates, R. Kelly.
Yeah, we'll send you down to fucking Honduras. How about that? Aryan Brotherhood ain't there. You make new friends.
Story. None of that story makes sense anyways. There's so many
none of it makes sense.
There's so many fibby holes in there in that story.
Yeah. Even if he didn't have a change of heart, it's just convenient that you picked a guy to put in your story that's going to be dead soon. Let's start
how would
there.
He have a change
and
of
then
heart?
you're going to tell me that he's a leader of the Aryan Brotherhood, but he just loved you as his new black friend and fucking had a change of heart.
That.
Fuck yourself.
The guy's got a family. They said he wanted to get home to his family. He would have killed Pippi Longstocking to get out.
The whole
he would have killed the whole mod. He would have killed Pippi Longstocking. Yep. You think he would have gave a shit about R.
Who wouldn't? What human? What reasonable human wouldn't? You've been in prison for how many years? You're dying. You want to go see your kids or your wife, your parents? You're going to murder everything.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not tripping about murder. You're going to be dead in a fucking year. You don't care. And then, dude, part of his story supposedly is that the Bureau of Prisons told him, well, we'll charge you with the murder, but we'll make sure the evidence gets mishandled and it'll be fine. You'll still get let out. Bro, are you serious?
And how would all this... It makes no sense. The guy, that's just ridiculous. Great point, Uncle Edwin. That's for sure. Excessive fame and money will destroy a person if the person does not manage it correctly. Yeah, that's what happens to a lot of these people. We were taught you were doing your pirate stream, and I thought of all the Spanish conquistadors who were very poor, right? And then they conquered the Aztecs, right. And all these men who were very poor 3 years ago are now millionaires, and it's so. And a lot of them acted a fool, acted stupid. Pizarro's own brother was ripping women and stuff, so they killed him, right? He was massacred and killed. Like, you can't, a lot of these people, like I said, anybody who has deviant behaviors, sexual fantasies of midgets and little goats and stuff. If you have the money, you're going to act that out, right? Most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, he should have got fucking natural life without parole. If we're being real, this shouldn't even be a discussion.
No, he should have been for what he did to those many girls, for sure. He should never. He shouldn't even have a glimpse of seeing daylight. There should be no fucking door in his future for doing that to all them girls.
Exactly.
So he shouldn't even be pulling this shit. Yeah, he shouldn't even be pulling all this fucking fanoikery. Hey, there's an Aryan Brotherhood guy who met a little mouse, and the little mouse told him that there was a whole gang of, like, get the fuck out of here, buddy. Get out of here. You know, give him no hope.
But he had a change of
yes,
heart.
And then the murderous killer who runs a organized crime AB gang in prison, who wants to get home to his family, is going to have a change of heart and tell you this. What does he gain by that? He loses every. Makes no sense. I could tear that whole story apart, piece by piece.
Yep, it's preposterous.
And that comes from the mind of him being just retarded, him telling his people that, and they're like, well, just let him run with it. Let him have his hopes, right?
Yeah, it's a Hail Mary. That's what I was saying to you. Like, they just expended or whatever, however the fuck you say it. They just went through their last appeal attempt. They got turned down last year.
Yeah, it's literally Joe Montana throwing a fucking Hail Mary, hoping Jerry Rice catches that pass in the end zone. But it's never going to work. Yeah. No one's going to believe an elaborate, sick tale like that. Even if it was true, move him to another prison, right? Let's indulge this Rickyune predator for a minute and say there's some prison of bureaus who want to kill him and they pay an Aryan Brothers and all this stuff. Okay, just move him to another fucking prison, right? Yep. And I'm sure it would go away. It makes no sense.
Even, and again,
he would have been dead already.
Go right on with what I said first time, which is, even if you have to do every day of the motherfucker in a hole, that's what you do, bro. You're not getting out. You're certainly not going home. Absolutely not.
There's no way you're going home at all. Nope.
Yeah, he was another one that peed on all those girls and stuff. Remember Dave Chappelle did that song, I'm going to pee on you. Drip, 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 going to pee on you. You know what his brother said?
Listen, this is my P. Diddy theory. His brother and a lot of his cousins said he was molested as a young boy. His mom used to throw parties, and some of these dudes would sneak in the room and molest him when he was little. And
R. Kelly's was his sister, right?
I'm not sure.
His sister, I believe it was he said that he was molested by his older sister.
Well, that too. Yes, the dudes used to slip in too. Dudes used to slip in there and molest him, and the brother said that. Both of them said that dudes would slip in at parties and molest him when he was little, and that kind of like send him on some kind of sick hatred towards women because his mom didn't protect him or whatever. Who the fuck knows, right?
Crazy. Yeah.
Like, who knows what made him do all that shit, right? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you're born just a sick pervert like that, or maybe it can be put on you from traumatization. I'm not sure. I'm just very thankful in life that nothing like that ever happened to me. And my heart goes out to it if it happened to anybody out there. And people got to realize it's not their fault, right?
Well, yeah,
because if that happened to me, I would have to
go one way or the other with that shit. If you get, and that's why I always say, bro, it's like, okay, so if that happened to you now, that's made you want to inflict that same pain and horrific shit on other people, because that says a lot about who you are. There's a lot of people that got touched by the water heater and went on with their life not causing other people pain.
Well, there's two ways that goes, right?
Right.
Usually the people are totally against it and they fight against it, or they become the abuser also. Because look at most.
Well, that's what I was just saying to you, right? Then that's what I'm saying. Like, now you're an extra sick fuck because you made that decision, right? You're gonna inflict this shit onto other people now.
I believe that happened to that Ripper dude, that fucking Ripper guy, Harambe. I believe that he was fucked with as a little kid. I believe that guy is so.
Even if it wasn't as a kid, he definitely got turned out hard in prison when they found out he was a snitch.
Without a doubt. But you can see the childness, like the immatureness in their actions, their face. They're fucked up people, man. They're like toddlers almost, mind-wise, in like adult.
Well, I mean, that's a fair point. They're basically stunted at a certain age.
If you look at the R. Kelly thing and you look at the P. Diddy thing, they have a similar past with getting messed with when they were kids and shit. I'm not saying everybody does that. Well, God forbid if people were molested when they were little, it's not their fault, and not all of them hurt people. But like, there's like a 90.
Totally their fault. That's what they get for wearing those little fucking shorts.
Well, how I come to this is 90% of like pedos and rippers that happen to them. Like not rippers, but like pedo type people, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Most of those sons of bitches, anytime you watch these interrogations and shit, what do they always say? It happened to them when they were little. And if you look at statistics, it says it too, right? But not all of them do, obviously. But a
Well,
lot of
no, I
these
mean Kevin Spacey and his brother are a good example of that. We've said that before.
yeah,
There are
there you
two
go.
brothers that got pounded out daily by their dad. The mom knew it, did nothing. One of them turned into this like super introvert, like humble fucking. They're a fanook, but they're like really humble and fucking introverted. They're an artist, and then you have Kevin Spacey that will just grab you by the cock in public.
Yeah, Spacey's nuts.
Well, and he was a predator.
Yeah, I think he did it to the pirate guy, the guy who played the pirate on Dodgeball. Yeah, he ripped that.
I mean, the one kid, he got found not guilty of the kid at the Christmas party or whatever that said it, but there's too many stories of him doing that in Hollywood and shit. And maybe he still really is guilty of that fucking underage kid at the party, and his lawyers were just able to pull it off. That does happen.
Yeah, when you got that kind of
lawyers,
I know he was buggering the pirate kid though. That guy, when he was a young actor, he came on to him and was groping him and shit, that big time. And Dodgeball.
Yeah.
But a lot of these people, like I said, when you have that kind of money, look, if I had money, I would buy a lot of dogs. I'd make dog shelters, all kinds of historical shit. Like when you got money, you do what you like, right? And these sick people, there are sick people out there that are rich. Look at the Rothschild party in 1976. Hev had it on her channel. That was a sick, perverted party, the Rothschilds. They used to throw sex parties, and that's where, what's his name, got the Eyed Wide Shut from, the idea, Stanley Kubrick. He got the idea from that movie, from that Rothschild parties.
Right.
So when you have that kind of money,
been doing that shit for hundreds of years, man. Even Benjamin Franklin and people like that went to orgies, and he liked to get farted on, farted in his mouth.
He was a genius, but he was a pervert. Yes, he was a huge pervert in France. All those Masonic fucking people who overthrew the king back then, the French Revolution.
It's what he liked about France, was it wasn't all filled with Quakers and pilgrims and shit like that. He's like, hey man, these people over here like to party, and I'll bet you they'll fart on me. If
they were. Yeah,
right on.
Not Napoleonic France, but which after the king was murdered, they called the Jectory or something. I forget the name, but Robespierre was one of their heads. He was a real sick bastard. They wanted to turn the calendar back and call it year one. The French Revolution people were fucking retarded, and against religion, they tortured priests and nuns. They were sick.
Yay! Now it's a party.
Yeah, they were nuts. Franklin, he loved his orgies, that guy.
Yep. A lot of those people did.
Yeah. So all through time, these rich elites and people out there have done, and just like P. Diddy right now, R. Kelly, you would consider them rich elites, right? Rich people. They can do things the average people can't do. They can fly over the world. They can see every country, buy homes.
Yeah, they have a retarded ass thought or an idea.
If I wanted enough, I thought, hey, I want to go buy a cane Corso, right? I could, or if I want to say, hey, I want to buy a pirate ship and sail it, right? I fucking could.
And I want to fill it with whores.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what we're talking about. Exactly.
Do whatever, and those people do.
You wake up, and you're like, you know what? I had a dream that I owned a pirate ship and it was full of whores, and that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to acquire a pirate ship and fill it with whores. Let's go. And cocaine. Let's get some of that too.
Oh, they probably really stunk, huh? Forget about it. It's like, yeah, and that's what these guys do, and there's a lot more of them. Those parties. What's tonight? Friday night, right? How many of those parties going on in New York and Hollywood right now? Atlanta,
everywhere,
all these big cities,
all over the
for
place,
music,
man.
entertainment, movies, whatever.
Regular people have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's disgusting, though. I think that's so.
Yeah, that shit's happening.
I think that's sad. Very sad. Very sad.
I didn't. I don't think I may have, but I don't think I did. If I did, I'll just skip it when we go through the news. But I think I skipped over it for this week, but I saw an article of a guy that went on a cruise with his wife, and he was wearing a shirt with a big pineapple on it. And there was, he couldn't believe, like, he was like getting hit on over and over and over again on this cruise ship. And his wife was like, "What the fuck? Did that lady just touch you?" And he's like, "Yeah, dude, it's been happening all day." And then finally this one lady walked by and like literally grabbed his hand and was like starting to talk to him. And they were like, "What the fuck?" And the wife freaked out. And then finally the woman that had stopped told them that on cruises, a pineapple sticker or picture usually put on your door or worn on your clothes means that you're down to swing.
A pineapple?
I just learned that this week, yesterday, as a matter of fact, and I read this article, and the guy was like, "Are you fucking dude? I bought the shirt. I'm on a cruise, and it's a pineapple shirt, right?" He's like, "I'm not trying to share my fucking wife with people, and I'm certainly not trying to go bang you in the pool while she watches, right?"
Right in the mouth. So.
But also think about how strong that culture is on the fucking boat. He wore a pineapple shirt and got hit on in the first couple of days by 6 or 7 women.
That's how Satan, in my eyes, and whoever you think runs the world or whatever, tries to destroy the soul, right? Make everybody a bunch of fucking degenerates, right? Undercover degenerates in secret, whatever you want to call it. Make everybody a bunch of fucking degenerates.
Hey, I like that pineapple.
That's sad.
That pineapple means you like that.
Well, think about this. There's actually a secret code on fucking cruises where you wear a pineapple and you can share your wife with other people and they can share their wife. That is fucking sad, bro. That is fucking disgusting.
But how many people in here are happy that they know
that? I don't do cruises. When I go on one, I might. If I could take a dog on there, maybe.
I'm sure you just have to call it your fucking support animal. You'd be
I would go on there with like a thing around my arm and like a half a leg and a wheelchair and shit. They would let me take them. I would take a seizure in front of them or something, right? They let me take them.
Yeah,
but that's sick though.
I think you just need to like pay $10 and get a certificate printed out online. You just be good to go.
That is very sick.
I thought we could do the same thing. We could become ministers right now if we wanted to. I'm sure you could get a dog paper real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, that shit is nuts, man. Pineapple shirt. Dude was getting hit on left and right until his wife was like, "What the fuck, dude? Why are these bitches touching you?"
Yeah, that's weird, right? It was probably some old lady too, or some like Roth looking creature.
It didn't say, but
right, that would be terrifying.
Too funny, man. Too funny. I'll tell you what is even funnier though. If I do go on a cruise, I'm gonna totally bring like a fucking book of pineapple stickers and just put them on random people's.
That's funny, ain't it? Stick them on doors and shit.
Yeah. People be fucking knocking on their door at 3 and 4 in the morning, all drunk and shit, looking for a nasty party. Yeah. That will make me laugh.
I ever do go on a cruise and see anybody wearing a pineapple, I'm staying far away from them people. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Oh, they should do is stop blackmailing.
Sorry.
Them. That's what they should do. Stop blackmailing them, right? Go on there and take video pictures or something like that, and then like go bring it around and say, "Hey, if you don't give me your money, I'm gonna tell everybody that you swing on a pineapple, you freak." They're lucky that don't happen.
Yeah, you're one of those weird pineapple swingers.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you work, pal. They never know. They could run into somebody they know, and some person can tell that story, and somebody can tell on them or something.
MRH says the guy was probably like 80. No, this dude was like fucking. I mean, he was in his 30s. I saw his picture. They didn't show pictures of the women that were hitting on him, but they showed a picture of him, and he was in his 30s for sure. I would say like mid to upper 30s, but in his 30s. In
That's
either
degrading.
Case, yeah, in either case, like I said, I first laughed though when it finally, his wife had been noticing this, like, and then finally she was like, "Did that just touch you?" Right? And then some other lady walked up and literally grabbed him by the hand, and she was like, "Oh, hell no!" Right? And the woman was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! I thought you guys wanted to fucking do the thing, right?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "The pineapple."
She had to probably explain the whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. Listen, okay, there's this thing where everybody who wears pineapples is a swinger. People must have been looking at her like, "What the fuck?" Wow, that's fucking crazy.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you got to put yourself in those shoes. You'd be looking at this lady explain it to you. You'd be like, okay, this is making sense, but what the fuck is happening, right? You'd be like, okay, I'm not mad at you anymore, but ick, right?
Yeah.
Gross.
And how many times have you done this with the pineapples, lady, right? Fucking sicko. That's sad. That is like,
what
wow,
happens in the days where a person would know when they were on a swingers cruise because they could, choose that ticket. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I did not know I was going on the swingers cruise, or oh, fuck, I had blueberries on my shirt. That means this is a gay cruise, or like whatever the fuck,
Yeah, I see a bunch of
who knows, dude?
I see a bunch of fucking sailors on there. Fuck out of here.
Crazy stuff, bro.
Yeah.
So one of my new favorite things on YouTube that I've been noticing before we get into like news and Trash on Blast and stuff, one of my favorite things I've been seeing on YouTube over the past couple weeks are these AI videos of Bigfoot and Yeti. Have you seen them?
No.
Bro, this shit is so funny. There are a lot of these. There's a few different channels popping up. With these, and they make the fucking Sasquatch and the Yeti in the woods and everything. It's done with an AI app, and they do the voices. The people do the voices of it. It's great, bro. Check this.
What's up, you fucking libtards? Time to get fucked up. Quit being a fucking pussy and hit that shit. Guys, Yeti is fucking tooted. This motherfucker hasn't moved in 3 hours.
It's been 12 hours. Yeti still hasn't moved. We might be fucking cooked, bud.
What's up, you fucking libtards?
I love these, man.
You see those things on his head with bears and shit? That was funny, man.
Yeah.
Wow, they really look like fucking gorillas and Yetis, right?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's great. There's so fucking many of these too that are just really, really good. I wonder if there's any
dad was
in a row right here now.
When I first
we come across you. No. That's all right. I think I've got another one saved. Yeah, too funny, man. There's too beautiful things that I've got. Yeah, nobody cares, motherfucker. Let me find it.
Sitting on a chair or a bench.
Looks like a construction
site. I don't understand what he's going to prove by sitting on that. Maybe there's a nail. He's sitting on a nail. I don't know. People do weird stuff. You could be pulling a Larry Mazda. Larry likes to be hurt and sit on nails.
Where's the... Oh, that's right. I forgot. Let me do this. Here. Let me just do Bigfoot shorts.
Bigfoot shorts. No, that's who I thought it looked like a gorilla, not a Bigfoot. Looked like Planet of the Apes gorilla to me.
All right, so I think the locals...
Guys, I might be cooked. They saw me gooning. No privacy any.
All right, so I think the locals left this thing called an energy drink. Let's take a sip.
I'm gonna crash out.
I don't know what was in there. Oh. Might as well get morning scrub ready. I'm tweaking. All right, so I think the locals...
Guys, I might be cooked. They saw me gooning. No privacy anymore, I guess. Guys.
Good morning, boys. I dropped some crazy riz on the huzz last night. No cap, it was bussin'.
How does he do this?
Good morning, boys.
Oh, there's different AI apps that you can create. So you just put in words. It's like text to video. You just tell it what you want it to make, and you can put in a script. And you can either use a voiceover, but a lot of these people do their own voices.
When he's holding that camera and like he's got his like that backpack on and shit, that's really him. And they just use the AI to cover him.
None of that's real. None of it's real.
None of it's real. Wow.
No.
That's fucking...
Guys, I found this at a campsite. Ooh, this is way too sweet, man.
Woo! Yeah, heck yeah, man.
You're riding a
bear. Look who I met out here in the
alien.
What's good, y'all? Was just
today we found some shrooms near a hippie camp. We are going to try them. Cheers.
Cheers.
Tastes like shit.
Okay. This bitch thinks he's a bird, bro. Look. Told him the booger sugar's at the top.
This
Started
AI
cranking
is
90s
creepy.
right away.
I don't like it.
Today we found some shrooms.
I don't like this AI stuff. This guy found shrooms, but this shit's too crazy where they can make things like this and fake people say shit. I don't like it.
Yeah, I love it.
It's the devil, man.
I love it, man. This shit makes me laugh. I love this stuff.
Well, I like the one where he had the bears on his head. That was funny. But that looks like Travis the ape, man. That motherfucker will kill. Picture this thing.
Yeah, a lot of,
You can't shoot me.
Like gorillas types. But they call it Bigfoot.
All right, so it's about 9:43 p.m. and I'm starting my night routine here at the campsite.
All right.
Did you know that?
Y'all said we should.
Wifey said I needed a job.
What the hell?
All right, let's just get rid of this.
So I. All right, so everyone's been telling me to try Zaza. Said it's gas, said I'd see the spirits. One guy said I would unlock my third eye.
Fucking weird. Anyway, let me bring up this next one. This other video that I found.
What do they get out of it? What's the point of this, though? Just for having fun, I guess?
Just comedy.
Let's make a bunch of apes in the woods smoking weed or something. What's up, Biggs?
Yeah, it's comedy. It's content. Yep.
It looks like the Ripper Gorilla. Where's Moby Chick? Moby Thick. That's that whale. There she blows. Moby Thick. Moby Thick shites herself. What's this? This looks like that rapper. I can't.
Yeah, it's a chopper from the show that Diddy did, making the band or whatever.
The kid who went to get the pizza or walk for the cake.
Yeah, it says Chop. His name's Chopper. It says Chopper alleges how he discovered Diddy was gay.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Did you ever see anything that let you know or made you think Diddy was?
Yeah. Well, one time I'm at Daddy's house. Half PL called me. Half PL was like, put Diddy on the phone. I gotta holler at him about something. So I go into the A room. So I'm like, Paulie was there. It's big security. It's one of his main securities actually. And I'm like, Paulie, say, bro, Diddy, Half want to talk to Puff. And Paulie was like, I can't do that until Puff green like that. So I put Half on the phone on speaker, and Paulie looked the other way. When Paulie looked the other way, I walked into the room, opened the door, and I seen Diddy and a white man, a very powerful white man, roping, grabbing each other's crotch, kissing on each other. When I seen that, I shut the door. Like, whoa! If I say the guy's name, you'll lose your platform.
Did you ever see anything that let you know or made you think
that is an old white guy?
Me too.
Oh my God! What's up, Teresa? Well, I wonder who that old pervert is. Could it be Owen? What was his name? Davis? Or a younger guy?
What's up, T. Marie? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's weird.
I have no idea. It's a big, powerful white man, he says. I have no idea who it could be, bro. I can't speculate.
He should have shot him.
But he opened the door and he saw him and that dude fucking grabbing each other's wangs and making out and shit. Ugh.
Yeah, that's disgusting. What a sicko. Yeah. I wonder why he never came out and said it before, though. A lot of people are making shit up. You will see people make things up. Right? Like, why didn't he say this before? Do I believe it? Yeah, I believe it. But he also could be making it up to get money, right? Who knows? Why wouldn't he say the powerful white guy's name, right? Like, why aren't you saying his name? Because you'll lose your platform. Does he own YouTube? Right? Like, does he, who the fuck is he? Maybe you don't want to be sued. I don't know. Clive Davis was.
Well, you could totally be sued for that unless you had proof. But at the same time, it's also not hearsay because he's saying I walked in and I saw with my eyeballs these two dudes doing this, right? And then supposedly there's also a security guard there that could say they were in the room together. So I don't know, man. And maybe he has said this before in the past, right? I don't know. I just came across this. But yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying as far as there are definitely people out there talking shit trying to get paid, and they're just talking bullshit. 100%.
Yeah, there's got to be quite a bit of them too. But there's so many victims that you will have people like this. We've talked about it before. People popping in and say something happened to them when it did, and then it fucks up it for the victim. Right?
Definitely.
But yeah, maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he's lying. Who the fuck knows? But it sounds right? It's his MO, blowing some guy.
And yeah, it matches all of the other stories we've heard from all of the other people.
It sure does.
You know, just adding that one up. This is another Bigfoot video, but this one made me laugh.
Into these knuckleheads' firewood. Stand back, mates.
Fuck. What, he put dynamite in it?
Bit more than I expected. Still funny though. Today's prank, I snuck dynamite into these knuckleheads' firewood. Stand back, mates. All right. Bit more than I expected. Still funny though.
You actually, if you did that, you could kill somebody, right? Like that's no joke.
Well, yeah, he killed all of them. That's what made me laugh so hard, which is he killed all those people, and he was like, "Well, it's bigger than I expected." Still funny though.
What he thought he was gonna put a little gunpowder or fireworks in there?
Dude, it's a fucking Bigfoot, right? Who knows?
Yeah,
man?
you got to be more careful than that. That's not tricking your pals. That's killing everybody. That blast would have took their limbs off, killed them all.
Oh, for sure, they were all dead. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. They were all.
That's like that
dead.
creepy guy who used to burn the houses I told you about, who did the videos. Anybody remember that? It was in the 90s. This guy used to burn down houses and wear a mask and go, "I'm the devil. I burn your homes." And he would film himself, and you could see the fire behind him. The guy was a fucking nut. He was some kid. He was out of his mind. I can't remember it. I can't remember that. Anybody remember that in the chat? Ma, Brad, Hunter, Have, Teresa, #pals, John Chisholm.
Yeah,
you don't remember? It was a video, man, where this fucking kid had a mask on. He was sitting on a house or somewhere, and you could see houses burning behind him. He did it a bunch of times and filmed it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he was an arsonist who loved burning shit. All right, KD. I remember last time I said it on here like a month ago. No one knew it, but I knew at least one other person would know it. You remember that? That was insane. I wish I could find that video somewhere. What's this girl crying and this dude?
It's titled "Stuck in Your What?"
There's a wooden honey dipstick shoved up my coochie right now, and I got it stuck, and it's poking my cervix, and I can't get it out.
This is disgusting. I don't want to get up.
I'm gonna have to call the fire department, buddy. I can't move because if I move, that shit pokes my cervix, and y'all know.
This is sick, man.
Well, what do you think, lady?
Y'all know how painful that is. There's a wooden.
I can't imagine how painful that is. Holy shit, lady.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. That's disgusting. That made me sick, man. Lady is
dude. How many of these things we've seen with people have had this stuff stuck inside them and shit, and all the weird things people put in their ass and everything else. This lady got a wooden honey dipstick stuck inside of her, and it was poking her in the cervix.
That's disgusting.
Now, this is also a person that has literally gone online to tell everybody.
Yeah, that story just saw like 3 viewers just popped off of that story. That was gross, man. What did she?
Yeah.
What did she think was gonna happen?
That's what I said. What'd you think?
Yeah, that's just some real sick shit, man.
Like, what could you possibly imagine was gonna happen? What?
Yeah, that's fucking gross.
Oh, I didn't mean to save this one. This was something else. Hang on.
Yeah, go on to the next. I can't even watch this shit.
Yeah.
That's too
Hang on,
fucking
I'm going
gross.
through my.
That was foul.
All right, man. Hang on.
Who's that jerk off down the bottom?
Everybody gives a fuck.
Who would even put this? Who's the
Huh?
jerk off on the bottom?
Oh, that's JD Delay. He has a good channel.
He put this up.
He finds all kinds of crazy shit too, and like does these little shorts. He wasn't talking in that one. He was just letting her talk because that's like
Christ.
the point, you know.
What the fuck is this world? That's crazy. Video with a
Everything is wrong with this world. Everything.
Yeah, that made me sick, man. That was gross. That was gross. They shouldn't allow that on the thing. They shouldn't. That was brutal. Ugh.
All right, well, hang on. I got one of your favorite kinds of simps. Exactly, Danielle. Why the fuck would you tell people about it? That's what I said. Like, and this is a person that went online. It was like, I'm going to have to call the fire department. Lady, you should have fucking called the fire department. That's dangerous.
Look at this little guy. He looks like my corner store Packy dude. What's up, little buddy? You got a pack of smokes? What did you do?
Oh, he's one of your favorite kinds of simps, bro. This is the third in the history of the Skullbro show that called the police when the stripper wouldn't have sex with him.
What a loser. The stripper would not sleep with this perv.
Yeah, he paid $300 for a private room at a strip club and, quote, requested sex from a staff member but was denied said sex acts. Called the fucking police, called 911 to complain that he paid that money and they refused to sleep with him. Unbelievable, bro. Oz Gentlemen's Club in Clearwater, Florida. Police were called around 1 a.m. by this fucking idiot right here that told them that club security took $300 from him. He was still on the line when cops made contact. So he was still on the phone with the police or the operator. He said that he paid an employee at the location $300 for sex. However, he did not receive said services, which prompted him to call 911 seeking redress. Obviously he was arrested. He was fucking boozed out of his mind. He was slurring his words. He could barely talk. And yeah, you're not allowed to. I mean, he was soliciting sex. So there you go. Same story as all the other two that we've seen. They go to jail because it's legal for the girls to dance and take your money, but it is not legal for you to try and pay them.
No, they
for
probably
sex.
beat him. They probably said, "All right, give me the money and like fuck off or something." He's a weirdo. He was probably creepy. Probably said some weird shit to them where they got creeped out, right?
Yeah, I'm going with the fact that this is just, it says he's a 21-year-old Saudi Arabian. All those dudes see women as objects. Nobody probably told him. And the other ones too, to be fair, the other ones were Americans. Nobody told them that the strippers were going to have sex with them. They just assumed that they were going into this private room, and that meant these girls had to do what they wanted, including that. And it's like, you, sir, are a simp and a fucking moron.
They're just giving you a lap dance. You loser,
dude.
What?
Yeah, why would you?
He's a top tier gimp.
Yep. No mercy for you, bro.
He would probably
no mercy.
He probably fantasized about strangling and killing them also.
Entirely possible.
Yeah. Well, Father's Day is Sunday, the 15th. But yeah, happy Father's Day to anybody. But yeah, it's not Father's Day for this guy. This guy's a fucking sick virgin.
Yeah, dude. For sure.
He looks it. Look at his
eyes.
He's
a fucking douchebag.
I will kill her tomorrow. He's a sick puppy. Go to the champagne room. Imagine calling the cops. This girl.
I can't. I cannot possibly.
Like, what? You're in a number one. It's illegal for her to do that. You fucking idiot. Number two, she doesn't have you don't own her. We don't own her. If she wanted to do it, she would have done it, but it's illegal. So either you got beat or you're stupid. You should know that it's only a dance or whatever.
That's where I'm coming from. I think he's fucking stupid. Yeah, I think he's just fucking straight up stupid.
Look at this.
And like you said, a top tier simp, and that's why I told you, it's one of your favorite kinds of simps because you always laugh at those dudes that go to the strip clubs thinking that they're going to get laid, and then they call the cops on the
the cops on a stripper because she wouldn't sleep with you. A fucking retard. Look at this old pappy.
Yeah. 70 years old, peed on Spam and Vienna sausages.
He's got the Naztec lines all over his face. Looks like he's been through hell and back. He peed on Spam.
And unfortunately, my neck does look like a vagina. It's just all wrinkled and fucked up and contorted looking. And he's out of his mind, wasted.
Yeah, he had to be drunk peeing on Spam.
But, well, check this out. It's not just a little bit of Spam. He was in a Sam's Club, a giant outlet, and he destroyed more than $10,000 worth of Spam and Vienna sausages after he urinated on 2 entire pallets of the canned goods.
What a sick fuck. What?
$10,000 worth of Spam and Vienna sausages.
I don't like Spam anyways, but still, you can't go pee on somebody's Spam. What the fuck? That's just
naturally. This is an Lady Lake in Orlando, Florida town. Naturally, cops charged that a witness spotted Patrick Mitchell relieving himself in aisle 18 at Sam's Club. We got to clean up in aisle 18. The witness used her cell phone to take pictures of the defendant and reported the incident to store employees. Wow, bro, you got nailed by Captain America. They got documentation. They were going to see your ass going to jail.
Yeah,
they reviewed surveillance footage, spotted him walk up to the pallets, placed both hands in front of him below belt line, and stood there for several seconds. Behavior consistent with urination. I love the way these cops write. They're fucking morons themselves. Behavior consistent with urination.
He must have been drunk out of his tree.
He looks wasted, man.
Remember, we used to look at the faces and shit. You always got to look at their mug shots, and he looks like he's fucking bomb-believed, man. He's drunk as hell. Because why else?
Dude, his head's hanging forward the whole nine. Yeah, his eyes.
Why would he start pissing on shit, right? He had to be fucking bombed, got mad, and peed on things like a retard.
Here you go. This is amazing. Investigators charged that after Mitchell urinated on the canned goods, he was recorded strolling around the snack section and sitting on patio furniture.
What?
He's just wasted, of course, bro. He took a piss on a pallet of Vienna and some Spam, and then he went and perused the snacks and then sat down for a while on the patio furniture. Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, he's drunk. I wonder what he was on. Some sort of hot alcohol, I'm guessing.
I'm looking down here through it to see if it says anything about a drug or alcohol specifically. Arrested for disorderly conduct and criminal mischief.
There's no peeing charge under perversion or something?
I guess that falls under one of those or both, criminal mischief and disorderly conduct.
There should be if someone...
Well, it says the criminal mischief is a felony, and that since the alleged damage exceeded $1,000.
But my point is, he's peeing in public, which you got to expose yourself, right? There should be a pervert charge.
Yep. Oh yeah, people have ended up on lists for peeing in public.
You're not in a bush, right? You're not near a tree in the woods or behind a building where there's nobody. You're in front of people, man. A little child could see you, God forbid. Where a grandma or a grandpa in a store. Why, like
a lady took pictures. That lady saw your junk.
Can't do that. Fucking psycho. There's got to be some sort of pervert charge they nail these people with.
I agree with you. Every time I've agreed.
Let's say this.
Yeah, they did.
Let's say he can't hold it, and he's gonna urinate. I just pissed my pants, right? I'm not taking my fucking penis out in public. I'll just wet myself and let everybody laugh at me, right? If you had to go, if you couldn't hold it, right, and you were in a store, what are you gonna do? Whip it out and pee on something, and the people.
Nope, I'm peeing my pants
Yeah.
before I pee on food and pull my shit out in front of people. I said that about, and I say that because I've said that we've talked about this, about these people on airplanes and shit that have gotten up and exposed themselves and peed in aisles and tried to use that. I couldn't make it to the bathroom shit. And it's like, no, dude, then you're just going to pee yourself.
Yeah.
Because the part where you pull your junk out in an aisle full of people is not an option.
No, just wet yourself, dude.
Yep.
Fuck it. Right? Like,
yep. If that's your only option and it really is that kind of emergency, then that's what's going down. You're just going to have to, pee yourself, man.
You know, Moby Chick did it. You know, well, that's the backside, shitting yourself, but still, it's smarter to urinate in your pants than expose people in public and get arrested.
Every time.
Anything. This old guy was just drunk, wanting to do that. He was an idiot. Total drunk idiot. Did he do it because he was a pervert? Probably not. He probably was just probably just some drunk idiot, fucking so drunk that he don't even know what he's doing. Because I've known some drunks like that.
And a whole lot of fuck it. Yeah, and a whole lot of fuck it. He's an older guy. He's trashed. He's probably on whatever medicine, whatever. That might be why he's not charged with like being on drug. He might just be on like, prescribed Xanax or some shit like that.
Very
and then he drank a bunch of whiskey and got completely fucked.
Well, he had to get in an argument with the people that work there, I'm thinking, right? He had to get in an argument with the people that work there. What's up, Jason? Because why else would he start? I'm guessing in case he just started peeing in there.
He's drunk and fucked up, and he just said, "Fuck it, I gotta pee." But yeah, he peed on 2 different pallets of it. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's up for discussion, right? 100%. He could have got pissed off somebody and pissed on the food.
How long was this urination spree going on? Right?
He stood there and he peed on 2 pallets of Vienna sausages and Spam.
Well, I don't eat either, so sorry for anybody who likes Spam. But if you live in that state, well, they threw it all away. So, and it's in a can anyway.
Yeah, they did.
Or did they? Did they just say that and wash them off and put them back?
Also entirely possible. Would not put it past them for a moment.
Exactly, but it is in a can.
It's all in cans. They might hose it down. You never know.
Exactly. Save mad money on the back end, right? Throw it back out there. Just hose it down. Throw some Febreze on that.
$75 million of inventory. Eastern Shore Toyota have the perfect vehicle for you.
Look at this guy. Look at the perv in the corner. Yeah, I'm caught. Look at him.
Well, he's going to be the main guy on the screen when they're done with this stupid fucking ad. All right, let me blow this up. Man accused of throwing urine at first responders from the fucking roof, and he was wielding a machete.
Oh, what an idiot.
Yeah. Man on top of mobile gas station wielding machete throws urine at and injures officers. Let's check this out.
A bizarre incident in Tillman's Corner involving a man wielding a machete on top of a building. It resulted in a police officer being transported to the hospital and a firefighter covered in urine. It happened yesterday night at the Murphy gas station off of Highway 90. Today, Mobile police arrested 31-year-old Brett Kraft. He's in Metro Jail tonight.
Very bizarre.
Just before midnight on Wednesday, officers responded to the Murphy gas station and found 31-year-old Brett Kraft had somehow climbed on top of the gas station building.
Oh yeah, he looks like he's smiling for the camera like he's like in jazz club or some shit in high school.
It looks like a yearbook pic, and he's got like a Lego here,
you got the same yearbook vibe. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, that was yearbook
vibe. He's in a drama club or some shit.
I'm in 7th grade. I'm insecure.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
Insecure 7th grader. Did someone say that was William Brooklyn? Yeah. What a fucking Rick you. But yeah, he was on top of here with a machete. What a sick fuck.
And apparently filling bottles with piss, because it says that a cop went to the hospital and a firefighter got covered in urine.
Wow. I wonder what set the little queen off.
I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Wielding a machete. Officers tried to get Kraft to come down, but they say he wouldn't budge.
At that point, we knew there was a situation unfolding there that we needed some extra resources.
Mobile Fire Rescue was called to the scene, as well as Alta Point mental health counselors, canines, and the SWAT team. But Brown says those extra resources still did not convince Kraft to come down.
He began threatening officers, bodily harm towards our officers.
Threatening officers not only verbally, but with bodily harm.
There was a bottle of urine that the subject did throw down at the firefighters on scene.
Brown says at some point police made it onto the roof, but that resulted in a SWAT officer getting sent to the hospital.
Hoping to detain the subject peacefully, the subject charged at him without the machete and somehow was able to impact his face.
That officer...
So he somehow impacted the SWAT member's face. He ran at him without the machete.
Maybe,
bro, why didn't you just tase this guy?
Maybe he sucked his prick or something. They look like two queers, but the guy talking and him.
Yeah, I was already like, why? When they said they sent the SWAT team and both counselors and all, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, it does
tase
look like
this dude in the nuts and take him to jail. What the fuck is
down
wrong
there?
with you?
What were they down there? Yeah, like breathe, count from 10 to 1 backwards.
Everything's gonna be okay, sweetie.
Did your mother hug you when you were 7?
Exactly, like, would you like a PBJ or a macaroni dinner? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not gonna help. Take this Plusher file out.
Yep.
Mo.
Hit him with a bean bag.
If you look at him, it looks like he screws teddy bears. Like, that's what a Plusher file is. He looks like a Plusher file.
He's got that. I'm telling you, he looked like he was in drama club pictures.
He was recovering from a broken nose and other facial injuries tonight. Eventually, officers were able to get Kraft down.
Look at him. He does. He totally looks like he's posing for drama club or some shit.
He looks like he just ate an old lady's face.
Bro.
Look at him. He's a sick bat. Look at all the little cuts on his head. He's smiling. Hated it. Wow, what a...
Oh, yeah, that's not his first run with a machete. Yeah, he's got cuts all over and, like, scars and stuff. Yep.
What a sick...
But they totally should have fucking tased him.
Take this...
Or hit him with one of those bean bags, right? They got those shotguns to fire those riot guns or whatever.
They shotgunned my cousin Joey with that, right? They shot him with a 12 gauge with bean bags that knocked him off his ass and made his ribs blue and yellow for weeks.
Oh, yeah.
And they did that. All he did was come out with a butcher knife, and they gauged him right down with it. If they would have shot this guy with that instead of letting him throw fucking urine bottle, chemical warfare on people.
And then rush a SWAT guy and actually put him in the hospital.
How did this chooch even do that? Why didn't you drop him with whatever you had? Drop this freak. Or shoot him in the leg, right? Pop him in the knee. Fuck.
Bro, I will not disagree with you.
Guy's a retard.
That's why I couldn't believe they called out mental health counselors in the SWAT team to begin with. All you need is one cop that's not a pussy. Just have him go up there and take this dude
out. They're probably listening to the counselors. Tell him to take a breath first. Ask him how his day was. Ask him his pronouns.
Yeah. Maybe he's hot. Maybe he needs some water. He's dehydrated.
His pronouns are psycho. That's it. That's what the guy's a nut. Look at him. He's a Plusher file.
Yep.
Sick fuck. He looks like a fucking transmission. What a out of style, like what you call it, queen, a D queen who's not dressed up in its outfit, right?
Yeah, like Borello's picture.
Yeah, so there might be some transmission news on Borello coming, folks. Just saying that. I'm getting some info coming in through the night.
I said to you before, that would not. I mean, it would just track for me, bro. It seems like who he is. He seems like the kind of dude that's 100%.
Well, a long time ago,
sim stuff.
A long time ago, Emmy sent me a video of news of his Google history, and it was all like transmission shit. If that was really his, but it was his phone. It said it. I gotta drop that video in the future, and I'm gonna cover some of that in the future because I believe he plays with transmissions, and there's other people that believe that also. They can check his IG. He was with some creature that looked like a transmission tonight, I believe. Word on the streets. But back to this creature we're looking at right here, wood chipper. He would go right in a fucking wood chipper, feet first in a wood chipper, and I would let him scream.
Yep, right off the side of a boat, nice and clean.
Wood chipper time in the city. Yeah, he's gone. This twink with this freak.
Throwing piss on people, waving a machete around
like a psycho,
like it's the end of
it came out of the bowels of Richard Simmons. Deserves to be flogged. Disgusting.
The Adventures of Tiddlywinks.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I am the gerbil, right? Like John Lennon was the walrus. This guy's like, I am the hamster.
He spent 7 years in Richard Gere's ass.
Yeah, all fucking covered in saran wrap, like a wiggly worm.
That's what Jimmy Calandra learned it from. I read a newspaper. Richard Gere. Larry Mazza, the man goes into Detroit shoe store, defecates on the floor. Wow, what's this?
Yeah.
It's just these people are sick that do this shit, man. Literally.
Didn't even wipe, it says. Didn't even wipe. Man defecates on camera. On camera in Detroit shoe
goes full
store.
Degenerate.
Ugh. At least some of those people we saw shitting in the street, at least they wiped, right? Like, what the fuck, dude? They like picked up a piece of paper. That one guy brought his own toilet paper. Remember that dude was cleaning his ass out by the car?
That's disgusting.
Dude. Let's check this out. Oh, we need volume.
And a shocking mess tonight. Double take after someone inside a local store leaves behind a shocking mess. Tonight, employees are calling out the man they say is responsible in a very public way.
Security footage captured the very bizarre bathroom blunder that has now gone viral. And Fox News' Camila Miri is live near 8 Mile and Van Dyke there with the message the store workers are hoping reaches one very specific shopper, Camille.
Yeah, this guy didn't even buy anything. He was in and out. He had one specific goal in mind. Now the loss prevention guy has put his picture up on the internet, trying to find out who he is because he's got a few questions. Monday morning at the Foreman Mill store, 8 Mile in Van Dyke.
He came straight into the store, didn't even talk to anybody, went straight to the shoe aisle.
And you'll never believe what he did.
He didn't even try to hide it. He just pulled down his pants, pooped, didn't even wipe, and walked straight out and got in the car and left.
I think that's ridiculous. I think that's the craziest thing I ever heard in my life. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking or what he was going through because they have a bathroom in there.
Because they got a bathroom in there. Right.
What a sick.
What the fuck?
That was probably some sick bastard just doing it as a prank.
Dude.
What a sick dude, man. If I was in that store and I
Walked
owned that store,
in, found the shoe aisle.
I would have had one of my employees detain him and beat him up. At least hold him down, right? Like, get him. I'll pay you extra. If you have shit on you, we'll pay you extra. But don't let that phantom shit.
Triple X says, yep, definitely Tony Pizza.
Well, if it's you don't want a phantom shitter on the loose. If it was pizza, they would have probably known it was him. But you don't want a phantom shitter on the loose.
And to be fair, Pizza will shit in his own
car.
He
would run in the woods, the car, anywhere. But the phantom shitter will come back, or he gets off on it. This is sick.
He pulled up, got out of a car, went inside, shit, and then pulled his pants up without wiping and then bailed.
That sounds like a prank, right? Like somebody was driving him and told him to do that for some weird reason. Could have been a sorority prank.
It's possible.
Yeah, it could have been a sorority prank, something like that. Because some people have sick minds like that, and they think that's funny. You know, I knew a kid in school.
Yeah, or he could just be a sick fuck that just might have thought it was funny.
When we were in middle school, I remember one time this kid got in trouble. They didn't know it was him for a long. They called him the Phantom Shitter. I shit you not. They called him the Phantom Shitter. He was shitting in the bathrooms and rubbing it on the fucking mirrors and shit, all kinds of the gymnasium.
I'm with KD and with you. I would have fucked this dude up. No, I'm not cleaning that up. That'd be the first thing I said to this dude. I'd be like, bro, we're not cleaning that shit. Lock the door, motherfucker. You're cleaning that up, bro. It's like, you're not leaving here till you clean up your own shit. No doubt.
You can get people sick, man. Someone can die from that. Like I said, in middle school, we had a phantom shitter. The kid was finally caught, but the kid used to, and he must have got off on it and liked it, right? Because, I don't know, we weren't friends with him, nothing, but we knew of him. He was a nice kid, we thought. But I remember that. We were like, what the fuck? That's foul and disgusting.
It's how everybody feels when you find out that person that they thought was normal pees on spam and, you know, does all these weird things. Like even that one girl that walked in the beer cooler and was like shitting on beer and stuff. All these people are weird, man. Let's see what the rest
down to the public. Corporate put out the policy for our store that there's no public bathroom, but anyone who comes in there and asks, we let them use the bathroom.
But according to store employees, he never asked. All of it caught on store security video.
He walked in the door at 10:13. He was out.
How many times we've said this over and over again in almost every video we watch like this? Like, bro, you're on camera. This is not 1980s, bro. This is not 1996. Your motherfucking ass is on camera.
This guy looks like some dude from Poland from the 1400s, like a little soldier. Doesn't he look like a little like Cossack soldier or something? There's a little Cossack soldier.
He's definitely looking Eastern European
from the
for
Caucasus
sure.
Mountains areas. God bless Poland, though. But Ukrainian, Poland. But he looks like he could be in one of them little fighting outfits with the sword.
He looks like he could be like a brother of that fucking mangy kid in the Burbs.
Yeah,
the fucking kid that lives in the haunted house.
He looks like Andre
facial hair.
Chikatilo in that movie. The guy, the serial killer in Russia. He looks like that guy who was eating little orphans and shit. Too bad Fibby wasn't there. He would have ate Fibby. Isn't he doing orphan? No, he's not. Only Fibby. Oh, this guy does look crazy. But he's not the one who defecated on the floor.
No, that guy, they got him on camera.
Out the door at 10:17. And he was out the door at 10:17. And he walked in the door at 10:13.
Store employees, he never asked. All of it caught.
They got that guy on camera right there. Yeah. So he's done. Hopefully find him.
On store security video.
He walked in, he was out the door at 10:17.
And he wasn't alone.
The other guy walked into a men's department. I didn't see anything in the men's department, but I think it seems like that's what they came there just to do, because they didn't talk to anyone, didn't grab nothing, made a beeline straight for the shoe department, used the bathroom and just left.
It's all so mind-boggling.
We get a lot of wild stuff there, but I did not. That's a
well,
first.
No, he didn't use the bathroom, and there was two of them, but the other guy didn't shit. So maybe there was like a dare, like you were saying, like a prank or something. Maybe they dared each other, and one of them didn't do it.
Something like that, probably. Who knows? It's a very odd story. Yeah, cuckoo's nest. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. Where's Martini? Because that's what this story sounds like. Or pranks, like I said, maybe a sorority fucking thing, or I don't know, some dudes with some weird sense of humor daring each other and filming it. Who knows?
Yeah, somebody.
Because there was two people in on it. Remember that. It's not.
Yeah. No, I was right. Once we listen to some more, that's what I was saying. Maybe there was a dare at each other or something.
It's two people. It's two phantom shitters. Because if you think about it, why would someone pull up their store, let someone go in? It just don't make sense. They both were in on it.
Right.
Oh, Augustina tonight. Spot we raised 50. Oh, really? That's great, man. That's awesome news, Cleveland. God bless Augustina. God bless her. And that's great news. Wow, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, Mandy says lost a bet. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it could be a dare, could be a bet. Sure. Yeah, two. And one friend didn't know the other friend's shit on the other side of the store.
They got to be two sick friends, though.
Percent it could be. Yeah, it's hard to say.
That's good news, though. I'm happy for Augustina in Cleveland, though. But I don't see him over here on the thing. Is he blocked?
No, I saw the comment you were talking about. I saw
right. Yeah, that's the girl my mother and I've been saying prayers for.
Well, good. Then I'm glad that's just working out.
Yeah, good. It's good news.
Yep, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I made my night right there. Awesome. God bless small businesses. What's this now? Federal jury finds a man guilty of posing as a flight attendant to obtain free flights. They did that in that movie Catch Me If You Can, where Leonardo DiCaprio and Tommy.
Oh, yeah. And he pretended to be a pilot and shit.
Well,
yeah, I remember
started
that.
At first, yeah, as a pilot, but just to get free rides at first, and then they asked him to fly a plane. I don't know if that's bullshit or not. Who knows? Anybody who writes their own book is gonna embellish and lie. Almost 99% of people, right? Like most people.
Oh, for sure. It's always self-serving.
Exactly, right?
Always.
That's why I'd rather have history written by somebody who doesn't even know you, right? We've talked about that with Shakespeare and fucking the Tudors, how he was so pro-Tudor and all that stuff, and a lot of instances like that through history.
Yeah, I'm gonna I just offer that real quick back to the phantom shitter guy. Triple X made a good point. Says I don't know. Again, man, I need privacy taking a dump. See, I don't think I could even do that.
They're not normal. And these people,
I think I would freeze up, bro. I don't think I could do it, man. I think my body would be like, nope, and just reject it.
No, you're gonna be sick. You're gonna be sick in the fucking head to want to defecate in public. I'm sorry. You're gonna be a fucking sick.
Yeah, and be relaxed enough too, right? I think that's a good point. It's one of those things where your body needs to have a certain amount of relaxation. That's why humans designed the toilet to be
privacy. You're not gonna want to do that in public, man.
Right. Yeah, I think I'd freeze up, bro. I'm with that. That's a good point.
I would never even think about that. There's no way. Fuck that. That's sick. He ended up turning rat as well and ended up working for the FBI. Who did, Jet? Oh, yes, he did. He ended up becoming a fucking rat, yes, and putting people away.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, he gave Frank Abagnale or whatever his name was. Yeah, they say that most of that shit that he wrote was a lie. And they also said
good movie, though.
It was basically that he just did all these that he made out like a bandit because the government did pay him to go around and give talks and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, he was it was a good movie, but he was full of shit. Most of that shit is not true. Yeah, that's why anybody who writes their own story it's really not, it's not really good. You don't know what's true. I mean, some are good.
Well, this person's scam lasted for 6 years. I mean,
wow.
That's not bad, right? I mean, that's not bad for any scam, really. Ultimately got 120 free flights by falsely claiming to be a flight attendant. He worked 7 different airlines and had approximately 30 different badge numbers and dates of hire.
Where was he going, though? To different...
Let's see.
What's the point to just jump on a plane to go somewhere if you don't right? Just jump on and go anywhere with no money, no nothing, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It says he's charged. He was convicted of wire fraud and entering into a secure area of an airport by false pretenses. So that's a charge. From 2018 to 2024. Booked free flights on an airline carrier's website that was only available to pilots and flight attendants. It doesn't say where. It just says that.
How did they catch him?
He had to come up with all these badge numbers and dates of hire and shit. He said he claimed through the airline carrier's website application process, which required an applicant to select whether they were a pilot or a flight attendant and provide their employer, date of hire, and badge number information. So I guess maybe he was just stealing that stuff off other people. No, that's very short. Yeah, that was just the whole. It doesn't say where he went.
You know what I wonder? These guys who do pull that thing that, hey, I'm a pilot. Like in the movie, I don't believe that he had to fly a plane in the movie, right? What happens if like the pilot has a seizure, takes a heart attack?
Now you'd be fine. Back then you'd die. Now you have nothing but autopilot. Most flights that happen every day from our major airports, the pilots basically only take off and land.
I'm talking about
back then, yeah, no, back then you're fucked. If you don't know how to fly, or you'd have to get on the radio real fast and do one of those things where the people in the tower tell you exactly what to do.
Well, even
right?
that, let's say you're just sitting in and you don't know shit about that. If you put me in a cockpit, I don't know what is what, right? I don't know anything about that shit. Even if I was faking, or if they say, hey, put this suit on and sit there, you'll get to go to Italy for free and see your cousins, right? Go try it. Right. And if that ever happened, I'd be fucked, right?
Yeah, back then you'd be 100% fucked. But like I said, like these days, you could literally just like just leave it on autopilot. It will take off and it'll land and it'll do a pretty damn good job. You really don't have to do much. You just have to be there in case that shit fucks up or if there's weather or something weird happens.
In the movie, I think he lands the plane. Am I right or wrong?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I honestly
don't either, so I really can't say.
I saw that movie so fucking long ago.
It was a good movie. I liked it. I thought it was funny. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I remember not hating the movie. I remember watching it and getting a couple laughs out of it, getting a kick out of it. I always liked Tom Hanks, you know.
Yeah, and DiCaprio. They're both good actors. This
Boy's
for sure. Life is a classic movie. You're gonna watch that.
Yeah, at some point, if I see it pop up on a list, I'll definitely give it a try.
It's a true story and it's hilarious. De Niro, it's one of De Niro's funniest movies he's ever been in, and he's not trying to be funny. It's a very serious movie, but he's so funny in it. The way he talks and beats the kid, it's hilarious. Hilarious. And he gets beat up by the kid. Oh, it's so funny. You gotta check it out.
Yeah, I'll check it out if I see it pop up for sure.
Yeah.
I'm getting this other one lined up. I'm gonna
This Boy's Life, Federal German.
Take a quick break before pulling up the next article. I grab a smoke and a drink. So we're gonna take a little walk real quick.
We're walking, yes indeed, we're talking. I can't fucking sing, so please don't encourage me to sing, people in the chat. I don't appreciate that. Don't put me on the spot. That fucking Carmela, man. And Jay, that's all they do.
You can do it.
Oh, Fibby's, that would be funny. There are sick. Listen, if you've got a good imagination, especially in the old days, you could just go somewhere and become a new person.
Oh, forget about it. It was the easiest thing in the world.
So many people did that. You know how many people
easiest thing
would
ever.
Move, stayed away, 4 or 5 towns away, and nobody would ever hear from them again. That happened all the time. So many people just live by a new name and change their name.
Easy to do back then, man.
Oh,
you could get away with a lot back then. A lot.
Yeah. Well, even the guy, look at the guy, the ballroom killer, John List. He killed his family in 1963. He killed his mother, his wife, and his 3 kids. He left them all in the ballroom with music on and got away with it for like 32 years until he was on America's Most Wanted. Carol, stop it. Stop that.
I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for them damn kids.
Yeah, they pull his mask off. You know how they did it though? John Walsh had this FBI dude make a plastic face of what he'd look like now, and they made a plastic fucking face.
There you go.
And some lady's like, "That's Mr. Smith who lived 2 streets over from me 10 years ago." And then they found his new address and arrested him, and it was him. He had a whole new family. He was an accountant like he was back home because he was a very quiet man, John List, right? He liked staying home with his family. He didn't have any friends. Someone like that can go blend in anywhere, man, right? Like, He wasn't eccentric, and nobody knew much. He was just quiet, stood to himself. He had a whole new family when they arrested him. He was denying it, but his fingerprints gave him away back then, before DNA.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and even then, like, yeah, how long did you say it was before they caught him? 30 years? Yeah, because I was gonna say they didn't even have like a database for those fingerprints until like the late 70s or really into the 80s for it to be viable.
Yeah, I seen housewives around, Mandy. Yeah, that was crazy how they caught him.
Yeah, and Katie's right. They did get a lot of people. Yeah, that show,
yeah.
America's Most Wanted.
That guy, his son, Adam Walsh. I remember watching that movie as a little kid with my mother and grandmother. And I remember my father always telling me in stores, stay with us, never walk away.
Oh, I remember that too. How could you not? That shit was ingrained in us as young kids.
Well,
man.
Adam walked away for his mother for 2 minutes. He walked away, and some guy grabbed him, chopped the poor little boy's head.
I remember the movie in the supermarket and shit. It was scary as fuck when you were a kid because you knew it was going to happen.
They say Artist Tool did it, but I think Artist Tool is lying and just claiming him to be a popular serial killer. John Walsh believes it's him because he's making peace with it, I believe, in his head. That was very sad. That's what got that guy into it. That show didn't catch a lot of people.
Terrible. Yeah, that guy, that was horrific.
Yeah. That show was actually good to have, right? You catch all these sick scumbags. That was a good show, man. America's Most Wanted, and they always focused on real like sickos. Like I said, serial killers, women killers, all those bums like that. That was on for a long time.
A very long time.
Yeah, that was like I said, the listing was crazy. They caught some other. What else did they get? I know they caught the Bone Thugs and Harmony kid. They stopped. He got kidnapped. The kid from Bone Thugs and Harmony, and he was, on there too. Yeah, they caught him fast though before he got abused or hurt. They caught him. Thank God, good. They caught him within the first few hours.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Then the movie Steven. And I ever hear of the movie Steven, the kid who was kidnapped for 7 years. They changed the Ricky who kidnapped him, changed his name and everything. And then his brother became a famous serial killer. Yeah, his brother became a famous serial killer, his little brother. I forget the serial killer's name, but he's a famous one. I bet you people will probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was a kid named Steve. I remember watching that movie with my grandmother, my mother, my aunts, that movie Steven. That always made me scared of being kidnapped. Do you have any kidnapped stories? I only got one. All right, I thought I was going to be kidnapped. I was about 7 years old. I'm jumping on a box spring mattress in front of my grandmother's house, right? And a truck pulled up to me with two guys in it, and they're like, do you know where a street is? I don't remember what they said, right? And I remember being real scared and jumping my fence and running in my yard real fast. But I totally believe to this day those guys were going to kidnap me. I believe that. Why would you pull up to a little kid, right? I could see my family in the house. The window was open and shit, but they could have grabbed me and threw me in a truck, and nobody would ever see nothing, right? I jumped the fence immediately and took off and got scared. Why would you ask a little 7-year-old kid where a street is? Right?
Yeah, no, it's not normal behavior, bro.
No. And I didn't know them. They weren't my uncles or my cousin's friends, right? They were two fucking strange weirdos. Remember jumping on the fucking thing and just be like, have this weird feeling inside of me when they were talking to me. And I just jumped that fence and took off.
Well, you got to trust your gut, man.
Oh, I did. Well, my father and mother used to scare me when I was a kid and tell me there was a man who drove a van and would kidnap us and send us to China, and kill us, eat us. So I was always scared of black vans when I was a little kid, of kidnapping people. So I would carry a knife at 7 years old, right? I would carry little knives and shit. And my father would give me little buck knives to carry.
Oh yeah, us too. Me and my brother too. We were always my grandparents, my dad. They'd always give us little pocket knives. They'd be in our Christmas stocking and shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just in case someone tried to kidnap you, right? You stab them with a knife. You know, he always said never stab somebody with it, but if they're trying to kidnap you, right? That's what I was always told. Like, don't go stab somebody you get in a fight with, right? But if some man's trying to kidnap you, stab him in the eye with this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we've just always given that. They always said boys should always have a knife on them.
Yeah, I remember
told.
my aunt getting mad at my father for buying me survival knives and big knives and shit.
Right.
He's like, he's a boy. I would go outside and make spears and fucking arrows and shit with my friends. I loved it. So some of my other friends they weren't allowed to have knives, right?
Of course, yeah, we had friends
There
that
was only
wanted
a
to have
few of
knives
us.
too.
There was a few of my little buddies who had them, but most didn't, right? Most of our friends.
We had friends that weren't allowed to have toy guns and shit like that. Of course,
I don't remember that, but yeah, I think some.
Oh yeah, some parents that were just overprotective and didn't like them playing.
Yeah, I knew
with
kids
them.
that couldn't come out of their yard, dude. Yeah, there was some people like that. Very few. But yeah, I knew a couple kids who couldn't leave their fucking yard. But we were hanging out, riding our bikes all over the fucking state. Well, not state, but Providence, Johnson.
Oh, well, yeah, but forget about, of course, man. Yeah, we're going
we
everywhere.
rode our bikes all over Johnston, Providence, a little bit of Cranston, but mostly Johnston and Providence. We rode our bikes all over there when we were kids, everywhere, constantly. And then there were some kids that couldn't leave their fucking yard. I'm like, you can't leave your yard?
Yep.
He's like, I can't leave the street, man. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
I could go far when I was little.
Yeah, we never got swept.
I was very street smart when I was little, though. My father.
So were we. We were raised that way, and we were always in the fucking middle of the road. My brother and I, our whole lives, we were just fucking street kids.
Yeah, my dad always, since I was a little kid, took me with him and shit, and I was always pretty street smart since a little kid.
Yeah, we're the same way with our dad and our uncles and stuff.
Oh wow, listen to this. Brother, man, my mother was terrified. No sleep, you know. It's not at the hotel down the street. Oh wow. That's crazy. Oh, your poor mother, man. Wow, that's weird.
Fell asleep on a raft in the ocean and was found at a hotel down the street. Okay, so he just went. The current just took him right down and didn't take him out. It took him down the way a little bit. Well, that's lucky for him. He didn't get taken out into.
I have a story that happened to my little brother like that, though. Not like that, but similar. One time it was at a birthday party. I don't know if it was my little brother's birthday party or somebody's in my yard on Harold Street. My little brother was about 3 years old. He walked away, like somehow walked out of the yard with nobody noticing, and like walked up the street, and some man found him and brought him back to us. And like my mother was going nuts, right? My mother was frantic, right? Like the whole, like my father was white as a ghost. They're all fucking, like I'm even scared. And I'm a little kid, right? I'm probably like 7, 8, and I'm terrified. For like 15 minutes, they didn't know where he was. Until some dude walked around the corner and was like, "Is this your little kid?" Yeah, that was pretty scary.
Is this your feral child?
Like, and my mother was like so pissed at herself. Like, how didn't I know where he was? But it was at a party. I think it was a birthday party. That's what his mother probably, you know, the fear. And I know that I can't say I know that feeling, but this I can relate to it because when I was in my early 20s, I had my little cousin with me, Rudy. He was about 7 years old, maybe. Yeah, he was about 7 or 8. And we were at Ann and Hope. And he hid from me. He hid under the clothes, and I couldn't find him, right? I thought somebody kidnapped him. I've never been so scared. That's probably the scaredest I've ever been in my whole life, dude. It was a fear that came over me, man, and a panic that came over me that was utterly terrifying, like terrifying. Then I found him. He popped out, like, and I almost killed him, right? Like, I was so fucking mad, dude. I was so happy that he was okay, right? I'm thinking somebody took this kid, right? I'm like, fuck, someone just kidnapped my little fucking cousin. Like, I was terrified, man. And I'm not a mother or nothing, so I could just picture some poor mother. And I thought I lost this kid. It was, shit, what year was this? Probably like 95, 96 maybe. He was about 7. Shit, it was crazy. So I could picture that.
Well, you were a teenager?
Me, I was 20 maybe. 20, 19, something like that.
Oh, so it was more, okay, so it was like 98, 99.
There. Yeah, I was terrified. That was the scariest I've ever been on something like that. So I can picture like some mother thinking their kid's gone and kidnapped for hours or something. All these poor women who do, their kids never come home, right? Like, that's sad, dude. Yeah. Hello.
Is it me you're looking for? Remember that every fucking missing kids commercial had that.
Every kid commercial had that. They used to be on the milk cartons, right?
It's terrible. And they pop up
don't
with
see
the
them
800
no
number.
more.
Yeah.
And they're still.
No. If you've seen any of these children,
And
call this number.
Over in Columbus, Ohio, right near that guy Leslie Wexner's house, it's the most capital of missing people. Like, it's crazy. More missing kids than fucking any other place. Like, it's in the central Ohio, I believe. I could be wrong, but Columbus, Ohio.
That's crazy. Another gnarly statistic is how many people go missing in national parks.
Yeah.
A lot of the big like alien abduction stories center around because so many people go missing in these parks that they have all these, rumors and stuff that it's like alien abductions or like people being taken by the government and tested and shit like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, pepper spray is mandatory.
Yeah, Susan went out for a jog in Yosemite, and now she's a fucking maid in Iraq. Right?
Be trafficked, the Senate, who knows?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's
like, holy crap.
Young women should always carry pepper spray, peppermints, all young.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're definitely not living on fucking planet PX42. You know what I'm saying? These fuckers, if they disappear like that and it's all like that, yeah, they're either getting tested on with some like CIA mind control drugs or, they're a fucking like an indentured servitude like slave in fucking Iran or some shit like that.
Well, yeah, who knows? Anywhere. Yeah, because I would stop.
Anywhere. I'm just naming.
I really care about the Philippines. Do not slander it. I'm like, kidding. Bexley.
Fuck those
Bexley,
people.
Ohio is in Columbus. It's absolutely true. Yeah, that's where that dude lives. It's like it's the missing capital of the fucking America, man. Probably the world. You know how many missing children and people there are? Especially kids.
Are you sure they're not right? Dude, I've been to fucking Columbus, Ohio. I bet a lot of them are just running the fuck away.
That also, a large percentage are runaways, don't get me wrong.
Columbus, Ohio,
but runaways
sucks,
also
man.
Get kidnapped and shit too. But then there's a percentage of kids who just don't want. Maybe their parents are scumbags or beat them and shit, right? There are a percentage of kids who do run away for that reason, and they're not harmed or nothing. Look at that. Wexner. Isn't there something like 20 odd serial killers? Serial killers, it depends. They really don't talk much about serial killers anymore, but there could be. Well,
no, I saw a couple articles about it. I think I mentioned it to you, the one I saw, which was about how they think that the highest percentage of like these serial killers they don't know about are probably truckers.
Yeah, people who travel maybe, but they're probably everywhere. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, it was just an article I read from the FBI that was talking about how there were like, I don't remember how many there were. I won't pretend to remember. There was a lot of serial killers that they figure are out there, but they don't know about yet. And they said that of those, a large number of them are probably
serial
truckers.
Killers. Also, people that are missing. There's a million cases out there, and some you mostly won't find out what happened, sadly, and you don't know who they are. But they're always there. There's someone in captivity right now, right? There's someone being killed right as we speak. How many people?
Of course, somebody bringing a hamburger to Bigfoot. Bigfoot's got slaves.
I wouldn't want to be one of those people getting.
That's where all the people are going in the national parks. They're getting slaved out by Sasquatch.
The national park thing could be a multitude of things. Some animals eating people, some serial killer psycho.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Some Ted Bundy types. Who's this freak?
German politician strips naked, calls on open-minded citizens to join him on a swingers trip in France.
Weimar vibes. Weimar vibes. Oh, man.
Weird stuff. 2 days ago.
Creep.
Julian Ferrat, a 33-year-old counselor in Germany, said an 8-day trip to the swinger hotspot in southern France is meant to investigate how it became a global hub for nudist and sex tourism, and how that model can help boost his local economy. Fucking what dude?
Creep.
That's weird. We should go. We want to have a better local economy, so let's open up a weird sex tourism.
Yeah, it's just fucking creepy.
And let's go together to the most popular 8-day version together. What? This dude's lost his mind.
Yeah, just a fucking weird degenerate, it seems. A village.
He says it would not have existed without their government's support. I invite curious and open-minded citizens to join me and take part in a training camp beforehand to ensure no one goes in unprepared. That's but you're going to have your own swing party before you go to the giant swinger camp? Because let's read that one more time. He says, he invites curious and open-minded citizens to join him and take part in a training camp beforehand to ensure no one goes into the sex camp, quote, unprepared. This dude.
Yeah, he sounds like a very sick puppy, put it that way. This is just a way for a bunch of degenerates to get together and fornicate.
And this guy's trying to get a free government trip out of it to go to this place. And he's trying to get people to come to his own fuck party before they go and saying, you don't want to be unprepared.
Well, that punk Germany's pretty much a bunch of pussies. And they most likely will pay for that.
Listen, he says, quote, having sex in your own bedroom is much different from on the beach with a group of masturbating men like in the camp. Ugh.
Ugh. That's disgusting.
He got some people to join up in his weird plan.
Who the hell would ever go there? That's fucking weird.
And who would agree to go to this guy's weird, gross sex dungeon house beforehand and practice? Yeah, some politicians have called the project embarrassing and idiotic.
You think? It's probably a honeypot too, right? It's probably a honeypot to frame other politicians, right?
If you're a politician, you should, right? You should just be worried about the fact that that's possible, or just worried about the fact that other people know that you're a freaking weird swinger.
Yeah.
But this guy's like, nope. He fucking literally got naked in front of everybody and called on open-minded citizens to join him on his swingers trip. This is literally the title of the article. German politician strips naked.
Freak.
Calls on open-minded citizens to join him on swingers trip in France. This dude got naked in front of everybody.
Oh, that's a real fucking pathetic politician.
He should have lost his job, don't you think?
Yeah, why the hell would anyone vote for this guy? Right? He's a fucking weirdo, a degenerate.
That's the first thing I thought of, honestly, was if he's a German politician and he got naked in front of people, he should not be a politician anymore.
No, what a shame. They were such a great, proud people. It's a shame. What a shame. Weimar vibes.
Yeah, swinger boot camp. Exactly, dude.
Yeah, that just means he wants to, try them out first or whatever that, to have a pre-party before the party or something. I don't know. It's all manipulation.
You don't want to be unprepared. You better come get buggered. Get your pre-bugger before we go to the place and do it there.
What's up, Mike? How's it going, bro?
And then that other part, though, where he took it way to the Fanuc side of the fence, which was like, okay, we thought you were gonna go swing, but then you just said something about sitting on a beach with a bunch of dudes beating off, bro. Like,
anybody who's willing to share their woman like that, I'm sure a lot of the percentage of them are Fanucs. If you're willing to let some guy sleep with the woman you care about, most likely you'd do anything, right? Maybe not all, right? But some of them. That's weird.
ugh. Yeah, I don't know how this guy didn't lose his job.
I don't see how any, especially a politician, right? Like, he
Right.
has no morals. He'll let other men fornicate with his wife, and are they in front of him?
He got naked in front of everybody.
Yeah, he's a weirdo. Probably a straight sodomite.
Apparently, he wants to sit on a beach with a bunch of dudes masturbating, so he's definitely got the sodomite thing going for him. What's up, Mustang?
Yeah, it's some creepy stuff. For sure.
All right, let me bring up this next one here.
He should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, he's definitely not ashamed. This fucker got naked in front of a group full of people.
Care.
He don't give a fuck.
Oh, 100 dead cats. Poor little cats.
Yeah, more than 100 dead cats found in a volunteer's house.
Jesus.
Ugh.
Well, they're not fed? Are they eating them? Well, they're just not fed.
Let's see. More than 100 cats have been found dead in and around a house in the southwestern Japanese city of Kumamoto. A woman who, here you go, here's the irony. A woman who lives in the house was working for a volunteer group to protect cats.
Wow. So she was probably hoarding them and saying, hey, I'm going to take care of them, but she really couldn't take care of them. They were dying.
Well, no, it says the Animal Protection Center says it received a report from a couple saying one of the cats they asked the woman to care for was dead. Officials and a member of the animal welfare volunteer group entered the woman's house on Monday. The group said many dead cats were found with garbage scattered inside the house.
Wow.
Officials say the woman has accepted cats from people who are forced to give up caring for their pets.
Yeah. I figured.
Yeah, I guess she didn't take care of them, or she's gross and a weirdo and was like poisoning them or something.
I'm gonna guess it's this. She started taking cats in, people paying her money for it, donating money for it, and then she couldn't take care of them. So basically, yeah, it's animal abuse. She said she's taking care of these cats, but really she's not. You know, they're dying.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like, she wasn't taking care of them. They were starving to death.
Dying, especially if you're taking cats from people. I'm sure people are giving you money, right? Or you shouldn't be. If you can't feed them, you shouldn't take them. Or let them outside so they can hunt. Eat.
Let them outside. Thank you very much.
Let them outside so they can eat and hunt. For Christ, give them a shot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
They will do that.
Of course they will. Oh, cats can survive, man. That's why I think they say they got 9 lives. You know, they don't say that because you could throw them off a building and they live. No.
Sometimes they do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They can.
Yep.
But they can survive. They'll eat mice and shit, right? They'll go in dumpsters. Like, all my life, I've seen cats in dumpsters, right? They love dumpsters because they find food in there.
Fucking Heathcliff.
Yeah, exactly. So never mind this animal fucking killing these poor cats by not taking care of them. Look, if you can't take care of an animal, you shouldn't have it, right?
Yeah, we got mentally ill, scammer. No one can take care of that many cats. That's ridiculous. No. For sure, right? If you're one person, even if you did have money for food, you'd have to just like fill a room with food, and like then what? They're defecating all over your fucking house.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't take care of that many cats on your own, man.
No, definitely not. In case you had a mansion and you had people like working for you or something like that.
Right, exactly. You had people working for you. Exactly.
Yeah, but one person? No, come on. You know, if more than 100 they found dead, that's fucking terrible. Like, get rid of them, lady. Call up the animal shelter if you got to. Or let them out. Just open your door, bitch. It's as easy as that. Open your door. Open the window. Let them out. I'm sure they were. Look how filthy that house looks. She was probably an old.
Oh, and it's filled with garbage on top of it, they said. Yeah, it was also strewn garbage
she was
everywhere.
probably an old hoarder type, right? Releasing a raccoon. Is that Moby Thick?
Man, yeah, this fucking guy, a Kentucky man arrested releasing raccoon business into a fucking... releasing a raccoon into a business, and the raccoon bit somebody. Kentucky man arrested for releasing a raccoon into a business months after fleeing police on a mule. You gotta love this. This guy looks like the kind of hillbilly that would ride out of town on a mule and come back with a raccoon.
With a couple like 1861 fucking 6-shooters on him. Hillbilly Slim, God bless him. So far, he seems like a good guy. I might like him. I hope he doesn't like rape the fucking donkey.
A man from Murray, Kentucky was arrested last week after police say he released a raccoon inside a business. And this comes just months after the same man was arrested for attempting to evade police officers on a mule. Says the cops responded to a call that a person had intentionally released a raccoon into an open business, and then he had fled the scene. Soon after, officers initiated a traffic stop. According to police, he refused to roll down his windows or exit his vehicle. They had to physically remove Mason, Jonathan Mason, from the vehicle. And so investigators learned the raccoon that was released into the business bit a person, and that Mason was previously warned that he was not allowed on the property of the business. So that's why he did it. They told him to fuck up, fucking screw, and he came back and put a raccoon inside the business.
This guy's a character.
He is a character. He tried to get away from the cops.
Was it trained to bite? It must have been.
No, it was a wild raccoon. He picked the fucking thing up and put it in there. It's nuts.
Sure it wasn't trained to bite?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't trained to bite.
You never know. Some people have them as pets, and you can make them eat.
Yes, they do. And I'm always screaming, just wait till it bites your face off. He was charged with assault, 2nd degree, criminal trespassing, 3rd degree, resisting arrest, and failure of owner to maintain required insurance. Like, he gives a fuck about that. That's fucking hilarious, dude. They're like, oh, plus you didn't have insurance on that car you was driving there, Mason.
You don't care about that.
No. Murray Police Department responded to a local bar in December after a, quote, unruly individual who had been asked to leave was refusing to do so. Officers found Murray outside the business under the influence of alcohol. Mason had ridden a mule to the bar and refused to stop when ordered by an officer. Authorities say Mason resisted as the officer continued to try to place him under arrest. He just stayed on the donkey and kept riding. Fuck the cop.
Kentucky's an awesome state. Fucking Kentucky, man. That's where they have Hatfields and McCoys, Kentucky, West Virginia line.
Oh, I don't like this. Witnesses told investigators they saw Mason whip the mule at a different establishment an unnecessary amount of times, in addition to, quote, mistreating the animal in other ways. I don't like that.
It's not like Mason, no. Well, you got to beat the poor mule up and other things? What does that mean?
I don't know. It just says in addition to mistreating the animal in other ways. I don't know.
I hope it's not sexual, Mason. And still, you shouldn't beat the mule unnecessarily. I get they're stubborn. You gotta like whip them on their ass with the fucking.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, is it because is it when he's riding it? Because then it's like, okay.
Yeah, I get that, but just to beat a mule is not fucking cool.
But the people said an unnecessary amount of times that he was whipping the mule. They gave him second degree cruelty.
He had to be really abusing it. Then you don't catch those kind of charges for whipping a mule to go faster or something, right?
He's like, "Who you calling a psycho?" And then punches the mule in the face.
That's not cool. The mule has a soul.
He's all drunk and coked out.
It's like the mule, the mule's nice enough to let you on him and bring you places. Don't beat him up for no reason. There's no point to beat a mule up.
This dude's off the chain. Just 2 days after that incident with the mule, Mason was arrested again for attempting to flee police while riding the mule down the roadway intoxicated. This dude,
I bet you it's moonshine.
So that's 2 times on the mule. And then this last time, some business told him to fuck off, and he came back, put a raccoon inside it, bit somebody. This dude's fucking nuts. Check him out. He's smiling and shit.
Ha 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 ha.
What a nut.
I had a good night, folks. Look at him. Fucking
What
crazy.
a fucking nut.
Looks like Charles Manson's cousin, Teddy.
A little bit.
Looks like Ted Kaczynski a little, too. Uncle Ted shed.
A little bit.
I send things in the mail. Look at his head. Looks like Santa Claus. Crazy bastard rides a mule. He shouldn't have been.
Raccoons are wild, man. They'll fuck you up. It's not good.
Oh yeah, raccoons. They'll hurt somebody.
Yeah, they'll fuck you up, man. They're wild and they've got claws and teeth. They're a mean-spirited animal.
Yeah, I ain't.
Yeah, they're not nice.
No raccoon. They'll cut. They got razor sharp claws and teeth. Like razors. He sounds like a jackass. XX said that's funny. Yeah, it was a good mule.
I mean, I just know that knowing that guy is a trip. Like, you know what I mean? Like in real life, people that know this dude, they were like, "Oh, there's Mason." Yeah, that sounds like him.
He's probably a town celebrity, like some nut everybody knows, right? Yeah, it was a good movie with Clint Eastwood. 2 Mules for Sister Sarah. Yeah, he's a town character for sure. No, he just they might look down on him for abusing his mule though. That's about it.
Yep.
What the Swiss cheese pervert? Imagine having a name like that. Oh yeah, I'm the Swiss cheese pervert. Can I take your order?
Dude, and it's so on the nose why they call him that too. This dude, to save like a long story and just put it real short, so Philadelphia, this dude's walking around with slices of Swiss cheese and asking women if he can pay them to watch him bang the holes in Swiss cheese.
What the fuck? What an idiot.
Walk up to a woman on the street, show her a piece of Swiss cheese, and say, "Can I pay you to watch me banging this cheese?"
Yeah, he's a sick mental illness right there, man.
Bro.
What a degenerate.
What the fuck? Who thinks about any of that and then really actually goes on the street and asks randos,
a psycho,
to watch him put his junk through cheese and put cheese on his genitals?
Yeah, real. I wonder if anybody ever said yes to it. It was awful.
His neighbor goes, "He is a fucking weirdo. He likes to come outside in his underwear with no shirt."
Yeah, those are the kind of sick people you don't want to live near.
Priano was arrested around noon on suspicion that he is indeed the man caught on camera holding up a piece of cheese while wearing no pants. Oh my God, dude. They've got to identify you. Could you imagine being in front of a cop or a police station and them holding up a picture of a dude standing there in his underwear with a piece of cheese and being like, "Is that you, sir? Are you the man in question with no pants?" Jesus.
Thanks.
Stalking and harassment as well as open lewdness are his charges. He told me he liked to put Swiss cheese on his private area, said one lady.
What makes I don't understand some of these people, man. These are need to be in asylums, honestly.
Dude,
yeah, Carol, Steven Stainer. I don't mean to cut you off, but yeah, that was the serial killer. Carrie.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I was just reading another quote from one of the other ladies. It's because she recorded it on her smartphone, and you can hear her asking the man, "Why do you have Swiss cheese in your car?" And then took a picture of him holding up the cheese.
Wow.
She said she thought it was a joke at first, but when they reached another stoplight, this time he was in a car. So she was driving in a car with her cousins. Dude pulled up next to her at a stoplight, showed her a piece of cheese, and was talking to her. And she was like, "Why the fuck do you have cheese in your car?" And he said it. He told her, and then she didn't believe him. She thought it was a joke. They got to the next stoplight, and by then he had taken his pants down.
Ugh. What a fucking weirdo.
Wow.
Someone like that eventually is going to kill people. When you have that kind of perverted thing in you where you want to ask people if they want to see you screwing cheese, yeah, you're going to cut someone's head off one day.
Yeah, it says investigators say the suspect also exposed himself to other women while offering them money to watch him put Swiss cheese on his privates in several neighborhoods in Philadelphia and in Montgomery County.
What a sick fuck, man.
He was described as a heavy-set male between the ages of 40 and 50 with a goatee.
Wow.
They've got the model of his car. Wow, man.
Yeah, he'll abduct somebody one day, like Carrie Steiner. Start killing people.
Swiss cheese pervert. Unbelievable.
I feel bad for his mother and father. Any family member who people read this like, "Hey, that's your cousin."
Yeah, you have to lie. Nope.
Cheese pervert, your little brother? No way, man.
Like a fucking celebrity.
That's got to be humiliating. But when you do shit like that, you deserve it. Oh, Steven was killed too? Yeah, that's right. He was killed. That family had no luck. One kid gets kidnapped. The other becomes a serial killer. That sucks.
Hang on, I'm just grabbing this next article real quick.
Yeah, Carol said it. The Steiners, Stephen and Carrie Steiner, Corey, whatever his name is. One of them was a fucking serial killer. He was killed. Yeah, motorcycle accident. What's the odds of that? You survive some psycho for 7 years. You get killed.
Yeah.
Psycho.
It's terrible. Terrible fucking luck. Terrible shake.
Yeah, then the brother becomes the Yosemite serial killer of Yosemite Park.
Oh, good.
That's nuts, ain't it?
Yeah.
Like one of your kids literally gets kidnapped and killed at the age of, hit by a car at 24.
Right.
Your other son becomes the Yosemite serial killer. That's fucking crazy.
Like you said, no luck at all.
No.
If it weren't for bad luck, you'd have no luck at all.
Exactly. I'm peeling an orange right now.
Right on.
Yeah, that's terrible. Well, just same with this guy. Anybody who likes, coming out and shocking people by showing themselves and shit.
He wanted to pay them money to watch him put the cheese on his junk.
But he also liked them being scared of the fact when he says that. He knows how they're going to react. 99.9 are going to say fuck off, right?
Of course.
Maybe that one little percentage might be like, hey, you got the money,
How much?
I don't know.
Yeah, all right, put cheese on that thing. Yeah, I'll take. I want mine with cheese.
Yeah, because he could go to an escort for that. I'm sure, right?
Of course, escort will do anything fuck you want within reason. I'm sure.
So what he's doing is, he's shy. He likes the thrill of them being scared. So one day it's going to lead to him wanting to R them or unalive them, right?
Definitely possible.
There's no other place you can go with that. In case it fizzled.
Well, yeah, his kink will change. Yeah, his kink will
or his
more
urges.
Yep.
Maybe his urges stop where he don't have to do that, or his thing change. Who knows?
Yeah, it'll come. It'll turn into something that'll have to be obviously more shocking to him. Yep.
Yes, more
shocking. Put him in an even weirder position. He'll be the guy that jacks off in the grocery store or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, or kidnaps little Johnny and Susie and cuts their head off. Right?
Doesn't ask if you want to be paid next time and just pokes it through the cheese at you.
Yeah. The guy who burns down the local daycare center.
So this shit's crazy. This dude is 6'4", and it doesn't have a picture of him, unfortunately. But Oklahoma City police made a bizarre arrest at an Oklahoma City grocery store that involved a 6'4", 348-pound man wearing pink woman's underwear and touching himself in front of people.
All right, 50 caliber, right to the fucking chest.
Yeah. Yeah. The people that work there, like, we get panhandlers out here sometimes. There's good people. A lot of Mexicans come and shop here. Very busy store. Sometimes we got to chase off the panhandlers and the drunks and stuff like that if they're too obnoxious, it says. But one man in the parking lot of Buy for Less got downright obscene. A woman called police after she said that Jeffrey Srock, 6'4" and 348 pounds, was wearing women's pink underwear and exposing himself to people.
What a piece of work.
And the cop got there. It appeared the suspect was wearing the women's undergarments when the officer could actually see them at the time he took them into custody. Well, I'm sure. That's
real sick.
Have stuff like that going on in the parking lot with kids around. One of them said, "Well, for sure."
Yeah, this guy, once again, he should be hit with some perversion charges.
He's set on fire. Set him on fire.
Yeah, set him on fire.
Fire cleanses everything. We're going to be setting several people on fire tonight as we make our way through the trash end of our insane news.
Yeah,
I will be screaming.
They do deserve it. They deserve to be put in asylums or killed or thrown in wood chippers.
Yep. Set them on fire. Including this fucking next guy. 100% needs to be set on fire.
What's up, Candace? Burn them all.
Yep. Yeah, fucking make them a eunuchy. Exactly, dude. They'd be eunuchs back in the day. But I say we still just fucking clip them.
Yeah, they would make them. You know what a catamite is? It's a eunuch. I think it's a eunuch prostitute. Dacian catamite. That's funny.
Oh, God. So let's see. The crime that revolted Britain. How farmers caught twisted pervert abusing their calves with a covert camera operation.
They do a good job, those covert people.
Well, it says here a farming couple who used secret cameras to catch a perverted worker having sex with their calves. Baby cows.
Fucking scumbag.
Baby cow.
Yeah.
And a bunch of them died.
What asshole.
He was sentenced. Wow. He actually got convicted of sexual penetration of a live animal.
Good.
And causing unnecessary suffering to a protected animal. Bro, a bunch of them died.
I'm sure they're little baby calves, man. This guy's a
the
psycho.
Farwells. Fuck, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't realize.
Evil, sick bastard to do something like that to some poor animal, man.
Dude, and he got caught in that, bro. Oh my God, this dude! I don't know how this dude hasn't unalived himself. So the Farwells knew something was wrong when the calves on their 4th generation farm kept mysteriously dying.
Jesus.
But despite suspicious things like gates left open and rubber gloves strewn around, police said there was little they could do unless the family caught the culprit in the act. Dude, between 20 to 30 calves died.
Ah, man, what the fuck?
Over a 6-month period, the couple found surgical gloves, a discarded cow rope, and a pair of trousers scattered around. So I guess one of the times he left his pants.
Yeah, he did. Fucking fibby, you nut.
So they installed several CCTV cameras in the cow shed and devised a plan to catch the culprit. They finally caught him when their son Ralph heard a calf in distress and saw a figure in the pen with the young cows on the CCTV. So several family members surrounded the cow shed, blocking all the exits. Here's the dirty fucker right here.
Wow. He looks like Justin Bieber.
Looks like he's got a touch of the palsy.
It looks like Bieber all fucked up in that picture, ain't it?
A little bit. All right. He's fucking on the. He's going into a K-hole.
What a disgusting human being. They should fucking gas him.
Dude. Yeah, we shouldn't even be able to see a picture of him. Should be wiped from the fucking annals of humanity. His name's Liam Brown. Yeah, they caught him. There's an X on this picture where they fucking.
You know what I would have done? I would have let the bulls rip them apart. Oh, pigs eat them.
Well, you're going to love what happened. So, when they switched on the barn lights, they saw Liam Brown, 25 years old, with his trousers around his ankles. And when they discovered him, he said that he had fucked up. It's like, nah, bro, you did more than fuck up, bro. You killed like 30 cows like this, dude. What are you, crazy? You left your pants here one time? What the fuck? But here's the part you're going to love. You're going to love this part. He tried to flee, but he jumped over a fence into another pen and was trampled by the cows. Yep. All those full-grown cows, they got their chance with him. He's over there fucking the kids, and they were like, okay, motherfucker, we got you. And they trampled his ass.
There's some comp, right?
He's lucky he didn't die.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish he would have, but couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, that's what you get for hurting our little cousins and kids, you see.
For real, man.
Dirty bastard.
He avoided jail. Listen to this shit. He avoided jail and was handed a community order with unpaid work and was ordered to pay the Farwells $600.
That's it?
Yep.
That's not right.
Turns out he's the son of a former farm worker, and they have known this kid since he was 5.
There's no excuse. He's killing cows and shit. He's killing animals. He's no good.
They said he paid them the $600 and they haven't seen him since. But no,
so
you can't
to kill all those fucking animals for $600.
Yep, he didn't even go to jail.
That's disgusting.
Do you believe that?
Nah, that pissed me off. Like, what the
They
fuck?
convicted him of sexual penetration of animals and all this shit, and then they didn't make him go to jail.
The fuck kind of bullshit is that, man? What the fuck? The dude literally is telling you know that he fornicated with these poor cows and killed them.
Yeah, and you caught him. You caught him doing it.
There's no excuse for that.
Had him on camera.
Maybe his family got to the people and be like, we're sorry, he's gonna see sick. He can't help it, or something like that. How wouldn't you want this guy to suffer?
Yeah, this gets worse as far as some of the stuff he did to them. I'm not even going to read that. He did some really bad shit. I can't believe he didn't go to prison. He needs to be put down. He's very violent. That was really messed up. Wow. To say he was tying them to stuff with his belt and stuff. Weird, bro.
Yeah, they wherever he works and shit, this should always follow him. There he is. Like that kind of shit, man.
Yeah, so he was tying them to things and doing all kinds of weird shit.
What a psycho. Who the fuck
Very
does
Dahmer.
that to helpless creatures like that?
Dude. And baby ones on. I mean, not that any of them are okay, but that's like another level.
Yeah, on top of that little baby, you sick bastard.
Yeah.
He looks like a real sick scumbag. Sick freak. What would make anyone want to hurt an animal like that sexually or any kind of way? That's fucking twisted, man. He should have went to jail and not.
Fuck yeah, he should have gone to a mental hospital at the very least, if not doing a ton of time in jail. That guy should have got like 10 years, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, he should have got like 10 years.
I mean, really, they should have put him down. In a perfect world, they'd hit him in the face with a brick or the head with a brick or dropped him off a
they're not
building
going
or
to do
wood
that.
chipper
In a
his
perfect
ass.
world, yes.
Right. If not, then he needs to go to long-term mental health care.
If not jail, at least mental health facility for 5 years, right? Something. He's killing these little animals, for Christ's sakes. Yes, he's incurable, Cleveland. You're right. If someone is, if anybody is turned on by killing creatures or humans or whatever turns somebody on, what turns them on, that's always going to turn them on. That's who they are.
That's right.
You can't change that. You're never going to change me from liking women or a woman in the chat for liking men, right? You're never going to change that.
That's right.
It's not going to happen. Charles, what's up, man? It's not going to happen. And you're never going to stop him from liking these small animals, hurting them, getting sexual gratification for hurting them, right?
That's right.
That's what he gets. He gets off on it. And he killed 20 to 30 of those poor animals. Jesus.
Yeah. Unbelievable, bro. I couldn't believe that shit when I saw that. And I was like, wow. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that they were dying. I just saw the headline and saved that article, and then we kind of like went through that one together, and I was like, "Whoa, holy fuck!"
Yeah,
I don't even want to read that end
I
part
don't want
out
to hear about
loud. But they were saying the guy should be in prison. They were like, "This dude's fucking unhinged. He needs to be in prison."
Yeah,
I couldn't agree more.
Prison for sure. Come on, you do that.
Well, I don't know if this guy looks at all familiar to you, but I will. This is a little bit of a where are they now?
Yes.
He got arrested for almost the same thing.
He looks like Matthew Cox, that rat guy, Matthew Cox. Like,
well, he's the one that was riding around in front of a church with a dildo hat. Remember that guy?
Yeah, that weirdo.
The guy that he took a World War II helmet and stuck a big dildo on top.
That weirdo.
That's this guy. And he did it again, only this time he had it on top of a construction hat and he was naked while doing it.
I knew this prick would reoffend.
Yep. The first time right in front of the church with a big dildo hat helmet thing, screaming obscenities and curse words at everybody. And now he's doing it with it on top of a construction hat and he's naked.
Wow. What's up, Queen?
Still at church. Still yelling obscenities at people at a church.
Yeah. So these people never stop. They go right back to every time you read it. There's how many offenses, What's up, Queen? I mean, it's fucking disgusting. They just keep repeating their.
Yeah, we're gonna see some of that repeat. It's gonna piss us both off.
They had this guy on our channel twice.
No, this is the second time. This is the dildo hat's the second time. The first time was the helmet. This time's the construction hat.
Time he's been on. What's the odds of that?
Dude. It's
how long ago was that?
Oh, I mean, fuck, less than a year.
6 months, 5 months.
They got an arrest warrant out for him right now.
So this fucker's free somewhere. Wonder what he's doing right now. Now, if he was watching this, that'd be funny.
Yeah, that would be awesome. How dare you guys?
How dare you?
Jesus
I was on a
Christ.
live with Larry Mazahat. Fucking idiot.
Yep, dildos on hats and screaming at religious
He's
people.
a sick,
but this
he's
time
a sick
naked.
Finook. That's what he is. A sick Finook.
Definitely. Yeah, that haircut
My
says
father
it all.
hated me. I played with my sister's dolls. I get over it.
Looks like the fucking JT guy's other brother.
Oh yeah. Fucking Cameron. And Cameron.
That's his other brother, Daryl. That's my other brother,
his brother
Daryl.
Daryl. He also didn't protect Daddy. He also wouldn't protect our father. Wow. Tom Green XX says Rat Trap likes Tom Green.
Yeah, he was very funny. He was very funny. But I will give you this, Tom Green, if prompted, probably would, not in front of a church, but he definitely would have put a dildo hat on. I don't know if he would have done it naked, but he would have screamed obscenities at people with a dildo hat on.
Yeah, he always did like public. Jim Cordington, you kick bastard. Well, yeah, he did always kind of stuff in public too. I wasn't a big fan of his. Some of his stuff, I seen one or two things that were funny. I never really liked him though. His humor I don't like, but he did a couple of things like in public and shocked people that were funny. I remember.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And that movie he did was amazing too. You know. All right, let's see. Let's pull this one up.
Imagine not being on twice in 6 months, getting arrested for that same kind of degenerate shit. And it looks like it had asparagus on his head. Fucking weirdo.
Yeah, fuck this guy. I hope they catch him. He's another one who needs to get chained to a floor.
I wonder how much time he'll get. He's got to be on probation, right? Oh.
Fucking months, probably. Like if he even goes to jail, they'll get him for like indecent exposure
Hopefully
and
he's on probation.
bullshit. Hopefully, yeah. I mean, he should be on some kind of community watch. You'd assume from the first time.
Look
for
at
sure.
this psycho.
Fucking peeping Tom.
Yeah, they're dangerous, boy. They become serial.
A couple of these freaks.
They become serial killers, man.
Peeping into the windows of a South Tampa home in late March. Surveillance video helped identify him as the suspect. He was arrested during an unrelated investigation. So they arrested him during an investigation for something else. Oh, look, there he is right there. Picture of him. Bam, motherfucker, caught.
Got ya, pervert. Because if they're willing to do that, they're willing to fucking kill.
There he is, too, peeking in the windows.
Yeah, that happened in my city.
What the fuck, man?
Right in my town, that happened. The sick shit. Look at him.
Yeah.
You don't think that guy, if he could get away with it, would go in that window and hurt that woman?
She had just installed cameras after noticing suspicious activity in her yard, it says. Bam, gotcha, motherfucker. What a fucking freak.
Wow. See, if I was her neighbor, she could hire me and my dog. And I would put my dog in her yard for a few hours a night. The cameras are a good job. If she had a big German Shepherd or Rottweiler Adobe to come out and rip his fucking arm off.
Dude. So what she says, I was checking the camera and he had just looked in my window. And then when I was looking on the camera, he was literally looking into my living room window. That's freaky, bro.
Yeah.
You go to check your camera to see if the guy's been there and he's literally watching you.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's got to be fine.
Right?
For some lady to see, right? That's why she should have
Holy
a dog.
shit.
She should have a fucking big cane Corso or something. Some dog. Get a dog.
Oh my God. Officers working a completely separate investigation saw him loitering around a construction site. When they went to interrogate him, he took off running and refused to give his identification. So he was charged with that, and he was they were able to charge him with voyeurism.
What a sick bastard, dude. He looks like the type that would go in there and pull a Bundy. He'd pull a Bundy in a minute. Like I said, if you're
He currently works as
a what?
A pressure washer.
Oh yeah, power washer.
Yeah. He faces charges of voyeurism, loitering, or prowling, and 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence. What a freak that guy is.
Yeah, if they keep letting him out, they're gonna be sorry one day, because these guys who peep in windows and all that shit, eventually, not all of them, but a majority of them will go in and kill, kidnap, because most of those people have done that. That's what they do. Because he's watching this woman, he's looking in, right? Eventually, he's gonna act.
Yeah. It's not going to be good enough to just watch her, right?
No, he's gonna want to have her and stuff.
Yeah, like she's going to come home from work and he's going to be cooking her dinner and like, hey, honey, full on living the delusion.
Yep. Come to bed, sweetheart. We're in love.
Bibby on her.
Yeah, that's why she should get a big German Shepherd. Get a big German Shepherd puppy. Get a little puppy and raise that bastard. She's got a fenced-in yard, I could see, and her yard was fenced in. He's not coming in then.
Yeah, I'm glad she got that camera. She saw suspicious activity and got herself a camera. It's like smart, good for you.
Yeah.
And caught his fucking ass. I still can't imagine how freaky that must have been to go and check the camera to see if anybody's been in your yard and the motherfucker's literally looking at you and watching you right then. It's like, oh, hell no.
That probably scared the shit out of the poor girl lady, man.
Of course. It would scare the shit out of anybody, probably.
But first thing I would do, like I said, if that woman had a dog, that guy would be me. Dog would have shredded him. So a lot of these single women or single moms should have fucking dog. Have a dog, get a big dog. I know he's a responsibility, but let me tell you, it could save your life one day, your property, give you a peace of mind, and it'd be a good little pal to the kids, little Johnny and fucking Susie. So get a fucking dog before Casey Pellage comes in your house and kills you.
Yeah, or this guy. This dude was peeping on women through the ceiling.
Jesus,
at Planet Fitness.
Fucking crazy bastard.
Through the fucking ceiling, dude.
What a nut. Peeping Marley.
Police reports say the victim was undressing to use the tanning bed when she noticed a man glaring at her from the ceiling.
Wow.
How freaky is that?
That's gotta be creepy. That's so creepy. Don't you feel like such a creep doing that too?
Bro, right? What's wrong with you?
Even if there's a hole there or a window where you can peep in, I'm not peeping in. What for? What? Right? What are you gonna get?
And it's a misdemeanor.
Yeah, what are you gonna get out of that? Right? It's fucking retarded. I ain't peeping in no window.
It says it's a fucking misdemeanor. I hate that.
Yeah, see, that's not cool. That should not be a misdemeanor.
What about breaking and entering? You wouldn't. I mean, I get that it's a public space. You still broke into their ceiling, right?
Yes.
Like you were using. I don't know, man. You gotta get. I think they need to get creative and charge this dude with some felonies somehow. Fuck that.
No, that's
fuck that.
Cool. That's definitely
a fucking misdemeanor. The guy crawled into the ceiling to watch women undress. A sick fucking bastard.
Yeah, no misdemeanors for that. Those are felonies.
No. Yep, and on the list for the rest of your life shit. That's right.
Yeah, because if not, wherever you go, you know, you could be doing this type of shit and they catch you, give you a little slap on the wrist. They're going to follow and make sure that if I ruled this country, or I don't know, if I was a fucking monarch or something, which is just fucking fantasy, this son of a bitch would be thrown in a wood chipper. Or there would be, or if I couldn't do that, at least there'd be like, 3 strikes you're out type of peeping Tom laws or whatever. I don't know. Where a third time, pal, you lose your eyes and you get put in a pasture.
Those should just be felonies. I mean, to start with.
Yeah, they should be. Of course, it should be a felony.
Yep. Yeah, peeping Tom. I mean, that's fucking straight up felony.
Have trespass, break in. That's all. That's all this leads to. Peeping Tom leads to all that. A peeping Tom should be a felony. A misdemeanor, that's crazy. Just looking in someone's window is much more serious. because you're not just looking in a window like, hey, well, who's someone home? No, you're looking to see if someone's naked or something creepy, or you can steal.
Yeah, or they're going to be, right, and especially like in a space like that, right, where they're getting undressed to use the tanning bed. He knows he's watching them get nude. Sure, that other guy might have got off, weirdo, watching her change her shoes or eat cereal. This dude knew exactly what time it was.
He knew he was seeing them in the naked tanning beds, yes. Which is an invasion of their privacy and not cool. It should have been a felony.
Yeah, and again, I say he definitely, you can walk in the front door of a business, but you're going to have to get creative if they, like, break into the ceiling for purposes of spying and shit. Like, you're going to have to get creative with the charges. And
because this guy thought this out, somehow. Right? He planned how to fucking get up in a ceiling and look down and where the fucking was.
Dude, right.
That's a lot of thought into that. So I don't know how it's so misdemeanor-ish. My ass, Bob Marley's getting a fucking felony. Or Marley Bob.
Buddy. We're shaving your fucking head, too.
Yeah. And taking your eyes. What's this? The Lancaster Eagle Gazette.
Yeah, man. It's actually a very, very short article because it's just about the call to the cops, the address that the cops went to, and then them having a very odd conversation with the guy and arresting him. So this dude's neighbor calls the police once and says, hey, my neighbor's in his driveway naked having sex with inanimate objects.
What? Animate objects?
Inanimate objects, just things, right? He's one of these guys that bangs weird things. Like he just picks stuff up and bangs them. Like not necessarily stuffed animals, but like whatever.
Is he a tard just having like a little fit?
No, he's a pervert tard. Because the next call they got was that he was out there banging pieces of furniture. And when the cops came and talked to him, he said, well, it's in my driveway. It's my property. I don't see what the big deal is. Aren't I allowed to fucking do what I want on my property? And they were like, no. No. People can see you. Right? They're like, dude, they literally told him, they said he was not arrested for the previous incident, but was taken to jail for the latest one because deputies said the neighbor took a video of Peel allegedly performing sex acts in his driveway. He admitted to performing the act and exposing himself. They said he still saw nothing wrong with it because the driveway is on his property.
Yeah, but you can still see you. Yeah, they can still see you, dude. Like, that don't...
Yeah, so they came out and told him once, you can't be out here fucking banging stuff. And he said, why? It's my house. They said, dude, people can see you. You're not allowed to do it. What happens? The cops leave. The fucking neighbor calls the cops back the next day and says, hey, man, he's out here banging furniture. I've got pictures. Come pick this psycho up.
Yeah, that's mental illness at its finest right there.
What'd they expect not taking him to jail the first time?
Yeah, that's... I don't know. Maybe they knew he was mentally ill and thought he'd put him on his meds. I don't know.
Unless that guy's out there marching like with an imaginary trumpet, like
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Sergeant. Yeah,
you're going to jail.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, and like your mom better be at the front door wearing an apron, being like, "It's okay, it's his touchy time. He didn't have his medicine today." Exactly. He didn't have his medicine today. I can't keep track of him all the time. He must have been out there having his touchy time. No, that's not what happened. You found a grown dude that was arguing with you about the fact that it was his property and his driveway, so he could be naked if he wants to. Nah. I can't believe they didn't arrest him the first time he was out there banging things in his yard,
been at least
in the driveway.
Fucking mental ward, right? At least.
Dude. Right, throw him in the drunk tank or whatever, even if you were trying to take it. But why take it easy on somebody that's naked banging things? I don't understand. Look what happened now. You had to come back. Dude's banging furniture.
Yeah. You should have at least put in a mental ward.
Dude, tase him in his junk so it doesn't work anymore.
Anything, evaluation, you got to take that fucking nut in. Because what if he kills the neighbors and humps the neighbor's tricycle, bike, fucking lawn chair, anything? God. People like that, people who are mentally ill who use sexual stuff, they're dangerous. Especially guys like this who have no fear. They're just fornicating with a table outside. Well, it's my yard. It's like, okay, we get that, but people can see you in your yard. Why don't you put up a 20-foot wall then? Right? If you want to bang a fucking chair in your yard, put up a 25-foot wall where nobody can see you.
Yeah, there you go, dude. A wall of good fences make good neighbors, as
good
a fucking Robert
Frost. Good neighbors,
no doubt about it.
Great stuff, great line.
You know,
because once people can see you, it could be in your house. You could open the windows and show. You're gonna get arrested for that if you are fucking showing yourself naked, and anybody can see you. You're gonna get arrested, as you should.
Right, that's what the cops told me. They're like, no, bro, people can see you.
His defense was real weak.
Fuck.
Like, no, it's my yard.
Crazy shit. This guy, so a fucking off-duty cop is taking a jog around his neighborhood. This happened on the night of September 3rd, 2012. But this is still outrageous. Off-duty police officer was jogging through a residential neighborhood in Wisconsin when he spotted somebody appearing to have sex with a yellow couch that had been abandoned on a street curb. When he got closer to it, the dude literally was thrusting up and down on the couch with his penis between the couch cushions.
Yeah,
dude.
It's another mentally ill bastard right there. What else explanation is there?
Bro, somebody threw their couch out and some psycho stopped to bang it literally on the curb.
That tells you what kind of trouble this planet.
And he's doing the couch. He's not just rubbing it on it. He's in between those cushions,
yeah, he's
boy.
straight on trying to make. He's a plushophile, but not a stuffed animal, a stuffed couch, though. The pillows are considered like almost stuffed animals. So he's sort of like a plushophile. What a sick bastard.
Furniturophilia.
Yeah, there you go.
That's in the article. It says human beings, of course, have a long and ignoble history of apparent sexual behavior. And though furniturophilia has not yet entered our lexicon, he is not the first to be accused of it. It says in 2008, an Ohio man was caught copulating with a picnic table. Apparently, the table's umbrella hole was too alluring for the 40-year-old man, who was filmed during the act on 4 different occasions. Jesus. Wow. A Hong Kong man was so filled with unquenchable desire for a metal park bench that he began fornicating with it until his penis got stuck. Good. Fuck you.
Fucking loser.
It took a small army of emergency personnel to saw away the bench and free the man. Don't cut his thing off. I mean, I say leave the bench. The bench is fine. Leave the bench. Yeah. Saw his prick off.
Fuck
That's
him.
my 2
He's
cents.
a sick, perverted person like that.
Right.
I wouldn't feel bad for him.
Yeah, why are we going to destroy this perfectly good bench out here in this park where people sit and take their repose? Right? It's like, just cut his fucking thing off. Nobody needs to use that sick bench fucker that he is. Nope.
She's a sick fuck.
Oh, oh, hell no. But men don't hold a monopoly over sex with inanimate objects. In 2012, a 37-year-old woman in Sweden was accused of having sex with the bones of a human skeleton.
That's really twisted.
Nope.
That's really sick.
Nope.
Skeleton.
Yeah. No, we got.
Maybe she was a witchcraft type of person or something crazy, right?
Dude, she still goes in the chipper.
Yeah, feet first.
You are going into the fucking chipper, lady. I don't say that about. I think that might be the first woman I've said that about on here, even with the peeing and the masturbating in public or sex with people. Lady, you were putting pieces of a human skeleton. Nope.
That was somebody at one time, and that's just fucking really off and crazy.
Yeah, there's just something extra deviant about that, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's something extra deviant about that. You're gonna have to go.
Degenerate.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go. No doubt about it.
He needed Diddy lube, David.
We only got a couple left.
He needed Diddy.
Yeah. Military grade.
I don't think there was none for that day.
Can it get any worse? Not with that lady. I mean, fuck.
I didn't think there was so many people that were arrested for these kind of crimes. I never knew that before doing this series. Like, there was literally Plusher files. I've told a few of my friends, especially my older friends in their like 60s and 70s, like, that guy looks like a fucking Plusher file. Like, what the fuck is? Maybe like, what the hell is a Plusher file? I'm like, it's somebody who sleeps with stuffed animals. They're like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, I swear to God.
Yeah.
What's up?
I wish I had the imagination to make
Well,
that
they
up.
thought I was.
Wish.
My friend thought I was joking with him. Right? He thought I was joking. You know?
Nope,
This is a guy in his 70s who thought I was bullshitting him. And I says, no, there are people who are called Plusher-philes. They have sex with teddy bears. He goes, really? What the fuck? They thought I was joking.
Yeah, I can understand.
I would have thought I was joking too.
You don't want to know it's true until we see it's true.
I wouldn't believe that.
But, you
2
don't want
years
to believe
ago,
it.
if somebody told me that like there was a word for or a thing for like like the term for people who sleep with stuffed animals because there's been so many of them, I would have said, nah. I get maybe a few weirdos got caught doing that, but there's no name for that shit.
Right. There's no way this is a psychological epidemic.
Yeah.
For real.
Wallace.
For real.
Just.
Well, here we go. We got a couple left. This one is another freaking just statistic of a woman because most of them don't do things like this. So she's definitely a statistic. Apparently, being naked in public will not necessarily get you arrested in Seattle, but police say one woman turned her nudity into indecent exposure when she committed a sex act with a family's lawn furniture. According to police, nudity becomes criminal if it causes a person to reasonably experience fear, alarm, or concern. That was the case this August 4th when an quote, extremely intoxicated 33-year-old woman wandered into a yard with several members of a family looking out their window and looking on in horror. The woman hiked up her dress and engaged in an intimate act with several of their lawn chairs. She then, not to be outdone, my friend, not to be outdone, she then began urinating on their lawn before quite purposefully exposing her genitalia and then her posterior to the family inside the home.
What has she been up to?
My
gross,
God.
Man. That list, she's got to be either mentally ill or on a lot of drugs. One or the other.
It said she was extremely intoxicated, quote unquote, extremely intoxicated is what it says.
What the?
And she wandered into a random residential yard and was like, damn, them fucking lawn chairs is sexy.
I can't resist that hammock.
No doubt, bro. And then when she can see the family watching her out the window, so she just takes a fucking leak in their yard and pulls her dress up, exposing herself, and then moons them and walks away.
Did she think they were gonna laugh or something? Like, no, they're gonna hate you. And think you're a total fucking degenerate, because you are.
Yeah, you see that? One of them's on the phone. You know, I'll give you $1 if you guess who they're calling.
I wonder who they're calling. Just asking to call the cops. They're calling the cops on you.
Yeah. No doubt.
And once again,
about
you're
it.
very lucky they don't have a guard dog in their yard that they like let out of the house, right? Go get him, Fido. The dog comes out and rips a chunk out of her fucking thigh.
Absolutely
right to
should.
the ground she goes as the Belgian Malinois tears at her fucking throat. Oof.
All right, so now we've got our last one for the night, and it is our Where Are They Now Plusher file.
I've been waiting
for the fourth time, I say, my friend. Man arrested for the fourth fucking time.
There he is, JJ Walker. Good time.
For banging teddy bear.
Wow, dynamite. JJ, what are you doing? His fourth time for fornicating with a teddy bear. That was not going to be him.
Yep, he was cited for masturbating with a teddy bear in Cincinnati, Ohio. For the fourth time, he was caught having sex with a stuffed animal. 38 years old. Look at
his
that
eyes. Look
creature.
crazy. Look at his eyes. You can tell he's psycho. His eyes scream, Thorazine now. Thorazine. What a
dude, he just has like this, and he has a 5 head. If you removed some of those bangs from there, it probably turns into an 8 head. But look at the distance between his eyebrows and his hair, bro.
He's got a huge head.
That is a watermelon of a fucking noggin right there. And with the hair sticking up even more.
That's very racist of you to say, but yes, I agree. This guy is out of his mind.
Yeah, you call him
racism. No, listen, look at his eyes. Look at this son of a bitch's eyes.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't look like
he's a mouth
fucking
breather.
nut. Fourth time for screwing.
Yeah, definitely an IQ of 70 for
Fourth
sure.
time
baby.
for having sex with a teddy bear. Once again,
Fourth
that
time.
brings children into it. Teddy bears, kids. These plusher files should be erased from the planet, man. But he didn't do it. He didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't sleep with that teddy bear. I didn't do nothing. I'm sure.
Yeah, right outside. He can't deny it. His motherfucker's doing this shit right in front of everybody. Yeah, one of my nonas would say in front of God and everybody. This dude was out there right in front of everybody. Doesn't say, just says a teddy bear.
Sick bastard.
They use the term stuffed animal and teddy bear interchangeably.
Yeah, this is a sick puppy right here. He's going to eat like 3 of his neighbors in a year or so. You watch.
Me breaking into people. Oh, man, that guy last week that was on the burglary spree for the stuffed pool toys. Yeah, this guy's going to go on a burglary spree for teddy bears.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right, here's the thing. All right, why doesn't he just take his teddy bears in his house where nobody will know? He wants people to see him doing this with the.
Or he really is actually mentally retarded and doesn't know any better, but something tells me that's not the case.
He does look it, but no, it can't be the case. He'd be in a home or something, right? He'd have people looking over him and all that.
Somebody hold his hand when he crosses the street.
Bibs, the whole nine.
Yeah. But he definitely is a very, very tree stump low IQ.
Oh no, he's Einstein. He almost went to MIT. This kid. If it wasn't for the Plusher stuff,
he wasn't even like there's short bus kids. There's slower class kids, but then there's like that. Just the storage unit that they keep in the middle of the commons where like 6 of the kids go to class. Everybody gets an A+ for picking out the right color yarn.
Just sitting and not causing trouble for 10 minutes, they get an A.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
He's not all there. You can see it. His IQ must be like 25. Right?
For sure. Yeah, he's a sub 70 for sure. I think 70 is legally retarded. I think he's definitely
he
sub
had a
70
bigger IQ than him. Think about it. He became an actor, all that shit.
Oh yeah, this guy couldn't remember his lines. Forget about it. No fucking way this guy is
If I don't fuck
remembering
with
his
my
lines.
corks, my cork would destroy this guy. I'd like to 6-7 corkies with armor, you know, like fucking armor on, fucking medieval axes and swords, and let them attack these plusher files.
I'd like to see this guy have a conversation with Beetlejuice.
Yeah, I would
That
call
be
it
amazing.
Corky Warfin. Corky Warfin.
Yeah. But this won't be the last time we see this fucking watermelon.
No, you'll see this dude again for sure.
4th time, and he was cited for it. Like, he's not. They're gonna probably put him in a little fucking home or like a little mental play. Maybe they'll put him in jail. Last time he went to jail, so maybe they'll put him in jail again. I mean, they're gonna have to do something with this guy.
Yeah, JJ.
They're gonna have to get him some help or some psychotherapy or electroshock therapy or a fucking lobotomy or something like that.
Yeah, he needs a lobotomy. That would help him. Because he can't. No, it couldn't hurt someone like him. That's an electrical zap him, shock him, something. You're going to see his eyes. He's mesomorph. This guy's a fucking mesomorph. Big time.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's half dead.
Definitely.
He looks half dead.
Yep. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like I said, you can tell he's a mouth breather. His lips don't close. His fucking eyes just hang there all crazy
If someone's
and cloudy.
gonna fornicate with his fucking stuffed animal, what the hell? They'll hurt people next.
Yeah. And in public, last time he was literally standing in the alley behind a social worker's office.
Shock.
Yep. This time he was out in the street banging a teddy bear for everybody to see. Shock collar.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know if a shock collar would work for this dude. Maybe to keep him on his property with the teddy bear, but it's not going to keep him from doing the teddy. I don't think so. I think it might become part of his weird kink.
They can watch him 24 hours and zap him if he goes to bugger the teddy. You know, zap him.
Well, like low jack him?
Yeah.
Low jack him?
Yep.
Put him
Every
on
time he
camera?
goes to bugger a teddy, give him a zap. So he can't bugger the teddy. Fucking weirdo. I bet you his whole family hates him.
Like chemical castration might just frustrate him. Might find him just like rubbing his groin against piles of dirt in the yard all out of frustration. Yeah, standing like banging up against the refrigerator door. You know what I mean? Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, there's
dude.
nobody home. Look, you can see behind. He got that fucking 1,000-yard stare. Like he's a real fucking mesomorph. Wow. Eventually, he's gonna bugger a little kid. God forbid. It's gonna happen.
I hope it stays to like my
I
buddy.
wonder what
dolls
kind of
and
teddy
things.
bear it
Obviously
was. Was it a Scooby-Doo teddy bear? A Care Bear? Right? A My Buddy doll?
He might get a little fancy with the like a Care Bear, right? That might be like his.
Remember
fancy
the other
time.
plusher file who
Yeah.
had the pink unicorn? Yeah, that guy had sex with the pink unicorn. Oh.
Yeah, the same guy that did the
Yeah,
Olaf doll. Yep, same
That's
guy.
fucking sick.
Same guy.
I never knew there could be a name for these people. That's sad.
Yeah, he dry humped that poor Olaf doll, and the unicorn got it. They said he penetrated that sucker in the bedding department. I remember that because it was so shocking to me. I've never heard a story more fucked up than that kid. At that point when we read it anyway, I'd never heard anything.
I think that was the first plusher file. Well, that was our first plusher file, I think.
Yeah, no, it was the guy that banged the unicorn. Yep, 100% it was. Yep, that dude actually banged that thing out.
Fucking psycho.
And then left it on the bedding in the store. Just left it there.
Yeah, that's even worse, right? You
Stinking
leave
bastard.
that filth there for people. Well, he wants to shock. They want to shock people too, right? It's all about like shock and awe.
It's Teddy Rub. Remember? Yeah, that just reminded me. KD said Teddy Ruxpin, but we started calling him Teddy Rubskin.
Teddy Rub Skin. That's his name. Imagine if they made a teddy bear of these people, right? And then they were screwing themselves. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, don't give Japan any
That's
ideas.
what they're doing to this. They're actually screwing their own lives up.
Japan with all those weird dolls and the kid dolls and all the weird animal dolls
crazy,
and the
man.
like. Ugh, gross, dude.
Fucking twisted.
That company that was making the sex toys based on the mythic creatures, that shit was weird too. People are just wrong. People are fucking wrong.
Yeah, very perverted shit. Yeah, I remember that, the Bernstein Bears thing.
I will never, ever, 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 ever understand. I will never understand. Because, like, I get that people have the weirdest thoughts in the universe. I get that. But it's the follow-through that I'll never understand.
Yeah, it's fucking twisted, man.
Like, lots of people think about lots of crazy shit. People every single day wake up and go, man, I should rob that bank. Or I should slap that bitch in her mouth next time she talks to me like that. Or I should beat that dude or whatever.
No.
But they don't do it.
No.
They don't do it.
No. These people do, though. They're fucking nuts.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's bad enough that you have the kind of thoughts you're having that are extremely abnormal and should be dealt with. But the follow through is what freaks me out. And I don't understand that part. Yeah, you know what? I'm totally going to Walmart to bang that damn Olaf the way he's been looking at me.
Doing it. Like, this guy was his fourth time, man.
Fourth time. It says it right under his picture. Fourth time.
Don't you think there's something serious going on with this guy and he could hurt a human one day?
And all the talks have not
whatever
helped.
you're doing for him the last 3 times or 4 times.
None of the shaming has worked, obviously. There's no way this guy didn't get shamed every single day he was in jail and like on the way to jail and in court.
Oh, he was probably a gump.
And the people
in there, he was probably somebody's gump and didn't even care. He's probably Thorazined out or in the crazy unit, drooling on himself, defecating all over the place.
He was somebody's fucking Teddy Rub Skin.
He got the name Rub Skin in there. Homie Rub Skin. Down for it all. Fucking psycho.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh my god.
And they know what's wrong. Yes. They know what's wrong. Well, everybody wake up and say, oh, I wish I could rob that bank. Or I walk in a window and there's a big diamond. I wish I could take that diamond. About that, you know. But you don't do it, obviously. It's just like a stupid little thought you have. You know it's out of your
Yep. That's why I say those are normal thoughts for most people. They're just like wishing they had a few extra bucks, and they're tired of listening to their manager run their mouth. And that's why I say like that's one thing. You're having these abnormal ass weird fucking thoughts. That should be dealt with by itself, let alone the fact that you did it.
And
fuck.
Let me throw this person in this oven. You know, but you don't do it, right? Like
or climb into the ceiling.
Yeah, that's fucking sicko. 100 cats die in my house. That sick broad. What a sick woman.
Right?
Evil shit.
Yeah. Very sick.
I was glad that they raised that money tonight for that girl. That was good news. Over $50K they raised. Amen to that. Ruins everyone's pillow, Dave. It's funny. Yeah, that dude fucking was sleeping with pillows.
That's some Forrest Gump shit right there. I think I ruined your roommate's bathrobe.
Jenny's a hoa.
Yeah, for sure.
Gump was the biggest simp.
Yeah, Mama said life's like a box of chocolate. She also used to beat me with a rubber hose and call me a retard.
That was a funny movie, though. He met Richard.
Oh, it was a great movie. Everybody should watch Forrest Gump.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Man. Yeah, Bubba was his best good friend. I love that shit when they're in Vietnam and it's like raining for like 4 months. Forrest is sitting in the mud, and Bubba comes up, sits with his back to him, and says, "Now, I'm gonna lean up against you. You go ahead and lean up against me so we ain't gotta sleep with our faces in the mud." I laughed my ass off when I saw that. But I loved that shit.
Yeah,
That's a
Bubba
good friend
Gump.
right there.
He let Gump shrimp, this shrimp, that shrimp. He taught. That's how he learned about shrimp, because Bubba would talk to him about all of his mother's recipes, all his recipes and shit. And that's why he went back and gave the mother money too. He did the right thing, right? That was a noble thing he did. Since that guy, they planned that business together, right? And he taught him all these recipes and all this shit. He went and gave his mother half of the money. Which no human would ever do that nowadays, sadly. Maybe 1 out of 1 million, if that.
Well, yeah, even Bubba's mom was looking at him like, "What are you, fucking crazy?"
That. Look at this fucking dude coming to give me this money. He's nuts, but thank God. Yeah, that was a good movie.
Yeah, everybody should watch it at least once. It's
Jenny
stuff.
wasted all her good
Especially
years. All the good years she wasted screwing all these bums at these peace rallies. And then she comes back to Forrest when she's like riddled with a bug.
With the bugs, exactly.
What the fuck? Jenna. Like, Jenny.
And he wasn't playing, dude. He, like, when he beat the fucking shit out of, do you remember she was playing guitar in that club? A dude started disrespecting her. Forrest was about it, dude. That dude didn't give a fuck. He beat the shit out of that guy. Got to get dragged out.
Yeah,
that
was his Jenny, right? Here's somebody making fun of her. He's going to defend her. He was a noble guy, Gump. Forrest Gump was a noble. He was a noble tard, noble corky. He was one of the corks of the round table. Oh, the corks of the square table.
Yeah, no shit. It was covering
the rain part. Because there was rain that went sideways. There was rain that came up in my face. There was
came up and sting you like a bug. Yeah, it's too funny.
Lieutenant Dan was a character. How about when he was waving? Sure. That's one of the funniest Todd waves I've ever seen.
I send that to people in my phone sometime when they're like, "Hey, what's up?" I'll send them that shit back with him just waving like that.
Yeah, the gift. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah. And then Haley Joe Osment was the little kid Gump.
Oh, okay. I didn't know his name. He did a good job.
He was a good actor, that little, I see dead people. That little creepy looking. He looked like a Quaker. He looked like an alpha corky. He looked like a Quaker, that little kid. He looked like a little Amish kid with his hairdo and that little creepy face. He looked like a little demon.
Yeah, it was great though that he taught Elvis the dance. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, all the things like you seen Richard Nixon, met Kennedy, all these people he met. Or even the guy where he showed him with the smiley face. Have a nice day.
You just stole. Yeah, I was gonna say the same. He invented "Have a nice day."
Have a nice day. Fucking Forrest.
And shit happens. He invented shit happens too. Yeah, sometimes it happens. What shit? Yeah, sometimes.
And that's when he was running across the country, right?
Exactly. Same thing as the happy face when he wiped his face off on the shirt and said, "Have a nice day."
Big beard, and then the whole fucking city started following. It's so unrealistic. Like some lady's mowing her lawn, she's gonna stop and follow him, right? Not gonna get geared up and plan for it. They're just gonna start following him. Maybe if they planned it, I would get it. But they were showing some people just like run off there and like stop doing what they were doing and like follow him across the country. And then he just stopped.
Yeah, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Maybe pelt him with garbage in a couple of cities, maybe.
Yeah. Lieutenant Dan is out of his mind.
He tried to get him hookers for New Year's Eve. Forrest was like, "Yeah, I'm good, dude."
Forrest away.
I'm good.
And Forrest was pulling a kitten.
Well, you ain't got no legs.
Legs had died. Where's your legs? Gump was no joke. No, Gump was he was no joke. Gump. He's Gump. He's Gump.
Yeah, he'd fucking put that shit on you. He'd give you those hands, man. He was not playing. He got that retard strump.
He's Gump. He's Gump. He's not that bright. He's Gump. Yeah,
I love that song.
He's Gump. A run all night. Is Gump really brain dead? I think so.
Yeah, that was good stuff. That was a good.
Weird Al's got some of the best covers. You know that. Like the Sergeant. Amish Paradise. That was fucking. Run, Forrest. Run, Forrest. Run. Amish Paradise was fucking hilarious. Jeopardy. I lost on Jeopardy, baby.
That's one of my favorites. Yeah, we've talked about it before. That's one of my favorites.
That was my cousin Vinny's favorite. He used to blast that shit. The one who was murdered in that fire.
Right.
I believe he was murdered. Yeah, he loved that shit. I lost on Jeopardy, baby. On national TV. Yeah, it was a funny fucking one. What else?
Yeah, I had all those tapes. I was big time into Weird Al.
Yeah, I was a Weird Al.
I still enjoy his songs. I watch the videos and stuff when they come out.
I liked when he did the Jedi one. A long
Jedi was
time
great.
ago.
Yeah, the whole video was great. The whole video, the song, the lyrics. As always.
Yeah, I did.
Killed it.
Now I can be a Jedi. He was White and Nerdy was fucking classic too. White and Nerdy.
Yep.
White and Nerdy.
Well
That's hilarious.
Very well done.
Man. What a fucking funny bastard he is. He's got a lot of great covers over the years, though. A lot of funny ones. What other ones? I wasn't too big on the Michael Jackson covers. I wasn't too much of a fan.
Oh yeah, I loved those fucking.
I liked Eat It. But I wasn't too big of the fat because I didn't like those fat suits. They're too Roth-esque to me, and I got sick looking at them. Like they used to make me sick looking at those fat suits. They're very, like I said,
them on rollers.
They're very Roth-esque. And I just couldn't deal with them. But the song is not that bad. I'm bad, you know. Well, they talk about hamburgers and shit.
Yeah, it's brilliant, man. He says, when I go out to the beach, I'm the only one that gets a tan and stuff like that. My butt is wide.
My butt is wide. Don't. Yeah. It is a class, but those for some reason, the faces that they had, it just always turned me off about that. I could listen to the song, not the video, though. Because their faces, those fat suit faces, are just gross, man. It's too Roth.
Yeah, I can see how it puts some people off. I can understand that for sure.
What else? What other wacko jacko ones did he do?
I mean, some of his more recent ones were like when he did that. It's called "I'm So Handy." Is a remake of like a popular pop song, but he turned it into being about a handyman. That shit was pretty funny. Word Crimes is really, really funny. And then what was the other? Oh, Tacky. He made Happy. I'm so happy. That was like everywhere for a long time, a huge hit. He turned that into Tacky. That was a funny song that he did. Yeah, he's got a bunch of good ones. All his old shit is just straight up classic. You can't fuck with it.
He's got some real funny classics.
But yeah, even these newer ones he's been doing have been really good. He's done some cool.
I haven't seen his new one.
Yeah, he's done some cool medleys too with like Lady Gaga songs and shit like that have been good.
So the last good one I seen was White and Nerdy with him and Donny Osmond. That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he killed it on that tune, man. He really, really went like above and beyond and killed
it. Mowing my front lawn. That was great.
Yeah.
White and Nerdy. I like that a lot. That's a good song, man.
It's a good song. Yeah.
White and Nerdy. You got to cover that one day.
I did. Like, I wrote out half that song when I was making fun of Piggy. Dude, I've told you before, I've got so many fucking songs like written or half written.
I can imagine.
I just don't put them out. I end up going, this fucker ain't worth it. Or like the drama at the time's over by the time I get around to it.
But still, I would still put them out and finish them. Those are classics. Yeah, Rob.
Maybe I'll have to do like a quick mix or something like that with like a bunch of my like half done songs and like this.
Yeah, because you're depriving the people of good giggles
I don't know.
And some entertainment. White and Nerdy would be funny.
But yeah, I told you that before I started messing with that one, and I was fucking with Piggy. I said she's out here mowing the front yard. I wonder if her husband is just high and dirty. Yeah, I wrote like a half of that tune out.
That's funny.
I've still got the lyrics written down on my phone. Yeah, I've just never done it. I've got like a couple of pop songs written, another couple rap songs. I got this quirky fucking rock song that I did. It's kind of like about Phoebe and Kitten. I've got a few things I've messed with. I just haven't felt like putting out, or like I said, a lot of times I'll just be like, fuck this person.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do the parody ones. I had a voice for it. I don't have the voice or the talent for the things. I can write out a few lines. That's about it.
That's where it starts, man. You just save them. You just write them down and then keep going through it. Every few days, go back, write down something funny, and then eventually you have a bunch of lines you can mix and match and put around different places. Yeah. The most important thing is just writing your idea down. Otherwise, it's gone.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing about, especially like writing a song. Like whenever you have an idea, just write it down. You'll figure it out later.
I know many times where I'm working or something and I'll think of something funny, like a funny like parody song or something, and I'll forget it.
Yeah, you got to put it in a note. Just type it into a note or a voice note or something real quick, and then they'll always be there. You get bored at night one time or have some time sitting around, you just pull them open, start mixing them around, matching them. Yeah, I have fun doing that, and that's why I end up with like all these half songs or like full songs written. Even if I don't record them, I feel better when I get them out of my head at least.
Yeah. Gonna write one about Phoebe going to Marleno's trial or something.
Yeah, if it ever struck me. I mean, like I said, I've got a bunch of disrespectful shit written about
like White and Nerdy though. Like I'm stalking Marleno, something funny like that.
Yeah, you can change them around.
That
for
rhymes. Sure. That surely didn't. That surely did not rhyme.
They don't always have to, but no, I get you, man. I get you.
Oh, the whole fanboy wise guy hump thing. That's that. Everybody do the maybe the Humpty Dance song. Everybody do the wise guy hump.
Yeah,
that's a funny one. It'll be good. Everybody do or something like that. All right, I'll put a cigar in your mouth and a fedora in. Stupid. I can't sing the song.
Well, I had one that's like super fucking disrespectful for Kitten. It was based on a rap song, like not a rap. I mean, there's like a rap verse in it, but it's basically like a British like pop song. And I thought, and the music is really quirky. It's originally performed by this woman, so I thought it was really, really funny when I messed with it. But yeah, it's like hang on, let's see if I can.
Yeah, those are hilarious.
Oh yeah, I still have the lyrics. I was just opening it up to see if I still.
See, all these other losers use AI. You
I have
actually
that whole thing written out.
do it. You can actually write it and perform it and shit like Moses Heaps does, right? There's not many people that can do that and pull it off. And That's huge right there. Some fucking faggot AI song. No one's gonna care about that. That's stupid.
Yeah,
People are impressed by the songs. If they're funny and they have a lot of lore in it, that's the key.
That is the point. Yeah, we've talked about this before. Fuck all that stupid AI dumb shit, bro.
You gotta put
Second of all, you
in
gotta actually put in like the work to make it storyline based, like the lore and shit. Like that's what makes it funny, bro.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
You got to put the lore in it and stuff. Even the AI is weak. That's all. Like anybody can do that, right? Just punch in fucking words.
Well, yeah, and you don't even have. And I've mentioned before too, like with those models, you can literally have one of them write the lyrics for you and just kind of tell them what make this about a dork that does this and put these words into it, and it'll just give you the lyrics, and then you turn around and fucking feed those to an AI. And they'll put the whole song together with a voice and stuff, or you can just do it straight from there, and they'll do it that way. You don't even have to write lyrics at all, you know.
Yeah, but when you can perform it yourself, right, and shit like that.
Yeah, for sure. You
I like to make one on Borello, Gene Simpson. I like to have one done on Borello.
Yeah, I haven't done anything on him. I've got stuff for Fatty. I've got stuff for Kitten. I've definitely got some way disrespectful type shit for fucking Fibby for sure. And I've got some stuff for Kitten.
You got to finish some of them and release them. Those are funny, man.
Yeah, like I said, I might have to do one soon, or maybe I'll put together a medley. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I've definitely got some stuff on deck for sure. If anybody ends up showing their fucking ass. KD, I would recommend Ableton. They have a free version, like Ableton Lite, I believe is still free. That's a really good one for people to get their hands on if they want to do any like basic recording and shit like that. I think you might even be able to get the app for your phone, but don't quote me on that. I'm honestly not 100% on that one. But Ableton's good, and it comes with a nice little suite of like compressors and EQs and shit like that. Yeah. But yeah, Acid 6 was a long time ago, bro. I remember working with fucking Acid way back in the day. I think the last time I was on an Acid program was like 2005, 6, something like that, maybe.
Is that AI stuff?
No, that's recording software. Just recording software that you can use. Yeah, Ableton, exactly, KD. Yeah, and I think Ableton Lite is free, or should be damn near free if it's not. Literally like under $20 or $25, I would imagine. But like I said, I think the basic Lite version is free. I think you can just download it. Yeah, and it comes with like your basic little mixing board. If you have it on a Mac or PC, I believe you just hit tab, and it should tab between the waveform screen and like your mixing panel, and then they have like a little suite of EQs and compressors and all that kind of shit.
That's all Greek. That's all Greek to me.
I got you. Well, like basically, like when you open up any kind of production software, like especially if you're working with audio, you just have like different layers that you can mix your instruments into, or you can record your vocals, and then it usually has an area where it shows like a little mixing board. So, you know what I mean? So you can like move the shit up and down and level it out, and then EQ is just like any other EQ. You got bass, treble, and mid, and you can boost things and cut things to make it sound better. And then a compressor is kind of like when you squeeze a balloon, right? So like it'll kind of make the loud parts a little quieter and the quiet parts a little louder. It just evens out like the volume and everything like that. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, KD. I know where to go, but I think Ableton, though, if you go to the website, you should be able to download a free version on the up and up. Yeah.
Seizures. Oh, I thought he said seizures.
Oh, serials. Yeah, he's talking about pirating software and using the crackers for the serial numbers and stuff like that.
I never said I could read.
Yeah, which you can definitely do, KD, if you want to grab something else. But they should have the version free, I believe. Let's see here.
Ripped all the Donny Osmond posters off the wall. Need to do some Fibby AI cartoons. Yeah, if a cartoon would be fucking hilarious.
Well, they've definitely got text to video and shit like that people can use. Like some of the better models, they'll make you pay a few dollars for credits and shit like that. But there's definitely free ones that you could mess with. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, get a cartoon like Fibby's Adventures.
Yeah.
Like egging houses and stuff. Egging the houses. You shook my father down. The cop that shook the father down for 10 grand. That story's bullshit. Imagine some cop coming to your dad. You're 10 years old. We got your son's fingerprints. And the father going, oh, you got us. And then the cop saying, yeah, give me 10 grand. What the fuck? Like, give me a break. Ooh, that makes no sense. Stories these guys come up with are classic, though, in ways.
They're whacked the fuck out.
Yeah, Jason's laughing. It's crazy, ain't it? Like, what's the odds of that? Number one, who the fuck is going to have a 10-year-old kid's fingerprints? If anybody would ever said that to my father would have been like, go fuck yourself. How do you got my kid's prints? That kid didn't do shit.
If I did a cartoon show, that guy started off with like him getting his clothes picked out for him in the morning by an old gay.
When I ever heard that, I started dying laughing. I'm like, what did he just say? The guy said, we got your kid's prints.
Yeah, that's insane. Of course, it's fucking nuts.
Oh, man, that guy's out of his head. It's hilarious, though. It's fascinating the way that the lies these people will come out with, like Tranbo and the rest of these people.
Well, yeah, that's the part that, they're so outlandish. They're just fucking obviously lies on their face. And that's what makes everybody laugh, especially when they double down on this shit. You just laugh harder.
And triple down. It's amazing.
Yeah. Insulting the intelligence of the world.
Yeah. Well, that's why you got nobody that watches. Like I said, that guy should have like 400 or 500 mob humps watching him about his stupid little mafia stories. But he inserted himself in it and lied, and everybody knew he was a bullshit and wacko and an ass-kissing bullshitter, and they all laughed at him.
Yep, it's outlandish. He's expecting you to be as dumb as he fucking wants.
Picture somebody to say they took a 45 Magnum, put it to their head with it fully loaded, off safety, pulled the trigger, but it didn't go off. Then he pointed it out the window when it went off. He put it back to his head, shot it again. It didn't go off. Put it back out the window and it went off again. That's what he fucking said.
Yep.
It's like, dude, how can you believe anybody to believe that? Like, how can you imagine anyone's going to buy that shit? Number one, those guns don't jam. That doesn't happen with a 45.
Was it an old cowboy revolver? Did you load it in yourself and skip every other fucking hole or what?
Even then, no. There's no way you're going to pull that trigger twice. Even with six chambers and 3 bullets, that's not happening. You ain't getting that. That's no way. He did it with a fully loaded 45, and the gun misfired, 2 bullets misfired. That's that would be a miracle. That could never happen. And if it did, it'd be a 1 in 10 trillion, if that. It could never happen. It's an automatic. Yeah, it was insane. Like, where do you come up with these stories? I think someone's going to believe
an automatic. He said he had an automatic.
Yeah, 45 automatic.
He was 100% full of shit. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what he said, man. And he get mad if you don't believe him. That's what compulsive liars are like. If you don't believe him, look how mad that guy Tig, Chicago Muscle, used to get if you didn't believe he was a Marine or a Hell's Angel. He'd fucking freak out. When liars, they're out of their minds.
Yeah, see, Katie, that's what I was saying. If you had a revolver and you literally only loaded every other chamber, maybe, right?
Maybe.
Other than that,
maybe
no.
Though, and still, you're taking a huge chance.
Of course,
and that's
you are.
A maybe.
Of course, you
but twice, no. That's just even once. It's impossible. With a 45 automatic, come on. Yeah, it tells me he knows nothing about firearms, too. To me, what he should have said is he put a Russian roulette in and did it. That's what he should have said. He probably changed it now that I said that. That's what he should have said. Well, I found the story, his grandmother's story. I found his grandma bootleg.
Yeah, I know you did. You should cover that.
I will.
sometime.
I didn't do it. One of my friends found it to me and sent it to me, and it was of a woman from Detroit, with 15 years old, who used to drive cars like around Detroit in the daytime, right? But he went and stretched that, and it was in some mob article they found, some like weird mob piece.
Just like every other story he tells that he hasn't completely just made up.
Yeah, it's sick, man.
Well, he's fucking cooked. He's toast, man. Even like the people he was friendly with are making fun of him now. Did you see his latest co-host dude that he sits there with?
Yeah, Peter Griffin.
That fucking guy is sitting on the edge of his unmade bed in a bedroom with barren walls, giant fucking glasses, and makes no points whatsoever unless it's just to suck that.
Yeah,
guy's
that's all he
dick.
is a fanboy because he believes this.
Well, yeah, but he's also living. He's another one that's got a social worker. Obviously, he's like iDubbbz's roommate. Like the fucking dude just sits there eating his goddamn mashed potatoes out of a butter container, and somebody else got tired of like tying his shoes. So they just got him Velcro.
Gorky, an incel.
And this is the guy he's hanging out
Gorky, with. Peter Griffin. He's an incel. A total.
For sure, he's an incel. He's on level 1,000. I've never seen a vagina. This guy. Get the fuck. Holy shit.
Everyone, listen. Even Phoebe's friends made fun of him, laughed at him, told me what a sicko he was, and how he cries and fucking says he's gonna kill himself every other day. Everybody knows he's a misfit and an imbecile, and a misfit, and mostly a compulsive liar. They can't help it. People like him, people like Trambo. But at least Trambo calmed down with his lies because he realized he was, getting laughed at. So he kind of calmed. Some people can calm down for a little bit until Trambo has a fit and splurges out and relapses. But until he relapses, they usually calm down with their lies. Fibnatius is a thing of a different nature. He's a different beast. He's a totally angry, hateful little man inside. He hates himself. Well, anybody who changes their name hates themselves.
Everything this guy has done shows that, and we've said that from the beginning. I've said that about this guy from the beginning, which is that he knows from experience that he is an unlikable human. He knows this. Just at a cellular level, this dude is off-putting, right? He's uglier than fuck. Like, he is just uglier than fuck. He has no personality whatsoever. His voice is effeminate, and he himself is just a weak beta fucker, and he knows that shit. So he has had to, in his mind, come up with alter egos and fake stories and shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. What a head case that fucking kid. And his shoulders are so small. Like, he's tiny. That kid is a weak bastard. He's one goofy bastard. The stories, saying he's from Providence is amazing. It's like, dude, your mom and grandfather lived up here, not you. The sick fucker.
Everything's amazing. Hangs out with the mob dudes in South Philly and hangs out in mob clubs in the boroughs in New York.
Who would even say that? Let's just say
the word of the street.
Let's just say this guy did have some criminal friends, right? Who the fuck would ever come on here and do that to their friends? Right? Honestly, think about that. Let's say if I hung out with people who sold methamphetamine, let's just say, would I come on here and say, hang at some place that sells methamphetamine? No, because then the cops are gonna just go where you hang out, and they're gonna there you go. He's so stupid, but all that's a figment of his imagination. Either that or
of course it is. I was saying to me last week, he's like, psst, just so you know, this is a banana bread club. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? It's like the bartender or the waiter. Which one told you, bro?
That was the most gayest, stupid, try hard. What a lonely soul. What a lonely human being to fucking do that. Wow. Yeah, well, just like you say, through the guy through the window. Like, I know that window. You ain't throwing someone through that window. Your grandpa threw someone. That window is very thick. He's just an idiot. And so many, well, even all the stories. That's why he got so mad when we picked the stories apart. The adoption stories, the beach story, none of it made sense. Why would your grandfather tell you you should never hit somebody in front of somebody when your other little cousin is being drowned? Right? Where does that make sense? I would have looked at my grandfather and said, well, what was else I supposed to do? Let him drown him? Made no sense. He gets them all from movies. Nope. Even when he got mad, he didn't realize with the Marlino stuff, right? Well, if you don't, what did he say? Whoever don't follow me now in time. I don't know, some Sony Soprano line. What is it?
No, I remember.
For yous who
well,
don't,
that'll make me sad.
Yeah, for yous who are not with me now, okay, it will be dealt with. And it felt like that Soprano said in one of the seasons. He mimicked it. And then he mimicked the line.
He literally stole it word for word is what he did. They played the actual dialogue and they played what he said. He stole the shit line for line.
I think Stax played it. I forget who played it, but it was fucking a lying informant. One of them, but it was fucking hilarious. And he stole the part from Black Mass too. It was fucking sick.
This shit is gay as fuck.
And that was the Marlino breakup. That was true. Listen, that rocked his fucking world.
Of course it did. It's still bothering him. It's still bothering him right now.
In his bones, in his heart. Picture being in love with Don Mattingly your whole life, right? Just wanting to play baseball, play catch with Donnie Baseball, the hitman, number 23, New York Yankees, first base, Gold Glove. And then all of a sudden, you go to Donnie Baseball has a trial because he had a ticket, and you went there, and I don't know, you started smoking cigarettes because Donnie's neighbor did, and you got to be his friend or something for a day or two and send him a baseball, and then he don't want to talk to you no more, and he lost it. Donnie Baseball shouted out somebody else and not you.
Yeah, he said, "Hey kid, how you doing?"
Yeah.
You said I could help you with your case for free. You guys like, cool. Here's my lawyer's email.
The line of bullshit he threw at the skinny guy when he first met him,
and the insane emails he got. Forget about it.
Because remember Phoebe saying, "I didn't go to that trial as a fanboy." Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
The only reason you would have gone to that trial. There was literally no other reason for you to have gone to that trial at all. You went way the fuck out of your way and made time in your life to go to the trial of a man you did not know.
There's no other reason.
Whose stories you read about and started getting all kinds of weird daydreams in your head about.
You're not a journalist, right?
I bet in your head you were kissing.
Yeah.
Fucking sick.
He's not a journalist or nothing like that. He went there because he was hoping to be this guy's friend and meet him to smell his socks.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And tell me, Phoebe, in your dream, were you wearing pants?
Yeah. In your dream, Phoebe, were you holding a margarita?
You know, moving day margaritas. Yeah, no doubt about it, bro.
And it's funny because unconsciously they say things like that. I didn't go there because I was a fanboy. It's like, yeah, you did. That's what.
Yeah, you did. You even washed your favorite pair of Daisy Dukes before you went down there.
Oh, yeah.
You were showing all kinds of ankle, Phoebe.
What a sick fuck. I ended up coming on here and saying that all your friends are mobsters and you go to social clubs. And you sound like such a retard. That's weird.
Yeah, that's what I say. Just ridiculous on its face, these things that he says. It's just as ridiculous and stupid for him to say that as it was for fucking dumbass to say that he fought Kimbo.
Yeah.
It's the same level of stupid.
Say fought Kimbo sliced twice. It's like,
well, I know that you're lying because you're not functionally retarded right now. Right? It's like, you can still eat food. What are you talking about?
Trambo is another compulsive liar who cannot help it. I think he does it because he's a scam artist and he's on a lot of drugs because the the wife, Jen, she was a big drug addict. She like a falling down drug addict.
Right. I don't even know who that is. I never
Yeah,
saw her.
she came on a couple of times and like you would co-sign his lies, but that's all I really.
Oh,
yeah, and I found out she was at like I think it was somebody's like party, all drunk, falling down on all kinds of pills and shit, all whacked up.
Why do I know? William Wallace says now his crush is Phil Narducci. Why does that name sound familiar? Is that
Yeah, it's another
guy?
Phil. I don't know anything about him besides he's another Philadelphia person.
Yeah, the name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's in love with that guy. He's going to be masturbating on that guy's store. I think that guy owns like a restaurant or something.
You need to watch out. He's going to be in the ceiling tiles.
Oh,
soon.
yeah. Phoebe's going to be in those ceiling tiles naked with a fucking jar of peanut butter and fluff.
Yeah, buddy.
He's going to be up there. He probably sleeps in a tent outside in the backyard. He's on the
just fucking wraps himself in the insulation in the ceiling.
Urinates on the grass and marks his territory. Brings little pigeons back and puts them on the doorstep.
Yeah, slides his manhood between the cushions. You know, find him a nice, comfortable couch.
Narducci's father. Why was his father a wise guy or something like that? Why does Phoebe love this guy? Or was this guy called?
It would have to be some kind of connection for Phoebe to be.
Or was he called the wise guy by those like Philly like reporters or those kind of guys?
KD says Narducci's father. That's where you know the name RTC. Okay, I got you. So his father is probably somebody. I got you.
Father was on the Killing Andrew Bluno replacement. Oh, he was part of that the Scarfo and all them people.
So I probably heard it in one of these fucking
me
documentaries
too.
or something. Yeah, I got you.
I've seen those documentaries on the Philadelphia people before. I don't remember too much, but that name does ring a bell. And I've heard that name too. Yeah, Chicken Man, Narducci. Is the Chicken Man?
The problem is like a lot of that. I mean, we always say this, but in particular, it is true of this. Like in particular, the only stories we really have of the inside of what happened is from straight up fucking rats.
From rats. Yeah, or from informants. All that stuff is. Listen, any secret society is going to be written by people who leave that society. In this case, rat bastards or informants who leave, who want to paint their own narrative helped by the government. So you really don't know what really went on. Look how they lied about that guy, the guy from fucking New Jersey, Johnny Amato or whatever his name. They called him a gay guy. He said he was gay and killed him. He wasn't even a Finook. That was just a lie. And the guy who did that became an informant, right? The guys who lied on him all became rats. And everything's told by rats.
Katie said he was before Scarfo. New York killed him. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, like all that stuff, even back then, always struck me as like, well, who told you this stuff? Right? Like, did that guy? Oh, Scarfo's nephew or somebody tell you that they heard it through the grapevine, or who told?
Yeah, all
the
those.
story?
I've seen a lot of them.
Katie says those parts are true. Genovese killed Narducci, stuffed him in a trunk.
I've watched all them documentaries too, a lot of them. But here's the thing with them: I don't remember half of them because I always thought to myself, these are all being told by either wiretaps or informants, and mostly informants. 99% is coming from. Like Phil Leonetti, all the shit he says about Scarfo. He's trying to.
You can't believe nothing.
You can't believe anything these guys say. So sometimes, is it cool watching some of it? Sometimes, yeah, I have watched documentaries on that shit, but I really don't.
Well, so have I. Who hasn't been bored and been flipping through, and that's what's on History
I take
Channel.
it at face. You got to take it. You really can't believe it though, because it's coming from.
Well, that's what I was just saying
rats
to
who
you.
want to
Right?
make those people look bad. Want to make themselves look good, right? That's what all the rats do. I've said that since I first started my channel. No lie.
Yeah. Or they're just reading a story. They're reading the narrative the government needs to pass for the story. Yeah.
Look at Maddie Madonna, Stephen Crea, and Caldwell, and and Londanio. Look at that case right there, and that will tell you everything you need to know of how corrupt the government is, and when they want to get you. And fucking fuck you, boy.
Case after case like that, my friend. case after case after case after
That's
case.
probably a recent one, though. That's why it's like blows your mind.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I remember reading the headlines and shit when it happened. The last great mob hit.
All right, so how did Philly...
The last great fucking takedown, assassination, public assassination.
That guy, Phil Narducci, probably has no idea what nutcase stalker he's got loving him. Phoebe's going to have some deep love affair he's in. Eventually, when the guy says, hey, weirdo, fuck off, Phoebe is going to do 100 videos, lie about the guy, call him a mobster, all that.
He might just do it anyway because he wakes up and decides he wants some clout or some views or some dumb shit. He might just turn on him anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. But apparently that's who's feeding this guy some infos. So it's all a bunch
that's
of
a bullshit. Imagine, number one,
Right.
if that was someone telling you something, you would never tell a fucking internet that, number one. It's so retarded. I don't know how anybody...
If he did, it would be pretty short-lived. You'd think whoever was talking to that guy would immediately stop fucking with him.
Exactly. Like, what? You made a friend...
Dude, show up in a neck
You
brace.
became friends with a guy who has a show called Mob Talk Radio, that misfit who calls people informants.
And you're telling them these
I guess
stories?
he's been
What the
calling
fuck?
Skinny Marlino an informant. How's the guy an informant? Give me a fucking break. How's he?
KD says he's a business. Phil Narducci Jr. is a businessman. He's not a gangster.
Well, Phoebe will say he is.
Of course he will.
Yep. Steve, what's up, bro? Phoebe will say he is. Fibster would smell his fingers. He would. Probably go through his
Yeah, of course
coffee.
he'll pretend
He
he's
probably
made.
goes.
I'm sure the Phil Narducci Jr. dude probably pretends he's made. It's a sickness, dude.
If he might
You
be
know?
a nice guy who just don't know anything, right? Who don't even know who Phoebe is.
Not if he's feeding this guy all these
can't
fucking stories and info and playing fucking I'm on a mob show. That's where I'm coming
But
from.
I don't
It's
think
like
he's
this
been
dude-
on there, so it could be.
He might have told. They said that's where he's getting all his
But
information.
Phoebe could be just saying that.
It's
Case the
possible,
guy's
or
a
the guy is
retard.
actually playing gangster because his daddy
That's
was a
very
gangster.
possible. He could be some fucking weird hump fucking retard, right? That's very possible. But
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's possible that dude told him he was made. Shh, don't tell nobody.
because there are guys out here, believe it or not, 40s, 50s, 60s, right, who will literally become friends with other people on the phone and tell each other they're gangsters and like really LARP. The WAP LARP. The wise guy hump WAP
That shit's
LARP.
weird.
It really happens. They're sick mentally fuckers.
How far can you take that before you end up in transpo situation and somebody actually wants to go to the
Yeah,
game?
exactly.
You know, how long can you tell somebody you're a gangster and do all this gangster shit and run house and run the streets and you're with social clubs and shit? What happens when they want to come see you?
Exactly. Or what happens?
And your friends, you told them about everything. You guys are down. How come I can't hang out?
Well,
How
what
come I can't
happens
come
when
meet
you
your
say
friends?
Providence is your base of operations and there's this guy making fun of you right in your neighborhood? Like, right there, everybody knows you're full of shit. He's a sick person.
Yeah.
Now, that Narducci guy, if he is a normal person who just said hi to him in a store, or if he's really feeding him info, he's as sick as Phoebe.
Oh yeah, if he's playing
Yeah,
that
if he's
game
playing-
for sure, and a fucking
Yeah, total
disgrace,
disgrace.
and an absolute fucking disgrace on top of it. If your father was a good man, like they're saying he was, and that's how you repay his memory by being a fucking mob hump
Well, I don't
weirdo
know
and
much
lying
about the
shit,
father.
then
I don't know. I don't think he was a rat, though. I don't know if he was killed or went to jail in the Scarfo era. I don't know. But he wasn't an informant, I believe.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He was a good
So
man.
he didn't tell on
Right?
nobody, so he's a good dude.
Yeah. If he was all right, then you're kind of doing your father's memory a
Oh, a great
disservice.
disservice.
If that's
Why
what's
would
going
anybody?
on. Yeah, you're
Why would
fucking
anybody
crazy.
talk to some guy who has a YouTube channel about the mob? That's so fucking stupid. Number one, the mob isn't even around no more, right? It's just got a lot of nephews and sons out there who might lie or something stupid, right? Why would you fucking ever? Let's say if someone was doing crime, right? Why would you ever talk to someone like that? It's amazing. I don't believe anyone does. I think it's a bunch of older men who have no lives. They're sick in the head. They worship gangsters their whole lives, but can never be around them. So they
their dad took them on fucking ride-alongs to check them out.
Yeah. Yep. Took them on ride-alongs to spy on gangsters. Makes them sick.
Yeah.
That's weird shit.
And in that very small sense, then you have a little bit of my Britney Spears compassion, just a little bit. But you know, there comes a point where there's just no excuse for how much you've let that grown to be such a
we
gigantic
get Pappy
part
fucked
of your
you up. We get that. Grandpappy, Pappy fucked you up. Whoever took you on these months.
Right, but at what point in your life did you not grow out of it, man? You're in your fucking 40s, bro. You still want to dress like a 15-year-old ditsoon and fucking play gangster and make up lies and all kinds of weird character traits that you don't possess.
I know, sick.
Yeah, you got to grow out of shit like that, man. At some point in your life, you have to learn to let go. You got to learn to let go and grow the fuck up.
Yeah, you got to get a grip on reality.
Yeah, man. You got to grow the fuck up. You have realizations. It's called maturity. You know, and it just happens. It's one of those things you don't even have to try to do. One day you'll be thinking one way, and the next day you'll be thinking
that
another.
With compulsive liars, though. Like sick people like that.
Fucking brains broke. Fucking brains broke. Damaged goods, dented cans, I say. Dented fucking cans, I say.
I don't know why, but their brain is wired different than a normal person, right? Like a normal person is not gonna make fake family members, fake suicides. They're not gonna act like they're gonna kill themselves every other fucking week for attention.
And then even make the emergency contact.
Yeah, that's
about
sick.
Attention.
That is.
I mean, break it down for him one time, right? It's like, dude, it's like not only are you seeking attention from the act, you've got it set up so that even when you have an emergency contact for them to notify, that shit is some clout chasing, attention seeking shit. This shit got levels.
Man,
like
listen, he even lied about that. He said the doctor said, "Wow, your emergency contact is the Gaudis." Here's the funny part. I believe one of the ladies in the chat worked in hospitals, and this is the truth. The doctor's not even going to know about your emergency contact. Like, that's going to be receptionist and the lady who, like, scanned you into the hospital. Why would the doctor need your emergency contact, right? He would just have a nurse. It's just ridiculous.
Well, and like I said to you one time, it's like, bro, you're the only one that
they would not
that's
even
cool.
be impressed by that. What doctor?
Right. You're only saying that out loud because you are the mob pump and the weirdo and think that's cool. You think other people are going to think that's cool. Other people in reality out here outside your daydream
no,
don't
they ain't
care.
Gonna give a fuck or care, or even they probably won't even think of that who it is. They'll be like, okay, just they ain't gonna think. That's fucking weird.
It's very weird, bro, to assume that other people are going to think that has some kind of value, right? It's just odd.
Like we've said this before. How many people you think he runs into, or he tells them he's John Gotti's nephew?
Most.
Yeah, most people he meets.
And I mean, I can't even imagine that Captain Lou would never be honest. But I can only imagine the number of phone calls she's gotten where it's like, "See, I told you I knew her."
Yeah.
Oh, hey, what's up? Is this hey Angel? Like, see, I told you.
I would love to listen. I would like when she told me about him saying the Patriarcha thing. I don't know how she caught him though. I would love to know how she caught him in the Patriarcha lie. What's up, GG? I would love to know how she caught him and how long it took for her to catch him in the Patriarcha lie. Because, like I said, her brother knows Junior. They went to their kids went to school. I mean, Junior's kid went to school with Junior.
They went to military school.
Raymond Jr. Raymond Jr.'s son Chris went. He was like a freshman when John Jr. was like a senior, a junior. and they were friends. They were friends in what you call it, and Cornwall on the Hudson. My cousin Rudy went there too. He used to have his little military picture with the gray uniform and shit. So did Donald Trump and shit. That must have been funny. He must have realized, wow, this kid's been bullshitting me the whole time. If he's just such a liar. What a bullshit artist.
He weaves the bullshit indeed.
I bet you what he did when she caught him.
A great tapestry. He weaves the bullshit.
Listen, when she caught him, he probably started crying and saying how he was beat and tied to radiators and just put on a massive crying show. So the mommy kicks in and goes, "Oh, that's okay, Phoebe."
Wow. Something to that effect. Yeah, somewhere on that road.
I'm gonna kill myself.
And if he said it in front of you or with you on the stream, all he would have to do is tell her that he was just fucking bullshitting you for some one reason or another.
No, he's never said that on a stream ever publicly. That was about only in the one video he did where he did an interview with her at Elio's office where he talked the whole time about how their family knew each other, was so gay.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, that's when she believed that he was Raymond's grandson. It's like Raymond only actually had like one girl, 2 grandkids. Chris had a sister. She lives in Florida, but that's it. 2 grandkids, like
right.
So it's like, where the fuck did? And he had 1 kid. So where did you come from, retard? So that's how they must have caught him. She must have told the brother, and the brother must have said, "Wait a minute. Well, I knew Chris, and like he don't have no brothers and sisters, right? Like, because I don't think he knew of Chris's sister. They weren't like tight or nothing. If one lived in Florida, they lived in Providence, but yeah, it's just amazing.
Dude, you could find out that information, I'm sure, from a cursory Google search on the person.
Possibly
on Patriarcha, whatever.
Yeah, well, like I said, there were his daughter. Like it wasn't from the same mother, right? Things like that.
Right. I'm just saying, if you found one of these fucking mob humpy websites that had the name of his kid.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, you could probably just do a quick Google search and find that stuff.
Well, I found the reason I knew who she was because she found me on YouTube, right? On YouTube, I think it was on a video, and I said my uncle's name, the old man's name. She goes, he was friends with my dad. And I checked her channel out, right, and I seen her face, and she took his head right off, and I got friendly with her, and she told me that Raymond was her father. And she knew everyone's name and all that shit. She looked just like them and shit, but they didn't talk and stuff. I haven't heard from her in a long time, though. It was shocking. Like, small world, right? Like, holy shit. Small world.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Especially when you start talking about people you're supposed to be related to that are public figures, the world gets very small.
Yeah. GG. Yeah, there's a lot of lurkers. Let them lurk, though. Lurk all you like. For sure, you could probably find lineage.
Oh, they're out there. Well, there's 40 people-ish, 40, 50 people listening right now, and there's like 4 or 5 top lurkers around this motherfucker, usually.
Yeah, well, a lot of people go to sleep, though, too. You got to remember that. A lot of people pass out watching.
Well, people do that in a lot of chats, though. You'll have a lot more people watching than you do typing. That's usually average.
Well, yeah, KD, that's how a lot of them make lies up. They'll find, like, what one of these guys who didn't have kids, right? Or maybe 1 kid, and they moved away so they can lie and steal their family. They're sick, man. There's people that do it all the time. A guy tried to do it a few years ago with Paul Castellano. He tried to say he was related to him or something.
You told me about that. Thanks, Gigi. Yeah, you told me about that. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, I guess he lied to Stax and went on Stax, and Stax found out he was lying and shit and, like, put him on blast or something. But, yeah, the guy was lying, saying he was his grandson or something. It's like, just be your fucking self, dickhead. Like, I would never tell people I was Don Mattingly's cousin because my mother's Irish, right? I could very easily say, Don Mattingly, he was related to us or something, right? I'd be lying. People could check it out, but you look like an idiot, right?
Yep.
If I told everybody Don Mattingly was my cousin and they went and checked the family tree, and it's bullshit, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot. So I'm not gonna say Don Mattingly was my cousin. Just one of my favorite baseball players growing up. But these fucking people can't. Yeah, XX says, I just clicked back in. I'm gonna crash. Have a good one, man. Thanks for coming around, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Have a good night.
He's been a long time subscriber to both, my channel and yours.
True, KD. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Triple X.
He's been around since the Tanya days. He's been around since the Tanya days.
Tanya was funny.
Yeah, same with Ramundi. He was another crazy old dude.
Yeah, I remember that person too.
I'd believe you though. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to know until someone checked and they found I was lying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they did. There's people said they were related to Mick Jagger, right? Oh, wait, there's some weird people out there, man. People that they idolize, or they want to seem tough, so they say they're related to like Larry Hoover or a mobster, an old gangster or something. I don't know. It's weird shit, though.
Yeah. Gigi says we have the Calabrians here, and that's in Sydney for all the people listening out there. Says we have the Calabrians here, and it's less glamorized. Probably why we don't have much of a bad case of mop. No, I'll tell you, bro, because this is America.
It's an American thing. It's a huge.
It's all been marketing and movies and TV shows and hype and fucking.
Yeah, the Calabrians ain't going for that.
Americans love crime and crime stories, man.
Yeah, the wogs are not all fanboyed out over there. You're not going to really see that. The Calabrians ain't going to go for it. The regular white Australians already have an identity. They don't need to cling on to the Italians' fucking identity, right?
Yeah, right. Because of all those different crimes, Americans love the crime and stuff, but at the pinnacle top of that is Italian crime.
Yeah, because they've made so many Italian mob movies and glamorized.
Oh, yeah, it just goes right with the word. Yeah, and everything's a mob and everything's a mafia.
XX, you're nuts. Yeah, and that's what they do, and that's what Phoebe did with Raymond Petrarca and Secret Mafia Grandpa. He still says there is a Secret Mafia Grandpa, which doesn't exist.
Idiots. Yeah, he's got to let that shit go. That's retarded.
Yeah, like you already lied when you said Raymond was your fucking grandpa, so give it up, pal. Yeah, spot on. Yeah, in America, it's different, man. We got so many fucking humps who have no identity, they think the average white guys their own selves are goofs, so they don't fucking, which they're not, but that's what they feel like, some of them who try to fucking emulate other people's cultures and shit. That's weird and sad.
Yeah, das is good.
Yeah,
I will be German today.
Yeah, one day they're Swiss, the next day they're fucking German, the next day they're
I do not like Swiss. I met a man one time tried to pay me to put the Swiss on his genitals.
Well, look at even that guy Tig. His picture when he was in his 20s.
Don't even get me started. That shit made me ill, bro.
He had an Italian fucking horn on him.
Yeah.
So he was probably going around telling people he was fucking. Why do you think he was such a nice guy? That's why he was such a mob fanboy to the Franceses and now to Angel, right?
Yeah, he cut his hair so it looked like he could fucking slick it back into the whole thing. Made me sick. It all made me sick, dude.
With the horn, Spanky used to wear the Italian horn too. Disgusting.
But the best story I know everybody loves all of his stories, and the biker stuff is always amazing. So is the Stolen Valor. But for me, still my favorite over the top, the one that I would just compare to fucking Fighting Kimbo again. I'll use that as my ground zero because it's the most insane lie ever told on YouTube. But for Harry Wessel's Dead Dog Farm, that dude's Kimbo Slice for me was saying that he was the first white leader of the folk nation in Chicago. That is amazing.
I know.
That is fucking no. It's like, what, bro? First of all, they've had the ghost gangster disciples for a long time. That's where the white kids go in the folks, is the ghost gangster disciple. And you were absolutely not the first white one. In Chicago, in which it was founded, bro, we've seen your picture with your Italian
He wasn't even from there. He wasn't even from there.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But even
they
if
hate
it was
Italians.
true, it's like, bro, that is 100% not you.
Yeah, they hate Italians, Jerry, because they want to be it, but they can't. So anything that you want to be that you can't, usually end up hating.
Remember that old white folk we saw last? They called them white folks.
Yeah.
Remember? That's the type of person you would have to be to convince me you were the first white kid in the fucking folks in Chicago. And I mean that. Like, I'm not even kidding. I really mean that. Like, that's it.
There are old white dudes like that who grew up with all black guys in them folk nations.
And they're hardcore fucking gangbang. That's what they stand on, and I respect that. That's fine.
Yeah, that's who they are.
Shit. Stand on it.
And that guy was one of them. That guy.
Dude, he had the star on his forehead. His shirt had the star on it. He was wearing the color, the way he spoke, and like he had one dead fucking eye where he probably got stabbed in a fucking wall. You know what I mean? Now that dude was about it, bro.
With a toothbrush.
You know? Yeah, no, that dude was about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the guy that would be the, no, Tig, come on, bro. You soft ass ladies, joggies wearing ass bitch. Trailer park living out in fucking Arkansas, stealing quarters from the laundromat. Come on, bro. Broken sandals and a parka.
Well, I had somebody at my door.
No worries, bro. Take your time. Yeah, no, that dude's a fucking idiot.
The Trambo boxing thing of the judge, Carol. That's right. That was funny. Said that.
That's a great one. That is another great one. The judge
was this mean black bastard. He was so mean. But he didn't send me to jail. He sent me to box. It's like, well, how is he mean then, you fucking dummy? Right?
Yeah, Gigi says Tig was the first white GD. He was King Von's mentor.
On King David.
Exactly, dude.
On King David.
Yeah. O-Block.
Why even make up those lies? Well, this is the guy who told us he held dying Marines in his arms.
Oh, that's dirty shit. Yeah. That's stolen valor stuff. That's dirty.
And he shed tears over it.
See, that's psychotic.
It is psychotic. That's why he is psychotic. This motherfucker shed tears. I heard Mike Chick even dumped him.
I heard the same thing. In a chat. I saw that. Yeah.
Chick. Even maybe for Harambe cooking. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, right? Because he's supposed to be getting tight with fucking Harambe again, right? They have a show together, don't they?
Sure.
That's what I heard. I heard that the two of them have started a show together. Yeah, and then old Cuck told him to fucking go fuck himself, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if they got a show together, but Harold is such a cuck for the Ripper. Like I said, he's got big red handprints on his ass from getting slapped.
Yeah, man.
Even the women say it. And you got a bunch of women saying, wow, how emasculating. We thought when we first heard this guy, he sounded like a man, right? That wouldn't bend like that. It's like, hey, you don't know him. That dude is seriously fucked up. I held a
Oh, KD looked it up. It says the 12th Street Players turned into fucking Folk Nation out that way in Chicago, but they were all Italian.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, well, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, there was a lot of
yeah, he was definitely not one of them.
No,
he's not Italian.
He was not. He's not Italian.
And he's a
he
pussy.
Didn't even. Yeah, and he's a coward. He told on his friends. He's a snitch, anyways. And a stolen valor. You come out and say he used to cry. I held a dying Marine. I looked in his eyes and I said, "Hold on, you ever held a dying man?" It's like someone like, "Hey, what kind of gun is that?" I don't know. I just know the sound when it takes a man's life. Nick Nolte. What a sicko.
Yeah, there's really not that many chats. The White Mike says this genre is so crazy and I'm barely in any chats anymore. Dude, there's really not a lot of chats anyways. Like really the only chats that are still going on are like people that nobody from around here ever listened to in the first place. Like Harambe or fucking Harry Wessel's Dead Dog Farm or fucking Piggy, you know, like Bum Poke. All those dudes do shows and with rats and snitches or about rats and snitches and stuff like that. But that's about it, bro. And those are all garbage people. Straight
They're
up
all fanboys, flip-floppers, stool pigeons, shit like that.
And just shit human beings. Like straight up shitty fucking people, bro. They're literally scumbags, man. They are shitty human beings. Yeah, don't stand for shit. Don't stand on shit. Lie, cheat, fuck each other in their fucking ass. Are literally closeted homosexuals, most of them.
And not even mob. I never even did mob shit. You know, people try like, oh, you did. When you can do mob stuff? I never did mob stuff. I just do stuff on stool pigeons. I never did a mob document. That's fucking stupid to me. I never did that.
That's it, bro. Every Wednesday we're gonna do Mob Hump Day. And we're gonna watch a fucking documentary with the mob humps.
If I wanted to be a mob hump, my channel would slaughter all their channels because I would do videos on all the people I knew, you know, in life and tell them.
No, you should purposely watch the ones that are just straight up fucking. Like I said, we should watch like straight up History Channel documentaries where like, here comes Genovese and his white fedora or his black fedora and his white Cadillac.
I'd rather watch fucking anything but that. Sometimes, listen, once in a blue moon,
and watch it. We'll dissect
once in a blue moon, if a good documentary was out, I would watch it. But I can't watch too much of that stuff. It's stupid.
In 1947, under this very light post.
Yeah, history stuff. But if
Bonanno said to the other godfather,
he said, "Please pass the coffee." Fucking stupid.
Yeah. Thou shalt not, wilt not be done.
Yeah, I would never do that.
In the name of the Father and the Spirit.
Yeah.
It's fucking
if I
crazy.
actually did
the mob hump day, we'll have to do it on Wednesdays.
If I did a real mob hump shit, like talked about all the people I grew up with and knew and told them like things they didn't know about these people, right? They would love that shit, but I would never do that, right? Never in a million years. But even like little nothing to do with the mob though, but stuff about them. I would never do that, but they would eat that shit up because 90% of the guys that they talk about from my city, I've known in my lifetime. I personally knew these people, unlike these fucking weird guys.
This Wednesday, we're gonna watch a documentary on the commission of the mafia.
Yeah, I can't. That's not it.
And the founding and the very year and the members, and then we're gonna talk about it like it's interesting.
Yeah, I think everybody's seen a documentary before. I've watched them before, but once a year maybe something different.
I know, but if that's what these fucking people are sucking on like dick on here, it's like, here you go, bro.
Well, they watch that shit all day. Like how I watch history stuff on Rome and Scotland and everything. They watch shit on that. So hey, some people
Bumpoke masturbates to it like it's porn.
Hey, some people. I'm not saying everybody who watches documentaries there's something wrong with, right? No, no problem. But when you try to
No, I'm making a joke about mob hump.
Yes, there's a difference between a mob hump and somebody who just watches shit, right? There's a huge difference. But a lot of these people who watch it, not all of them, but a lot of them are these hump kind of weirdos who have a fascination with it.
Yeah. Create storylines, and everybody with an Italian last name is in the mob or connected to the mob, and they know you now.
Like, Jerry,
they're your best buddy.
If you go to Calabria, every Italian you meet's not going to tell you they're in the mob, right? In America, I'm telling you, if you're not every Italian does it. I'm not saying everyone, but there's a lot of Italians, a half Italians, a little bit of Italians who tell anybody who they talk to, oh, my family's in the mafia. It's pathetic. And it happens more than you know. It's pathetic.
The fucking rancid piece of human garbage is what
that guy's a mental case, man.
Fuck that dude. Fucking basically a member of the fucking Klan on drugs. Fuck that dude. He's a total piece of human trash.
Yeah, he's not. None of these people.
Nothing about him is funny or amusing or entertaining. He's a fucking shit pile human being. He's poor because he chooses to fucking be poor. Drug addicted. He could literally fucking be at home any fucking time he wants.
Most of these people are mentally ill, though. Right? Most of these people are mentally ill people, dude. Basically most all the content creators you watch who flip flop and do all this dumb shit are mentally ill. Come on, this is on the internet with your name and shit. You're out here making a fool of yourself.
This is another one's got nothing but fucking stories and lies, man.
Yeah, they all lie.
Yeah.
All tell lies.
It's part of the mental illness, is what I'm saying, bro.
Yes, it
yeah.
is.
They're just fucking liars.
It is part of their mental illness, yes. Because every one of these guys who make up stories have the same MO with all that shit.
And yeah, this shit with doxing and families is fucking gross and fucked up, man. You can thank a lot of those same scumbags for that shit.
Yes, those are the people.
Nobody in this chat does that shit or supports that shit.
No, we've never done that to people. So we can beat them with humor and facts. They can't. That's why that's why people like in our little realm of people, the normal people who've never flip-flop, who stood on what they believe in, can still hold their head high, who don't do streams of people who abuse their families or friends or abuse them, right? Like 90% of these people, if you see them on stream together, they hated each other 6 months ago. They can't say that about me or you or the people we stream with, right? They can't say that kills them.
That's it, man. Next week, I'm going to hate you. You're going to hate me so we can get our views
Yeah,
up.
it's fucking pathetic.
And then we're going to tell them we want to build a wall. It's going to be a big, beautiful, glorious wall, and you have to donate.
Yeah, ain't it? And they're all money grubbers too. Like vicious money.
Donate, please.
I've been on here for 4 years. I've been doing YouTube for like 6 or 7 in other communities. I've never once. Well, this is the first time I've asked for money, but I never once fucking hawked people for money. The Cash App's up, the Super Chat's on. If you want to do it, you do it. If not, fine, no problem. Just being here, typing is helping me. Talking in the chat, watching my video is enough, you know. If you want to do a little more on your own, hey, God bless. If not, no problem.
Yeah, this channel is not monetized, and we only recently even had it. I only recently started putting up a Cash App. I don't talk about that shit. Every once in a blue moon, somebody will toss a couple dollars. It's always very appreciated, but it's not the identity of the show. We come on here and have a show because we talk once a week, right? We look at some fucking insane news.
I've had people try to buy me with Cash Apps before.
That's crazy.
I've had people try to like send me shit and tell me who to go after, all the shit. I've never done that. And that's why I lost those donors, because I don't give a fuck. You're not going to send me money and tell me what to do. You go fuck yourself.
But yeah, that's weird. That's weird behavior to even. I could never imagine doing that. Like writing somebody and being like, "Hey, here's $50. Do me a favor. Talk about this. Talk to me about this, and talk about this person. Go after this person."
Yeah, I have had that happen before.
I'm sure you have.
Oh, they changed for money.
Yeah, a lot of those other dudes have talked about that shit. We know that fucking Fibby's sent Piggy like microphones.
He's scared
and shit
of them.
like that.
He's
to go after
terrified
people.
of anybody. He can't take any criticism. They're terrified. That's why they bend to these people and kiss their ass and send them things. They're scared of them. That's why his whole story, it's like, dude, your whole story is for if you were ever raised by an old school guy who had some respect, well, either you didn't listen to them or they were fucking clowns because they didn't teach you shit. You've conducted yourself on here like the biggest rat, jerk off, cunt, fucking fanboy clown that anybody's ever seen.
Straight up whore. Straight up.
Whoever your
whore.
fucking wise guy fan member was that you don't have is rolling in his grave. Bullshitter.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit. I wonder how long. What happened to Piggy, Mandy? He's not around? Sounds like unit 820. I don't know what that is. No, money's not worth your morals. Hell no. Fuck that. You gotta have a code in life and not sell out.
Oh yeah, that's what I always say. Yeah, I have to have a fucking line.
Like I said before, if I wanted to sell out,
when you draw a line, you
if I wanted to sell out, I would come on here and pull up all fucking stories of all people I've known my whole life. I'm like, when the government says they whacked people and all that shit, do all faggy shit like that. I would never do that. Never.
Yeah, Wednesday mob hump day.
Yeah, mob hump day. But you'd make a killing and money doing that.
We're gonna start with the commission.
Would love it. They'd come here. They'd watch.
I know. It's why we should watch a fucking generic ass History Channel shits once in a while for these fucking people and make fun of them. It'd be hilarious.
You'd have to make it yourself, an AI one, a funny AI one, or something, because I can't watch that shit.
No, I wouldn't be watching this.
Like Al Capone just bought a fucking Twinkie.
It's just a very funny idea. It's just striking me as very funny.
Online.
All right, let me grab a smoke real quick.
I gotta go to work. I'm gonna stay up anyways. I have to go to work in the morning fast.
We say you gotta go. When do you have to go to work?
At 9 o'clock.
Oh, so in a long time. I got you. So you're staying up? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna grab a smoke real quick. We're gonna go mobile. And if I can get another drink too.
And
yeah, I'm gonna be on for like another 20. I'll be on for another 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah, my friend brought me a coffee.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, like 20 minutes ago. Just scroll up to for attention. Somebody said a movie? No. I thought you talk about that stupid De Niro movie where he was two people like an idiot. I heard that movie was terrible.
No, but we do got to figure out one of these times because we did want to go on to Rumble. I have that.
Yeah, I don't know how to make one, man. It won't take to my. I think I made one a long time ago and forgot the codes. I even tried to start it with a new email. It wouldn't work, and I just said, "Fuck this."
Well, we've got one for the Skullbro show over there. I mean, we just got to figure out a time. I was going to say for us to go over there and try a movie night or whatever. We can start off with My Blue Heaven.
Will be good. You got to plan that.
Yeah, because I've got the movie. I can just load it on the computer or whatever.
Do you ever sell them? Do you sell them to like weed stores and shit like that? That's pretty cool. I never really had a green thumb myself. Never. I used to water the tomatoes for my grandmother and shit.
Oh yeah,
that's about it. I never had.
Well, you get good at it. Like anything else, you learn and pick stuff up here and there, and eventually after.
We always had a garden.
Decent.
My stepfather always had a garden too.
Yeah, my grandmother had a fucking killer garden. My grandfather helped keep it up, but we had all the earth, like tomatoes.
Yeah, all I would do is turn it over. I would just turn it over, right? Like just rip up all the dirt and shit, water shit. They would plant everything and all that stuff.
Yeah, I remember they had a big lattice walls and then like a lattice ceiling that went over top of it, and the vines just went all through there, and then they had all the big poles and shit like that for the ones that were just the plants that were growing out of the ground.
The metal poles with those poles, metal.
Yeah, like really thin wood. Yeah, we had some that were like wood, and we would replace them, and then we had a bunch of the really, really thin metal rods.
My grandfather, we had a grapevine in our yard, a big grapevine, still there.
And then, the vines, like I said, they'd go up the lattice and stuff like that. I remember that shit.
My grandfather planted that in the 1930s or 40s when he moved from Providence. They used to live up Federate Hill in Providence, and they moved to Johnston.
Right.
Planted the grapevines.
Yeah, my brother would walk out there and grab a tomato and like just literally like rinse it off or rub it on his shirt, and he would just bite right into it.
Yeah,
and put
I know
salt
people
on it.
do that. Yeah. salt.
Bro. I had a cousin that would do that with onions too. It would flip me the fuck out.
Yeah.
But yeah, my brother just go out there and pick the tomatoes, man. Just eat them.
Yeah, I knew somebody used to put sugar on them too, so I didn't like it like that.
Yeah, no, I'm not the guy that picks those things up and eats them.
I like the
either.
peppers. I'll eat some red peppers and green peppers. Yeah, I'll take the middle out with all the seeds and have some peppers. I don't mind that.
Right on.
And if I have a tomato, it's just plain. I won't put no salt.
With peppers, like I like the flavor on a little beets. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't shy away from it if it's on a little beets. I don't mind the peppers.
I don't mind it on pizza, but
right. I don't order it that way, but I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind it. I can deal with it there. And like
I like peppers and eggs, right? Sausage and peppers.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sometimes in a sauce, if it's the right sauce, I can do it. A little pepper, and it's not too bad, but not my favorite thing.
Yeah, well, I never liked stuffed peppers, and my father used to always say, "That's the fucking Irish in you there, kid. How the fuck don't you like stuffed peppers?" I never liked stuffed peppers, to this day I don't. I like all other kinds of wop stuff, right? But
I catch shit. I've told you several times. I always catch the shit for fish, for seafood, and for like not drinking wine either.
I love
don't
both
like either one.
seafood and wine all day long.
Yeah,
I can live on seafood.
See, I can't even smell it. My brother's the same way. But the young people in my family literally will eat it all.
Yeah, my grandfather used to eat raw garlic, Jerry. Yeah.
It's a little spice for me. You know, raw garlic's a little spicy. I don't know.
Sometimes I have little garlic cloves in my refrigerator right now. Sometimes I'll take I'll take a little clove of garlic and eat it. I forget to do it a lot.
I eat a lot of garlic and oil. I eat a lot of garlic in my food and stuff, but I don't ever eat it raw.
I like taking a little raw clove of garlic and eating it, but I just don't. I forget a lot though.
It's good for you. It's good for you. It's just a little spicy. Like I survive it, but I don't do it normally on my own.
I love fish though. I love snail salad, bacalao.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. Delicious. Yeah, hey man, more for you.
More for fish and chips. Not Italian, but still, I love fish and chips. The New England style fish and chips. They just opened a new joint over here too. A new fish and chip joint just opened up too.
Yeah, when we went to Salem and when we were in Boston,
got killed up.
A lot of the people in my family were just taking fucking seafood the fuck out, bro. When we were in the North End, my family was just like taking shit the fuck out, and we were in this little. Gigi's heard this story. I'll just tell a little bit of it, but I had some young people from my family with us too. You know, we were all there together, and we were in this little Sicilian restaurant in the North End. Like 12 tables, bunch of older people. They were really, really nice. But when they found out the younger people in my family could understand them and like speak to them in Italian a little bit, they lost their fucking minds, bro. They lost their minds. They started bringing out all these different plates and shit like that. My wife was ordering all these fucking Sicilian dishes, and they were flipping out that everybody knew what was what. And but they just adored the children that were with us that spoke Italian and loved the seafood. They just kept bringing them out all these little plates to try.
They must have loved hearing the kids speak Italian.
They did. They flipped the fuck out. The first old guy lost his mind. He was like,
that's why so many Italians in America are losing our culture. We're becoming more Americanized and Americanized. You know, not many. Most Italians don't even speak Italian, right?
Yeah, well, it's kind of weird though, man, right? Because like my parents insisted on us.
Well, that's how it was. The old timers wanted their kids to learn English to become American.
Right, but then we have to turn around. So I'm saying that's a funny flip side of it, because then we have to turn around with the limited shit that our grandparents taught us, and like it's important now to us that our younger people in our family learn that shit. So
well, it was kind of a double-edged sword. It was kind of a mistake by them doing that. They didn't know though. They thought they were doing something good, because here's what happened when you do that, and and other people don't. It's like you lose out on.
Yeah, Yeah, my parents weren't fucking born here, bro, and they never spoke Italian unless when my father and my uncles got together. Forget about it. Especially when they were drinking grappa, it was fucking all Italian. And like when my mom and dad would like fight or they'd try and keep stuff from us, they'd whisper. But other than that, bro, they basically just
My
only
father spoke
English.
Italian. Not to me though, little words, but he would speak Italian to his mother when he didn't want me or my mother to know what he was saying. He would speak Italian to his mother or to his twin brother or to his sister if he didn't want me or my brother to hear or some of us to hear what he was saying. That's when they would speak Italian.
Yeah, but I had one nonna in particular that was, especially when we were in the kitchen, that's how she would always teach us and stuff like that. And then she would make sure that we would say stuff like properly, you know. She was hardcore on us, but I'm glad she was because I still remember all that shit.
Yeah, I had my cousin, right? Listen to this. My cousin never spoke to his grandmother ever, meaning his grandmother didn't speak English and my cousin didn't speak Italian. So the only words he ever spoke to his grandmother was, she would say, "Get your mother, get your father, your mother, your father," or he'd say, "I love you," and she'd say, "I'm more," or whatever. He never really spoke to his grandmother. I mean, yeah, she
right.
And I remember her when I was little. She didn't speak a lick of English, like a lick of fucking English, not a lick.
Right.
Her husband did it.
Yeah, my grandparents spoke really good English.
Yeah, there's my grandparents did too. My grandmother became a citizen at 44 years old. I have her paper right over here, her naturalization paper. And my grandfather became a citizen when he was 18 years old in America.
That's cool. My grandparents came over after my parents.
Oh, all right. Yeah, one of my my grandparents came forward. My great-great-grandfather came over here after his son. I got the news article.
Yeah.
He's 94 years old, his first plane trip to come to America to see his kid and his grandkids.
Yeah. My mom's parents were here before she was born and stuff like that, but my dad's came over after him. Yeah.
Sicilian, a local Hebron watching. I always said it was Calabrese. Family friends. So yeah, it's a huge Calabrese in Melbourne. Oh yeah,
in Sydney where he's at too, there's a lot.
Oh yeah, it's mad wops. So there are a lot of Italians. A lot of Greeks too. Yeah. Italians, Greeks.
Yeah, so am I, KD. My mom's Venetian, right near Venice.
Yeah,
anyway.
Venetian. Yeah, Venice. Yeah, Irish and Italian. There's so many of us.
And that grandmother, my mom's mom, that's from outside of Venice, that was like, she's the one that was just like seafood crazy. I've told you before, like she would literally just eat fucking clams and pasta if you let her.
I love that.
Just, like,
Spaghetti and clams are the best, man.
And the white sauce, especially. Yeah,
I like it in the red better. I like it in the red better, but I also like it in the white. But I'd rather have spaghetti and clams with some red.
Yeah, I got you.
Spaghetti and clams are fucking delicious. Even spaghetti and tuna I like.
Yeah. Then my dad's mom, she hated the fucking smell of that shit. When my other Nona would make it for herself, she hated the smell of it. She always called it puzzo.
Stinks, yeah. Puzzo.
Yeah, she'd walk through the kitchen, puzzo.
Yeah, some people are not seafood eaters.
Yeah, no, she did. Like, she ate plenty of seafood. She just didn't like the smell of the fucking clams, and my other Nona would make them. Yeah.
Yeah, Jason, I like the codfish up in New England, the fish and chips. It's fried codfish. It's real good. Then they give you the chips of French fries and tartar sauce with a little ketchup. All that shit's good. I've been eating that since I was a little kid. Fish and chips. There's a place over here called Fighters on Valley Street, right where my grandfather was killed. There's a little place that sold hot weenies and fish and chips once a week. Yeah, we used to go there all the time. That was right near my house in Providence. before I moved to Constant.
Right on.
Oh man, anything rare?
Yeah, I never. My mom's dad is the one that got clipped, and he died when she was 8. So I have no recollection of like him. Neither she had a small recollection of him. I have no idea, like the spot. I know the city where he died, but I've never been there. I imagine that'd be pretty.
I know just where my grandfather was murdered. I know just where he was killed. I know.
Yeah, see, that's a bummer,
I know just
man.
what building he was murdered in. I don't know. My cousins and them know the staircase. I don't, but they know the staircase where he stepped up and they blew his head off. He looked to the left when he got off the staircase and they shot him in the back of the head.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, not the left in the stairwell thing, but that's what happened to my mother's father. He also got clipped by getting shot in the back of the head.
Yeah. Well, that was in 74, so I wasn't even thought of then, so I never met him.
Oh, yeah, I've got pictures.
Don't eat lobster. I love a lobster crab. I got a lot of pictures. My grandfather, World War II veteran. He fought in the Pacific. He fought out in the Pacific Theater and shit. I got his flag, though, that they gave my grandmother. My grandmother wore black for a whole fucking year. Every day.
Yeah.
Black, just like my other grandmother. On both sides, both of my grandmothers were Irish and Italian Catholics, like real deep religious old ladies. One was a real strict Irish Catholic, and one was an Italian Catholic. They were really religious. Like when people died, no TV, right? Like TV's off. It sucked as a kid. We always had people dying too, so TV was always off for like a month. My grandfather died. TV didn't go on for a fucking year, I believe. That's crazy, ain't it? Fucking crazy. What's up, Steve? Have a great day, man. Father's Day's coming up Sunday. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go up to the graves and see all my father and my uncles and stuff. Well, I'll see them today too, but I won't go visit all of them today. I'll visit them on Sunday.
Yeah, that's cool.
We're black for a year and she got divorced. Yeah, it's old school right there.
Most of my family's been cremated.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I still remember one of my uncles, bro. One of my uncles had one of my other uncle's ashes. And he was supposed to put like some of them out here and some of them out in this place and some of them like in the water and shit like that, you know. And then obviously people were going to keep, you know, some of them. But I'll never fucking forget. My uncle walked outside of one of the places he was supposed to put one of my uncle's ashes, his brother. And he starts fucking dumping it out, and this big gust of wind came, and it blew some of it back in his face, and he actually got pissed off and yelled at my dead uncle, his dead brother.
Look at Gigi's comment. That's fucking hilarious.
It was so funny, bro.
They traumatized me as a kid. They told me Sicilians are all criminals. I was pissed.
They're all criminals.
I lived in that same little world where when I fought with my Irish family, I was a no good wop. When I fought with the Italians, I was a no good Mick, right? I had that as a kid, even to this day.
Yeah, I've said before, it was mainly just the cooking, man, with like the differences with my grandparents and stuff. Like nobody gave each other shit with like the northern and the southern stuff at all. But they did when it came to the cooking. Yeah, big time.
We had in my family, we were mostly Penesi, but we had some family members that married Sicilians. I remember what was funny. When my little cousin was little, my other uncle used to grab the butcher knife and go, "Here you go, you little Sicilian," like joking around. Like he was like only like 3 years old, right? Like my aunt would be holding him and just joking. He's like, "Get that knife away from her. Here's the butcher knife," right? Like you know, like all Sicilians are maniacs. Yeah, little stupid shit like that, but never really no rivalries. And on the Italian side of things, my Irish and Italian cousins, they got along, but like I said, when I would fight with one of them, they call me a Mick. The other one call me Block. Live in both worlds.
Yeah,
I go by my last name. That's why even a lot of people that knew me in school, like elementary and shit, they didn't even know I was half Irish till I told them. Because my last name's Italian.
Yeah.
But everybody knew what I was, half Irish. I used to wear my Larry Bird shirts to represent my Irish side.
I gotcha.
Always had my Italian hats and jackets too, so I always had mixture of Italian and Irish stuff. I had the Larry Bird, remember them starter jackets?
Of course, yeah, we've talked about it before. This shit was huge.
Yeah, I had a Larry Bird starter jacket and a Don Mattingly starter jacket, well, a Yankee starter jacket.
Yeah, those were huge, man. I remember that.
Good morning, my Brad Hunter.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, that just goes on in every family. With the like a lot of my on my Irish side, some of my aunts married Italians, right? My mother had like 7 brothers and sisters, so a lot of them married Italians. One married a Polish guy, one married a Portuguese guy, but the rest are Italians or Irish. Roscoe. My Italian side, most of them married other Italians, so 99, all of my first cousins on my father's side are all full-blooded Italian. Me and my brother are the only, and my sister's full-blooded Italian too, God rest her soul. But me and my brother were the first Irishmen in the family. Yeah, we were the first mix. The first ones who weren't full-blooded Italian in my family. All my other first cousins are all full-blooded WAP.
Yeah, most of my cousins married Italian, but I do have a couple that just did whatever the fuck they wanted to do. Yeah. My wife's cousin is now. I really get along with this dude. He and I get along very well. My wife's cousin was like her best friend growing up, right? So this is why we're all kind of so close, because she's always still with her. You know what I mean? They're still real close, her and her cousin. Who's a chick, obviously, but her cousin married this guy that's like, bro, when I tell you this motherfucker is country, I'm talking about, boy, this motherfucker is country. Like, he's like, but he also grew up in the fucking hood, like in the South. So he's just a character. He's the real deal. He did a bunch of time and shit like that. He's he's a straight up guy. That's why we get along real well. You know, he's a totally straight up dude.
There's some characters so.
But man, that guy makes me fucking laugh. I just die listening to this. He's got the thickest fucking Southern drawl, and he is so fucking country, but he's also like keeping it gangster, keep it real and shit. And he's grown, so it just makes me laugh. He's a
I got WAP cousins down in the South. I have Italian cousins down there. They're half Italian, right? Yeah. They live down there.
I want to say he's from the fucking Carolinas, man. I want to say he's from North Carolina.
Oh yeah, they got the deep
accent, but I think he is.
Yeah, they got the deep.
But he's got a really thick fucking country ass accent, though, man. Thick.
Yeah, they do down south. The Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama. They got thick draws like dog and stuff.
Yeah. But he's a good dude. He's a stand-up guy. So we've always gotten along.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I mean, everybody else is basically married Italian. Other than a couple of my cousins that. One of them, I'm pretty sure his family's like everything. He's just like a little bit of everything, classic American, and he's kind of like a gym bro. Me and that dude don't really vibe. What's a gym bro? And then a gym bro, like, do you even lift, bro?
Okay, gotcha. JYM gym, all right.
Kind of like, if you didn't know that he was with a chick and really loved her, you might think he's a closeted homosexual. You know what I mean? pretty sure like shaved his body at one time in his life, weightlifting and shit, which is gay as fuck. We don't really get along. And then there's the other cousin that you heard me talk about on Christmas, the guy I threw out of my house on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just saw him at a family event a couple weeks ago. I just saw that dude and his piece of shit kid.
Most of my cousins on my father's side married Italians. My mother's a lot of Irish and mixture of all the kinds, like German, Polish, all kinds of Portuguese and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, literally that.
I got second cousins and stuff that are like Portuguese, Polish, all kinds of. It's just same old American stuff, right?
Yeah. What's up, MRH?
What's happening more?
Yeah, that's cool. You know, I get along with everybody.
Let's see, where I grew up, my area was always mostly Italians, though, like majority. If you looked at my yearbook in school, every name's Italian, and if they don't got an Italian name, their mother's Italian. Like my friend.
Yeah, we had a very, very small, tight knit group. I've said that before.
Yeah, we had a majority of Italians where I was from. Like 99.
There was a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything in RatTrapCity growing up, literally a little bit of everything. But we did have our close, tight knit like neighborhood, and I mean, fuck, I've mentioned to you before, like my parents when they came here to RatTrapCity, they moved here with friends of theirs from New York.
Oh, all right.
You know what I mean? So like the kids that I grew up with, they were literally like the kids of my parents' friends, and there was like 5 or 6 families like that on our block that all knew each other from New York.
Oh, nice.
So we were all pretty tight knit, and then like their cousins moved down here eventually, and summers got insane because we would either go back and forth to Brooklyn or our cousins would come down here, and that was like for all the same kids in our neighborhood and shit. It was all the same, you know. So summers got out of control, but come around school year, we were back to our close knit like neighborhood group of friends, and the cousins that had moved down.
Rhode Island. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, yes.
Well, there's Rhode Island is mostly white, but there's a lot of Hispanics. We don't got I got a lot of black folk too. But in Providence. But there's a lot of people around here nowadays, but no, New England is known from being mostly white. Well, we got a lot of Jewish people over here. In Rhode Island, we got the oldest synagogue in North America, in Newport, Rhode Island. It's the oldest synagogue in North America. We got an old Jewish population here in Rhode Island. Old Jewish population. When my mother was from on Smith Hill, it was all Irish and like majority Irish and like 30% Jew, right? Jewish. Like there's a synagogue right next to the fucking State House, an old synagogue that not even in use no more, but it's so old that you can't tear it down.
That's wild. In Ronkonkoma, Long Island, there's a big group of French, German, Italians.
Really?
A big group. Yeah, a very large group of them. And there's some absolutely drop dead gorgeous.
I can imagine.
Holy fucking shit, bro. Oh my God.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Oh my God. It was crazy. Yeah, I befriended a few of them traveling through there.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, they were gorgeous, man. And I was blown away by that too, though, because they were just like, yeah, man, a large group of us that live here that are all French, German, and Italian. I said, no shit. That's an interesting mix for there to be quite a plethora of you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I guess there is.
We also had a couple of Italian kids for exchange students. We had this one kid one kid from Rome. He was okay. He wasn't a bad kid. Then we had this beautiful girl from Italy. I don't know where she was. I don't know where she was from, but she was fucking gorgeous, this girl. But she was like a senior when I was a freshman, but she was a knockout. And she was a good, respectable girl too, right? Like old-fashioned type. She was a kid. Yeah, she stayed and then went back to her country. All the guys used to try to get with her and shit. She would never, ever get with nobody.
I got you. The girl that was like that in my school was that shit happened in junior high, not high school for me. And it was an exchange student, and she was from Iceland. Really? Bro, this girl was a 12. I'm trying to tell you,
Viking girls are gorgeous.
Like a fucking angel placed on earth, dude. It was like she didn't even have pores, like her skin. You know what I mean? Like her skin was fucking porcelain blonde, like her eyes were blue or blonde. Her hair was blonde, and she was built. She was built very well. We'll say. Yeah, bro. She had all the dudes just freak. Never met a chick from Iceland or saw a girl with like, you know, eyes that blue before.
Yeah, those Nordic women are fucking gorgeous. They're fucking
she was a smoke show, bro. By the time we were in high school, she was supermodel material. Forget about it, because that was junior high when she came. And of course, you know, we're all 14 and just like, oh my god.
Yeah, those Scandinavian women were fucking beautiful, dude.
Yeah, become high school supermodel.
I'm always more of a like an Italian or a Spaniard looking girl. Like I like the dark features, like the dark eyes, like more Italian or Spaniard looking. But don't get me wrong, there's nothing.
I dated an Egyptian girl for a while in high school, for like a long while.
All right, nice. They're pretty. But nothing's more beautiful than, into my eyes, European women. And there's a huge diversity of European women. You have your Scandinavian, blonde, gorgeous women. Then you've got your Italian or Spaniard women, your Germanic, French. There's so many gorgeous women. But all women are beautiful. But it depends, you know, who you live around.
Not all of them.
To me. Oh, no. I'm saying in each nationality there are pretty women, right?
Yeah.
And then there's ugly ones. And then there's real ugly ones, right?
I would say in most cultures there's pretty chicks.
Yes, in most cultures.
There are some cultures where they're all ugly.
Yeah, there are
and
some.
I'm not going to shame anybody right now, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'll agree. There are some cultures out there where the prettiest woman in that culture is just like a 5, right? Compared to like some like real pretty Persian girl or European woman, right? Like something like that.
Oh yeah. Persian women are gorgeous, man. Forget about it. That Iranian and Greek blood, those women are.
I had an ex-girlfriend that was Cuban and Italian. She, like her people like Spaniard blood from Spain and shit, right? She was fucking real pretty. Yeah, in high school she was pretty.
Yeah, España. It's like I don't care. I don't talk like Mike Tyson.
Yeah, España. Yeah. The Iberian Peninsula.
Yeah. We're gonna pronounce everything correctly. You can do the F thing all you want. We're not doing that. Sounds gay.
Yeah. España. The running of the bulls. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I ain't letting no bull fucking go on me, man.
Oh, I'm definitely not doing that.
No.
Definitely.
Oh, Polish, Irish, and Italian. That's a good mix. That's good blood. The Slavic girls are hot. They're pretty too. Pretty Slavic women, and the Eastern European women are beautiful also.
Yep, Ukrainians and stuff like that. Forget about
there's
it.
a lot of pretty Latino, Jason. Yeah, a lot of pretty Latin chicks for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of good-looking ones. And Abu's, I'm gonna say no. Mrs. Abu, Australia. I don't know if there's a pretty Abu. Sorry to target you guys, Abu. If anybody's listening,
I've got a couple on the list.
Listening,
like I said, I won't target them tonight. I'll just let it be known that that's the way
if any Abu's listening, I hope you get a lot of petrol today. Hope you sniff it well. I hope you catch.
Well, you put the silver paint down.
Yeah, relax with the spray paint.
Yeah. No huffing. No more huffing today.
Huffing.
You come down out of that tree and show me which way to water.
See who was the least attractive, easily looking on dating apps. Really? But who's are those computers doing it, or do people picking the people? Wow, white men and Asian women come out on top? Really? Wow. I wouldn't get.
I mean, I would. That's okay. I'm gonna be quiet.
Asian women. Yeah, I'm not big on Asian women, but Japanese and Filipino women are the prettiest than the Asians, I would say. The Japanese.
Gigi, that's
Gigi's
Gigi's type.
Japanese and the Filipino ones are very.
Just Asian. Gigi's got a fucking thing for Asian women.
Well, Japanese women dressed in all that Japanese attire are very beautiful, you know. And like I said, Filipino women, you could find a very pretty Filipino girl and stuff like that. Right. But everybody's got their own thing they're attracted to. Like I'm into European women, right? Well, white women, right? Like I've dated white, like mixed, like half like Cuban or half Puerto Rican, but they're like basically white people anyway.
Oh, I dated some beautiful Puerto Rican girls.
Puerto Rican women are very pretty, very pretty.
Yeah, and that's why I dated that Egyptian. She was
very pretty Egyptian.
She was gorgeous. Bro, you want to talk? Man, I can't even talk about this shit live, boys. They just had a way of taking care of dudes and her the other best part about that was that her dad and her brother did not like Americans.
Yeah.
I had to jump off her back porch. It was only a second floor, and fuck, man, I was in perfect shape. I was in high school. It wasn't like a great feat, but I had to jump off her balcony on the second floor one time to get out of there when her parents got home. But that was the most fun, was that I was like, fuck you to her dad and her brother by dating their
well, I respect that
sister.
About them. They wanted their daughter to stay with their own people. You got to respect that, you know?
No, they just didn't like American people. I mean, yeah, they didn't want her dating him, but they just didn't like Americans in general. They
well, they should go back to Egypt then, right?
Well, that's what I said.
I had a friend named Eddie. I don't say his last name. He was from Syria. He was a Christian, though, right? They were Christian Syrians. His sister was very, very, but she was younger than me. I was like a sophomore in high school, and she was like in 8th grade, right? She had a crush on me. I thought that was weird, but they moved away. And I seen a picture of her years later. She was gorgeous. And his mom was pretty too. They were Syrian. His sister was very pretty girl. She grew up to be. But he looked Italian. I thought he was my friend in school for about 7 months, and I thought he was Italian because his last name, I'm not going to say it, but it sounds Italian, right? So I thought he was Italian. Yeah. One day I'm like, hey, what part of the boot your family from? He's like, I'm Syrian. I'm like, what, you mean Sicilian? He's like, no, Syrian. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, what the fuck is that? And he told me, I was like, oh shit, I thought you were a fucking wop. You know? Yeah, me and him were close. He moved away though. Him and his family moved across the country years ago. They were good people. But his mom was a lovely woman, and she was from Syria. They were Christian Syrians. Good people though, hard workers.
Yeah.
Yeah, because most of us most Middle Eastern people are Islamic, right? But a lot of them are Christian too, you know. Some of them, the minority are Christians. They happen to be Christians. They were like Assad and Alawites, I believe. There you go.
It's like, so you're the one that doesn't want to cut my head off. Awesome.
That's like they say about Sicilian women, dangerous, right? Like I've dated many women that were Sicilian, and a lot of them, man, always wanted to hit you and fight. I'm not saying all of them, you know, they're gorgeous, don't get me wrong, beautiful women, but man, are they fucking hands-on and want to attack you. The tempers on them Sicilian girls are crazy, dude.
I'm married to one.
Yeah, lucky you. Oh man. I try not to date Sicilian girls, like, because they are just crazy, some of them. Not all, but
most of them are.
They will be very jealous.
Most of them are fucking crazy, bro. Most of them are crazy. I still have, I'm sure I probably have once or two. I still have visions of my dad's mom literally fucking throwing horns at us, giving us the fucking cornutu, spitting on our floor.
Yeah, because you're half a Siggy yourself, right? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm half. Yeah, my dad's from fucking Sicily. Yeah, my mom's family's from near Venice. Yeah, but my fucking dad's mom would literally like curse us and shit, and spit on the floor. Literally, like with the fucking horns pointed at us, dude. Yeah, man. I remember that shit.
My grandmother was from Tiano. It's from the Campania region. It's across the coast from Paniforgia. It's across. It's on the eastern side of the western side of Italy, where my grandfather's people are from the eastern side.
Yeah, I'm horrible at all that shit. I couldn't even tell you the name of like the towns and the villages. All I know is like the place that my dad's family's from is from like a good little ways outside of Palermo. I couldn't fucking tell you the name of it to save my life or win on Jeopardy. It would take a phone a friend. It would take a phone a friend for sure. I'd have to call my aunt.
Yeah. Yeah, when we had in my neighborhood, we had these two Italian girls right from Italy. They were older than me, though. They were my cousins' ages. My cousins and them dated them. They were so pretty. Oh, my God, were they beautiful. I was probably like 12, and they were like 17, 18, right?
Oh, yeah, forget about it. You were like,
they dated
boy.
my older cousins and stuff and friends. Boy, but they... Fucking,
well,
they spoke broken English, right? They used to always buy me ice cream and shit. They spoke broken English. They were beautiful.
Yeah.
Then they moved away because their brother was a pedo, right? Their brother was 15 years old. I'm not going to say no names, obviously. He molested a 6-year-old kid in our neighborhood, one of like a friend. One of our friends and shit. They jumped this kid and beat him so bad, right? They blew rocks and bricks, cinder blocks through his windows every night. This kid got beat daily. They had to move away. They had to move away. Because one day I'm sitting in front of my house, I'm on my bike, and he walks by, the kid, and he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm like, "How you doing?" All of a sudden, my cousin runs out of the house with I forget what he had in his hand, a coffee mug, and hums it at him. And as he hums it at him, 3 of my other friends start walking around the block, right? Matter of fact, one of my friends who came on my show and talked, and my cousin points to him. He's like, "Get him!" And they all start chasing him, and they jumped him on Armin Orby's lawn. They kicked the living piss out of him, boy. And I didn't know what was going on. So I'm like, "Hey, why are you doing that to us? Why are you jumping him, right?" And they're like, "Do you know what he did?" And they told me what he did. I'm like, "Oh, my God." They're like, "Did this guy ever try to come near you or any of your friends?" They're like, "Hell no." Like, God, no. Shit. Yep. They blew his windows out, dude. And his poor sisters, I felt bad for them. They came up to my cousins, like up in the neighborhood. Look, they're hanging on the wall. And they came up and like tried to like, "Hey, can you please stop destroying our house? Because it could hurt my mom and them and shit." And they're like, "Yeah, we'll stop, but you just got to get out of here." And she's like, "Yeah, my dad, they're already getting us out of here." And it was a shame because they were very close with the sisters, right? Like, they were good girls. But once their brother did that shit, man. He got beat bad, too. Go. Like, and I'm not talking about 2 or 3 times. He got jumped and beat.
He got run the fuck out. He got like, chased
at least 12, 13 times they beat him. Beat him where his toots were knocked out, like eyes, like real bad beatings. I witnessed one of the beatings. I didn't see the other beatings, but like the kid's family they did it to, the dude's still my friend to this day. The uncles and shit. They beat this dude up so bad, man. Broke fingers and like busted him up. Where the kid couldn't even leave his house, couldn't go to school. They moved out real fast after that.
Well, fuck that. Yeah, he should have been in prison.
Yeah, he should have. They didn't. I don't know what happened with all that stuff, right? Like, and I can't say too much on here, anyways. I don't want to put any people's personal. Like that dude right now is a grown man and a father, and that wasn't his fault and stuff. You know, some predator preying on some fucking young kid. The kid was a little nutty. We always knew why. Like, hey, why is he a little nutty? Come to find out, that's why. Yeah, you never think that shit can happen, but man, that shit happened like right under our noses, right? A little kid in our neighborhood got fucking hurt by some other kid from our neighborhood who we thought was an okay kid, right? An Italian kid, spoke broken English, right? His sister.
Yeah, he's out there.
Yeah, he tried to bugger one of the little kids in our neighborhood, man. Yep, he paid for that though.
No, he had to go.
He paid severely for that because one day I seen his mother driving him, and he had all bandages on his face after they jumped him. Yeah, he got beat up a lot of times after that because it took them a few months to get out of the neighborhood, right? And this kid had to go to the store at times for his mother or whatever, or go outside, and he got beat up. They beat him, dude, right in front of his mother. His old Italian mother's screaming. They beat him right in front of his mother, ripped him out of the car, like ferocious shit. But he deserved it. That's what you get when you fuck.
Yeah, fuck yeah, you're damn
He was
right.
15.
Fuck you.
He was 15 years old. The other little kid was 6 years old. He caught the little kids playing in the woods and shit. Fucking hurt him, little dirty motherfucker. Yeah, then they moved. When they did move, they moved out of state too. They went far because you got to remember this state's small. You might move to Cranston or Providence or fucking East Pro, right, and North Providence, but eventually that word's gonna travel what you did. But they moved out of the state.
Yeah,
especially back then. This is like the late '80s and shit, man. Right, like where these neighborhoods didn't play. Like that kid's lucky. That house, the only reason that house probably did not get firebombed was because of the old parents and the sisters. Or they would have probably, because they threw cinder blocks through the window. I don't know how many fucking times. Every time we drove by the house, there was plastic on the window. What's up, Grump? It was plastic all up on the windows and shit. Oh, there's glass all in front of the house, like going by in a bus in the morning, right? Me and my friends taking the bus to school. Fucking every time, man, the door fucking kicked in, all crazy stuff. They got out of there quick. I never forget it. I was talking to him, man. I'm just sitting there on my bike. My older cousin comes out of the house, and he's like, he loses it. Once he sees him talking to me, he fucking goes nuts, hums a coffee mug at him, and he yells to our friends, "Get him!" And they kick the shit out of him. They beat him up on the French guy's lawn. Kicked the shit out of him.
And now that guy's hiding.
Yeah, now he's got Phoebe painting nude. Painting in the nude.
I picked out your clothes for you today,
yeah,
sweetie.
He's got to live with some old dude or something.
No pants again.
He's always lived with other men. And there's I get it. Hey, people are friends. They roommate, right? Things like that. No problem. But if your friend's masturbating or watching porno in the other room, and you're like, what's he doing? You're filming yourself going, what's he doing in there? And you try to like catch him touching himself. It's very weird.
Nasty.
It's very weird. Normal. Anybody put some porno on when I'm in their house, I'm leaving. I'm like, you're fucking weird.
Exactly, dude. If I walk past your room and all I hear is like, oh fuck yeah, like I'm getting the fuck as far away from here.
How long is Rhode Island coast to coast? 35 minutes. North to south, 45. West to east, 35 minutes. That's how small. So if you do something, if you're known as like a ripper or a real scumbag, everybody's gonna know. Everybody. This is the smallest state in the whole country, and like I said, everyone knows everybody, and everybody's. You ain't hiding.
Yeah, you better not fuck up 35 minutes by 45 minutes. No, yeah, you can't fuck up, bro.
Yeah, we are the small, and you know the second smallest state is Delaware, and you can fit 4 Rhode Islands in Delaware. So that tells you how small my state is. This county's bigger than my state. It's the smallest state in the whole fucking country, and it's a very, like I said, everybody knows everybody's business. That's why Phoebe is not from here. Someone would have went to school with him. Someone would have known his people. We would know a mutual person. It's impossible. Not from here. Like there's dudes I've met on here, like the guy Jits. He's got the Ride to Podcast morning thing. I've known him since a Dirkleverse. Like 7 months ago, we're bullshitting, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm originally from Rhode Island." And my boy, he mentioned some guy's name. And it comes to find out, he mentions this black guy's name, right? Comes to find out, this black fucking guy is my fucking friend's cousin. right? Is one of my close friends' fucking cousins. And my friends knew this guy. They're like, yeah, white boy Jay, he's a cool motherfucker. I know him. He hangs with my cousins and shit. So that shows you how small this fucking state is, man. Well, I've literally met people on YouTube from other states who know people that I know. It's insane.
Right.
Totally insane. That's why if you're no good, let's say you're some rippo, sex offender, creepo, or you tried to hurt some girl, that gets known, man. Everybody's going to know who you are. They're going to shun you. Everybody's going to know who you are. You're a rat bastard. You've put people in jail. Everybody's going to know, and people are going to fucking run from you. You won't have no friends. That's for sure. In case you got a couple other stool pigeons, that's your friends. You don't leave your house, but like a creepo, like I said, that kid I just talked about who molested that kid from my neighborhood, that had to leave state. He couldn't even move 2 towns over, 3 towns over. All right, let's say if he moved 3 towns over, no one would have known about it for a few years, but eventually somebody would have found out, right? He would have been found out. Would have took maybe 6 months, a year, maybe even faster, right? Even back then, you can't escape that. Everyone's gonna know. Right now, everybody would know in a minute, but back in the 80s, like I said, they left state. I think they went to Connecticut and Mass, but even if they moved to the boonies, like way up in fucking Burrville or North Kingstown, if they even moved down there, eventually that's gonna get around. So they had to leave the state. When you're known for buggering a 6-year-old and you're 15, you got a target on you. Like I said, he was jumped so many times where I've heard so many different people see him. Like either he was jumped in school or in the neighborhood where they were explaining where his teeth were knocked out or a tooth through his lip. I seen him bandaged up driving with his mom. He was always getting busted open. His eyebrow half ripped off. When they jumped him on that lawn, his eyebrow was like hanging off. They were kicking him, on the ground. And I guess their sneakers like ripped his eyebrow off, dude. I remember sitting there laughing my ass off with my cousin, my older cousin, who was in his 20s. He didn't hit him. My younger friends did, who were like his younger friends, who were like 16, 17, 18, right? They were beating him and kicking him and shit. And we were sitting there just fucking laughing. And my grandmother yelled out the window, "Is that the fucking pervert?" And my cousin, "Yep, that's him, Graham." She's like, "Kick him, stop, get him." That's my 70-something-year-old grandmother cheering it on through the window.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was.
Oh, I know all about grandmothers like that, bro.
Yeah, and when the old French guy looked out his window and seen what was happening, and my cousin went over and told him like who this kid was and everything, he just laughed and shut his door like he didn't care. Like, he would have called the cops if it was anything else, right? But since he knew what was up, he just shut the door. And then no cops came. He caught the beating of his life. Like I said, when they finally stopped beating him and he got up to walk away after a few minutes, his eyebrow was hanging off, man. It was a vicious, great beating. His cousins got him worse, though. The kid that he did it to, his family that got him, they ripped him out of the mother's car, like the old Italian mother driving him. They ripped him out of the car. They beat him severely. The cops did come. I didn't see those beatings, but I heard about him through the neighborhood and shit. He got really.
Yeah, I never went through no shit like that where anybody got molested or touched in their pants or nothing like that. I did know a guy, like a very, very, very close friend of mine, that drove into somebody's house for stealing their mom's wallet.
That's funny.
Not for real. Jumped in a fucking pickup truck with speeding down the street and drove into their motherfucking house, bro, and went to prison for it, by the way.
How far did they get through the house with the car?
Way into the fucking living room and like into the home. Like the motherfucker drove through the front of the house, dude.
Wow. That's why you should have a wall.
Yeah. I was literally just at the guy's house minutes before that. He was screaming at the dude, telling him, dude, He was telling him, all I want is my mom's fucking credit cards back. Make sure you fucking bring all those cards back here right now, or you're not going to like what fucking happens. And next thing I heard was like one of the guy that had stolen the cards made a fucking purchase with one of the cards. And my buddy's mom told him, and he literally got in a truck and drove straight through their fucking house. Was beating the shit out of everybody when the cops came.
That's crazy.
You know? Oh, he was a fucking animal. He was hilarious, that guy. Loved that guy, but he did a few years in prison.
Using a car as a weapon like that.
And he beat the fucking shit out of the dad, threw the mom down, like fuck everybody in that house up, dude. Like he was beating the fucking shit out of everybody in that house.
Maybe you shouldn't steal people's mother's credit cards, right?
Yeah, stole his mom's purse. Yeah, stole his mom's whole purse. And he was just, I told you, I was at his house when I heard him on the phone telling this dude, listen, you just fucking return those cards. You have to bring my mom's credit cards back here. And next thing I heard, like I said, somebody was telling me, yeah, no, man. The fucking guy went and bought something with the card. And the mom found out and told him. And we were like, oh, shit. What'd he do? And they were like, yo, he drove through their house. And we were like, no, what?
I only know one person who had a car go through their house, and it wasn't on purpose. They lived on a curvy road, and the road was all downhill and curvy. And if somebody like didn't pay attention, like they could slam into their parlor. So one day, his grandfather says, I need some orange juice. And he got up from his chair, went to get orange juice, and all of a sudden the car was in his parlor. So if he didn't get up and get that orange juice, he would have got killed, the old man. Yeah. Then they put a big like stone rail in front of it. But yeah, I remember always driving by it thinking, and I used to say to my friend, hey, Mike, somebody could drive through your house, dude, the way it's situated. Like,
yeah, I would have done the same thing. Put some giant boulders out there, some shit.
Yeah,
or
I never
big
thought
piece
of it,
metal.
I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. They had like this stupid little like metal rail thing, but it didn't do like this. They had a truck or a car, I forget, in their living room, like literally in their like your friend did.
Yeah, like my buddy did to these people.
Yeah, the grandfather was all distraught, like he dropped his thing. He was all fucked up over it. He didn't get hurt physically, but it shook them because he could have got crushed. Or if anybody was laying on the couch or in the parlor, they would have been dead. Even splinters, like from that broken wood flying, killing you. Damn. That's the only time I ever heard of that.
Well, we were saying the same thing about the people that had those Boeing bombs. Remember those big frozen piles of shit from the airplane fall through their house?
I mean,
those people could have fucking died, put holes through their roof, ruined shit, everything. And then you got melted blue piss water everywhere.
Well, that's like if you go in New York City and you sneak on like a tower or a skyscraper building, or even downtown Providence, right? You go on a Superman building, you sneak up there and get on the top of that building and throw something off. You're responsible for that. You just can't throw something off of a big building.
Yeah, or a bridge or some shit like that. Yeah, it's like they call it a missile.
It becomes one.
Yeah, that's what they call it. They call it like throwing a missile.
Yeah, you go up on the top of any. We only got a couple of skyscrapers in Providence, but if you go up on one of them and throw a fucking anything off of it, that's gonna go right through somebody's head or a car. It's gonna kill somebody. Very So never mind shit coming out of an airplane, ice blocks of feces and stuff.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut. Yes. Delaware is bigger than Connecticut. Connecticut's the third smallest. Connecticut's a sister colony of ours. So
I've been through Delaware a bunch of times. I stopped in Wilmington.
Yeah, I've been through Delaware. I hate the fucking polls. The tolls.
Connecticut's I've been all through Connecticut. I like Massachusetts. I've been all through Mass. I've been up in Maine and shit.
I never been northern New England. My brother's up there. Nah.
No. New Hampshire's fucking beautiful.
Yeah,
Maine is beautiful.
I never been up
too.
there though.
Portland. I've been to Portland like a dozen times, but I've driven a little bit outside of there a couple of times, and it was just fucking
Yeah, my brother's up there right now, up in Maine, right near Canada too. Literally.
My first time in New England, I was ignorant as fuck about like really where I was standing a lot of time. I remember I was like 20, and I was standing in this field outside of where we were staying, and one of the guys was like, "Yeah, oh yeah, man, you into history too?" And I said, "Yeah, man, I love history." He goes, "Bro, you see that building over there and like that old barn?" I say, he's like, "Dude, they used to make bullets in there for the Civil War." And my mind
Yeah, we have a place like that in Cranston.
Well, I'm just telling you, like, yeah, as a young man though, my first times up and around there, I was ignorant to even thinking about most of that shit. In my mind, I was like, "No shit, that's awesome." He's like, "Bro, come here, let me show you this road."
Most of the mills in Rhode Island, in Sprague Mansion, it's called Sprague Mansion in Cranston, right? Most of the cannon that came out of there, most cannon used in the Civil War was built at Sprague Mansion, put it that way. Yeah, we had more. We had more mills. The Industrial Revolution. Rhode Island has more mills than any other fucking state, and we're the smallest. Every town, every city has a fucking mill, or 2 or 3. Put it that way, or some 4. So many. They turned them into all apartments now, like punks. But when I was a little kid, all the old Italian ladies and stuff, old Spanish ladies, worked at the mills and shit. All of them did.
Yeah.
Yep. I lived right near a mill over on Picasset Mill. We used to break in there at night, and the little kids run through the whole thing and shit. Fucking, it was funny. But yeah, a lot of jobs it gave. A lot of jobs.
Yeah, I was learning about a lot of that different stuff though when I was up there the first couple times driving through New England.
Oh, we're the oldest part of the country, meaning settlements by the English, right? We're first 13 colonies. Don't get me wrong, there was Florida and stuff like that, but Virginia, Jamestown, Roanoke, but New England were the original 13 colonies. Like, we got old history. We got houses over here from 1619, man. Like, crazy shit.
Yeah. There's a underground military base near Worcester.
Oh, Mass. Yeah.
Yeah. We were there's like this small, I mean, I hesitate to really call it a mountain, but you know what I mean? Like, it was pretty fucking high up. And at the top of it was this old abandoned amusement park.
Oh, wow.
And but down at the bottom, like near the street level where we were at, there was like houses and shit. We were staying in one of them overnight. And we were like, bro, when we were coming in here, there was these fucking like mile marker signs, but they looked really weird. And then there was like all these weird like signs that looked like military and shit, but we didn't see a base, bro. And they all started laughing. They were like, "You're standing on it." And we were like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Dude, it's all underground." He's like, "Those mile markers tell you how far away from town you have to be in case of fucking." He goes, "This is one of the bases that'll get blown up first if we ever had like a big nuclear war." He's like, in the U.S., there's like different bases around the country that they have to take out in a war, you know. And he was like, and in those cities, they have these graphs laid out where there's like mile markers that tell you how far away from that base you have to be to survive. And we were like,
ever hear about the place in Virginia that was found it was busted in the 1980s and 90s. It was a hotel in Virginia, right? But underground, under this hotel, was a secret government. It was for Congress. It's actually a historical mark right now. It was busted and found out, I believe, in the 70s or 80s. It was in case the government nuclear war, the government would go down there. So many feet underground was like a setup for Congress, right?
Yeah, these secret bunkers
like
and
little
shit like that.
Living areas, fucking basketball courts, cafeterias, you fucking name it.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like
once
that.
They
on
found
TV,
out what it was, right? They had to shut it down. There's probably like 10 of them things around the country, right?
Oh, of course there are. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they've got stuff built into fucking mountains.
You bet your
ass. Of course
ass.
they do. Yeah.
And this place literally
of course they do. But where we were standing, there was no bunker like that. Like I said, we were just the military base was underground for fucking miles. So it was just a target. You just had to get away from it if there was any kind of
Well, this place had like the Senate set up like in Congress, right? Like had literally just like it would be in Congress, the whole fucking where the president speaks and all that. They had all that set up in there. Like it was crazy. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was New Amsterdam, New Holland. Yeah, New York. That's why New Jersey is named after Jersey and Holland.
It's the old They Might Be Giants song. Old New York was once New Amsterdam. You ever heard that shit? Why they changed it, I can't say. I guess they liked it better that way. And then they do Istanbul was Constantinople. Istanbul was Constantinople. Yeah,
They
they
said
do
they
all
named
that
it
shit. And that's I love that.
Well, New York, like in York, England, because of the Duke of York and shit. That's what they say. But yeah, Gravesend, all that was all Dutch. Same with New Jersey. Because listen, when the New World was found, after the Spanish found the New World, all these other world powers and shit wanted a piece. They all wanted to have a colony. The French, the Dutch, all of them wanted a colony. So they all came over and tried even Russia and Alaska, right? They were fighting the Inuits up there. Yeah, they have connecting tunnels. That's right. France and England, they have a tunnel that goes under the channel, I believe.
Yeah.
You can drive it.
Sure
That's
do.
crazy.
Yep.
No.
I'm not doing it. But yeah,
I wouldn't do that. That's nuts.
I'm good. I've told you before, Sculver, I mean it. I never back off shit. I say I don't do underground. I don't do like I'll fly in a plane.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing like
No, none of
parachuting or, skydiving. I won't be in a hot air balloon any time in this life.
I always wanted to go in a hot air balloon, but I don't think I would.
Yeah. I like sailing, but I'm not going to be doing it in like the crazy deep ass fucking ocean. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm not going in a giant tunnel that goes underneath the ocean.
We got tunnels here in Providence.
Yeah, I've had to go through tunnels through mountains. Like obviously, I've had to go through tunnels. Like when you start driving around through Virginia and stuff, you have to go like under certain parts of the bay.
Where right from the east side, where they used to bring slaves down to the Providence River, and like sell them. And people from Newport would bring their slaves in. It was like a slave market down there, and so they have the underground tunnels. Well, there's a lot of people that have these homes on the east side, and they don't even realize that if they like under their concrete basement, if they broke that up, they would find a passageway to these tunnels. There's a lot of them that was sealed up, right? But there's a lot of people that don't even know they still have tunnels in their basements. It's crazy.
Fuck yeah. It's like, check this out. You know what we're going to use this for, right? We're going to fucking have a grow room down here.
You would get lost in it. You'd get lost. You would need it.
Oh, I wouldn't be just like moseying off too far.
Well, there's tunnels.
And found an extra space down there, though, and you can maybe use
we have a
little
place
bit of
called
the room.
Fort Adams, right? And there's a bunch of cliffs and rocks. It's where if you looked over there in like 1777, you would have seen a French fleet that was huge, right? But there's tunnels over there,
right?
And I guess in the 70s, a lot of the kids would take mushrooms and LSD and like get fucking lost in the tunnels. So they actually caged them up. Well, you can walk in the tunnel 15 feet, and there's a.
You're out of your whole fucking shit if you're tripping balls and you walk into a. I can't even imagine. I would lose my.
Well, they've been caged up since in my time. They were caged up, but we went in them. But they're caged up, like I said. You can only walk 10 feet, and there's a big cage. But in the old days, you could literally fucking go through all them. But like I said, if you don't have lights and a way to get back and know your way, I heard rumors that they needed like police and a whole nine to catch kids and save kids before that got stuck.
I'm sure they have, bro. Especially if they're tripping and they lose their sense of direction very, 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 very quickly.
Oh yeah, remember that one couple?
They're going to be disoriented.
That one couple who were stuck in a snowstorm in their car. They were on LSD or meth, I don't know. And they went totally, I think it was psychedelics. They ended up walking out, leaving their car and walking and both dying.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the castle. Yeah, that's 15 miles away. It's a badass castle, Roscoe. There's a good thing about William Wallace's execution on YouTube. That was a true patriot right there and hero, Wallace. I didn't like in the movie how they tried to make him some commoner. He was from nobility. He was a knight. He actually spoke Latin and shit.
I got you.
Oh, they made him a kill.
Yeah, I've seen the movie, and I've obviously learned a bit about it in history.
Well, the Scots wouldn't have wore kilts neither. They would have been dressed just like the English. They wouldn't have had kilts on. They would have had armor. They wouldn't have worn kilts. They didn't wear kilts back then, number one. They would have been. They would have had the same armor as the English. The only thing that would have been different is their banners. That's it.
Right. Yeah, I don't know too much about that stuff.
Oh, fascinating time.
I would have assumed that their kilts were proper.
The
I have no
kilts
idea.
came later.
You know what I mean? Like
they weren't around in Wallace's time. There was no such thing.
I got you.
It is a good movie, though. Even though, and
Yeah,
there's really no record. Like Wallace never even had a wife. They don't know. His wife was talked about 100 years after his death. So there wasn't no wife he killed, and all that wasn't done for his wife neither. It was done because he loved his country, and he didn't want the English to rule his country. That's why he did it. He was a patriot and a true Scotsman. The Scots are very proud people. They weren't conquered by the Romans, right? But they were the only Celtic people back then not conquered by the Romans. You know, that's fucking huge. The Romans fucking destroyed all the Druids and shit. They killed all those Druid priests, and they were scared of them. That's why they were also scared of the Druid.
I know we've talked about that before. I can totally imagine being raised to understand that this island exists, that these people exist, and
well, no, they didn't go to Ireland.
Magic and sorcery.
The Romans never went to Ireland. They killed the Celts in England.
No,
and they were scared of Ireland.
I know. Yeah, the Druids, and I'm talking about the Druids specifically in England. That
they
killed,
were scared of them.
And the Druids, like one of the big things. Well, I guess massacres was on the Druids had like this main little capital island. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like you'd have to put yourself in the shoes of the Romans that had been taught forever that this like island of magic and sorcery and shit exists, and like how they dress and the way they act, and you get there and you're like, oh shit, these motherfuckers really are all in white. Oh damn, they don't write. Okay, this is weird. They're chanting, they're doing magic, they're stealing my soul, kill it, right?
What?
Totally get it. I totally get it.
Well, Caesar was the first Roman to go over to England, but he didn't succeed, and he didn't succeed in really conquering anything over there. It was just a propaganda move.
Right.
But when Claudius was around, that's when they went in, I believe. He was the emperor that they went into Britain with. There was a lot of great battles, like the Iceni tribe. That was Boudicca's tribe, the Iceni. Some would, some would pay Rome tribute and be allies, and other would, fight against them, just like what happened over here in America with the Native Americans, right? Anytime different people come along, well, mostly the underdogs or whoever is going to try to win your favor to help you defeat their enemies, right? No matter where you go in the world.
Yep.
That's what the natives did, right? The English would come over, or the Spaniards, or the French, and the natives would be like, hey, be my friend. The other tribe would be like, be my friend. And whoever friend you pick, you give them the guns, the weapons, and you fight with them.
That's right.
People don't understand that all the wars over here against the natives and shit, it was whites and natives versus natives, right? It wasn't just the colonists versus them. They needed the Indian scouts. Without those native scouts and interpreters, you got nothing. right?
Yeah, I did my part. I got the time machine, brought the syphilis blanket.
That's like when like Pizarro, I always talk about what's his name? Gonzalo Guerrero. He was a Spaniard who was captured by the Mayans, right? Him and another guy, Antonio Aguilera. They were captured by the Mayans, and one became a Mayan, and the other one escaped and went to court. Pizarro, and Pizarro sent him back to the other guy, and he's like, "Hey, bro, come back with us. We're free." He's like, well, "I got a wife here. Look at me. I'm all tattooed. I got earrings. I'm a Mayan now. Fuck off." And then he fought against them for 17 years, helping the guerrilla war. And without him, they wouldn't have stand a chance against the Spaniards, because he taught the natives how to combat cavalry charges, how to fight the dogs, ambushes, all that shit. For 17 years, he was a thorn in the Spaniard side. They called him the traitor. They hated him. The Spaniards hated him. There was a bounty out on him and everything. They fucking hated him.
I'm sure.
You know, because when Pizarro found out 2 Spaniards have been living with the natives for 6 years, you need them. They're very valuable now because they could speak the languages. Back then, an interpreter was worth more than fucking anything, right? Like, you needed that interpreter. So he got one of them, but he didn't get the other one, right? He also had Maliche with him, but still, interpreters were so important back then. And an interpreter you can trust also, right? Like,
oh yeah, and
one wrong word said,
guides.
one word wrong said, one left taken, you can end up dead, ambushed, killed.
Yep.
So you gotta be able to speak to people. You don't want to attack the wrong tribe, right? Anything like that.
Yeah, walk into a river full of all kinds of bad
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Walk in a swamp area.
Come into the jungle.
You know how many of those men
Snakes.
who died in the Bolivian jungle? From mosquitoes and snakes and shit. So many Spaniards were killed by snakes and all that kind of shit.
So
and then
many.
The weather too, right? Picture marching through Florida and all that shit, right? And all those, oh man, and that fucking armor, that's crazy. The pumps.
Well, yeah, that's the first place you'd be fucking up right there for sure.
Oh, they did. They went all the way up.
Yeah.
One of the first expeditions, I forget what the conquistador's name, but he went all the way up to West Virginia, man.
No, I know. I'm saying the first place you're fucking up is keeping the armor on.
Yeah,
that's
big
what
time.
I'm saying to you.
But
yeah,
you
no, I
take
learned
it
all
off,
that stuff.
and you
yeah,
get hit with an arrow, right, out of nowhere. So a lot of them kept their armor on. There was this one native war chief, I forget his name. He fought in like the 1800s, mind you, but he wore Spanish armor. Like, he had a breastplate of Spanish armor, and natives believed that it protected him from the bullets and shit, because some bullets would bounce off of it from far away, right? But then one day up close, he was shot and it went through and killed him. But he had that Spanish armor, and who knows how he got it or how long he had it. I always found that very interesting, right? Probably his great grandfather probably took that off the conquistadors.
Yeah, stole it from a camp.
Well, that's how Texas was born. The Mexican government told the Anglo-Saxons, any of you want to come here, we'll give you free land. They did that to put them to make it a buffer zone between the Apache and the Mexicans, right? That's why Mexico did that. It was very smart, actually. Like, the white Anglos were the buffer zone, right? So they were like deep in like hot Comanche territory. That's why the Comanche would make war with them constantly. And the Comanche were the best fighting natives on horseback you can find. At first, the Comanche they were a little poor tribe from the Colorado Rockies, right? They were so poor that they got driven off by other tribes. Then they came down into northern Texas, Nebraska, and they found the horses, and they mastered the horses that they found from the Spaniards, and they became the horse masters. Ask anybody. The Comanches are the best on horses you could ever find. They could literally fucking hang on the side of their horse, shoot fucking arrows like crazy. That they were just horse masters. So when they got the horse, they became a poor tribe, and within like 40 years became the most powerful, richest tribe in fucking on the plains, right? They went from nothing. That's why a lot of the Kiowa and them and the Pawnee hated them, right? Because they came from the north and took all their land. So all those tribes that the Comanche destroyed and wiped out became scouts for the army, the Union Army, for the Americans, because they hated the Comanches, because they fucking wiped their fucking tribes out and stole their land. It's like, wait, you come down from the north, kill us, take our land. You bet your ass I'm taking sides with this guy with the blue coat and blonde hair. That's not simple.
That's what the Indians in South America did with the pirates.
Oh, Cherokee. Yeah, Cherokee. I have great history. I have a Cherokee flag, from the Civil War. The Cherokee Red Sticks and all that. The Civil Wars between Stan Wahey and them. Very fascinating stuff. Trail of Tears and all that stuff. I like a lot of Native American history. It's pretty badass. Cool. And a lot of them were real great warriors, too. Fucking Red Cloud and shit. Crazy Horse. There was some badass chiefs, man.
Yeah, I know very little about that stuff.
Very fascinating stuff. Chief Iron Jacket. That might be the guy I was talking about with the who had the the Spanish breastplate on. Like I said, who the hell knows where he got that? How many years that was in his family? And the only way they could defeat them was killing all the buffalo off. But fascinating history, especially I like all the individual wars, the beefs between the tribes. That's fascinating to me. Right? Like all that stuff fascinates me. Like the politics in it, why the tribes hated each other, who stole whose land, why they allied with this or that. Like one of my favorite Indian chiefs is Tecumseh. Tecumseh was a badass. He realized bonding together racially was the only way to win. So he went around, North America, dude, and went to all different tribes and tried to, hey, help me fight the whites, Help me fight them. Some listened, some didn't. And they made a huge Indian, this trans fucking national Indian village in Oklahoma called, what the hell the name of it? I can't think of the fucking name, but it was a pan-Native American village with all different tribes, all joined together to fight.
It's a goddamn abomination.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it, man. It's on the tip of my fucking tongue. I don't know why, but
I'm sure that's what the people back then were saying.
And they were destroyed, actually, by William Henry Harrison, our 10th president, who actually caught pneumonia on his inauguration day and died 2 weeks later. He destroyed them. Well, crazy. Because Tecumseh's brother, Alawigatha, did not listen. He attacked Harrison's camp without his brother there. His brother was out collecting warriors from other tribes, and the fucking brother didn't listen to him, and he went and attacked William Henry Harrison's camp and got wiped out. And then Harrison marched to Provincetown. Now, what the fuck was the name of it? Shit. He marched there and wiped them out. That's when Tecumseh went north and joined up with Brock, the Canadian. They were a great team for a while until the British recalled Brock and put some asshole in there. Well, Brock was killed. That's right. There's a big statue of him in Canada. He's a huge Canadian hero, Brock. General Brock.
I got you. Well, hey, man, I gotta pass
it was
out.
a good one. Come back, leave a comment, people.
Yeah, it was a really good one, man.
Have a good one. I'll see you next week.
Yeah, for sure. I'll probably see you in the
Yeah, I
pirate
will be
chat
watching. That was
too.
very interesting. The pirate one. My favorite part is around now. That's why I come in and like leave little comments, listen to a little, but I don't like the early years of piracy. It's really not my thing. When you got into the Avery stuff, that was my time. Honegal, Avery, Black Sails, Edward T.
Yeah, that golden age of piracy.
Yeah, that's
I totally
my thing.
get
That
it,
was a
man.
real good one Wednesday, and I will be there this Wednesday because when you stopped that, I was so pissed. I was like, "What the fuck? Keep going, man." Have a good night, Roscoe. Have KD, Sybil, Jason, everybody. Have a good one. God bless you all. I'm out of here. Later.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon. Everybody click the like button on your way out and leave a comment about some of the crazy news or the trash on blast we had on tonight. We always talk back. Let us know what's going on, what you think about some of that stuff. Or we covered the Diddy trial too. Leave a comment about whatever you'd like. We'll talk back, and we'll see you next